Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, very interesting day. Number one, we get Jerome Powell here again 30 minutes after the bell. A lot of the day is going to be dominated by listening to Powell just like yesterday. However, this morning we woke up with a global hawkish surprise. I'm telling you, the Bank of England, they did a surprise 50 basis points. I think the Swiss National Bank, the Nords National Bank, again, New Zealand, it's crazy. I'm telling you, wild morning. Yesterday, you don't feel it as much here in the States, but we were talking yesterday how the UK and their inflation and all that happened, but pretty much there was a tightening spree all across the world in the last 48 hours right now. So very interesting. We're going to see how that plays in. It's bringing up a lot of questions. It may bring up questions for Powell. You're going to get a whole nother set of congressmen. This time it's going to be the House who are going to get to interview him. So we're going to see how it all plays out, but it should be pretty exciting. We're getting a lot of overseas or over the pond news to start off. And then before you know it, it'll be Powell. And then it's the end of the week. Tomorrow's already Friday because it's Friday Junior. And then it's even more game time. But Chad, good morning. Good morning, baby. How you living? What's going on, Chad? Oh, what's up, Smars? Good morning, CYB. Good morning, Tim Whitman. The Paws will rise, baby. Oh, Patrick McCarty has wow. Wesley O'Neal, baby. Good morning, Maria, Alaskan Assassin. Laker J. Oh, good morning, Battleborn, Forever Young. Richard Judge, good morning. Oh, lost one low. Carissa, Christina. Oh, what's going on? Cabri, open. Good morning, Bert Chater, Stafford, name, Ric Flair, woo! Justin Franklin, good morning, baby. What's up, Jesus Moreno? And speaking of Jesus Moreno, because Jesus Moreno reminds me of the news as well, do you guys notice something? Actually, let me tell the good mornings first. Galen, Aldrin, Rudy, Ric Flair, whoa! Risk Flair, Stafford, Gregory Ruiz, RC, good morning, baby. What's up, Mr. Campos? What's up, Mr. Bros? Oh, what's up, Garage, Astro, So Windy, Jesse Ramirez, Michael Elliott, John Doe, Seth Rod, Wandering, good morning, Matthew Orman, Astro, baby, woohoo! Ooh, TNT, baby. Oh, good morning, and Co-Real Estate, love you, baby. That's what TNT remind me of. It gets explosive. They don't know about Co-Real Estate. We lying. Sorry. Good morning, Tyree Brown, the Chad Godham, Matthew, Reverse, Redaction, Yusuf. What about the Twitch, man? Mother Liquor, Match, 8012. Good morning, JP Cult member, ready to play. Universe's favorite. Good morning. Let's get richer. Lizzie, Linsens, Blizzy B, Yatana, Pinheads, and Destroyer, Zuraj, Piccioti. Where's Charlie? And Charlie, where the fuck is Charlie at? I love you, Charlie. Usually I see a Charlie by now. Can we get a Charlie check? Can we get a Charlie check? Don't worry. Well, if he's not on by Powell, I think Powell kidnapped Charlie. I don't know. I don't know why he would kidnap Charlie. Charlie's a really nice guy, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see there. But good morning, Chattadonia. I hope you're ready. And today, we're gonna try something out today, and I'm gonna let you guys into my life a little bit. If you see here on the bottom left, I have found a new way of news. Again, I've been working on this lately. I got a new thing integrated today, and I'm gonna try it out today by having a live news scanner on the stream on the video. Okay, so you're going to get to see how hard this is on a day-to-day basis. That's why big shout out to everybody who has contributed, posted any news, anything like that. But this is a live wire and this is a live scan. So you're going to just get everything. So legitimately, like, again, it's very comparable to one of the best news wires out there, but you're going to have to skim through it. You might see a headline for like half a second and then it disappears. So that's the hard part. It's only on YouTube for now, but we'll see. Let's just try it out. I want to see what happens. You let me know if it's useful. If it's useful, I could integrate it a lot more. If not, it might just confuse the shit out of you. So we'll see what happens. Let me know what you think about it. And that's about it, baby. Good morning. Let's get into the news. So the UK, that's the big thing. Josh just opened up Pandora's box. Well, this one, I mean, again, I'm allowed to do this one. This one, again, it's as fast as, it's the fastest wire in the West. It'll keep up with a Bloomberg terminal. It'll keep up with anything, but welcome to the challenge. You're going to see what it's like. Like, bro, this is every minute. You have to go through all of this. So it's not, but it's definitely a very, very interesting one. So you let me know. I want to see what you guys do with it today. Let's see what the chat does. I've introduced a lot to the chat over the years. Let's just see what you do. You can get the full article. It'll have a link to it, but in this case, this right here is only visual. So this is only going to give you the headline. And again, you might see it there, but just keep an eye on it. Again, if you're one of the people who watch the high-low ticker, you might just want to keep an eye on it. You might see a headline here and there, but let's see what happens. Again, it's probably going to produce you literally every minute. You're going to get the most random headlines in the world. And welcome to the news world, my friends. Business! All right, Tim Whitman, baby. Hey, man, good morning. God bless you and thank you. And let's have a good day. Get ready for Powell. I get to be quiet again for like 3 hours. So, The Bank of England, they bowed to red-hot inflation, and they stepped up the pace of rate hikes with a greater-than-expected 50 basis point increase. Policymakers said that persistent price gains would require further tightening, and the minutes include nothing to rein in market expectation for rates peaking around 6, a 2-decade high. The pound erased their gains on recession concerns. Turkey raised by 650 basis points to 15% as they seek to restore market confidence. Still, the move fell short of consensus, which was for a jump to 20%, suggesting a more gradual transition. The SNB, Swiss, they lifted the key rate by a quarter point to 1.75 as expected. Brazil, their central bank held their current rate at 13.75 and cut a pledge to resume increases if needed. And then the Norges Bank hiked by 50 basis points to 3.75, outpacing expectations of 25 and sending the krone surging against the euro. Policymakers said that they will most likely raise again in August. So I don't know if you just understood what you heard, but I'll simplify it for you. There's a lot of random countries that are already going crazy, but you had two more so modern developed nations surprised with a 50 basis point rate hike in the last 24 hours, literally in the last like 5 hours. So that's the big deal about it all. I think our futures are holding up very well considering. So we'll see. U.S. futures fell as the hawkish tone from central banks sapped investor spirits. J.P. Morgan's Marko Kolanovic said that U.S. equities are in for a tumultuous second half and reiterated his defensive view. Benchmark treasury yields rose for the first time this week, while the dollar was little changed. Gold fell and Bitcoin held on to their gains. An ex-Goldman banker was convicted of tipping off former Barclays trader who made $280,000 before flipping on his longtime friend. Deutsche Bank CEO Christian Suig said he expects trading results to improve in the second half, citing momentum in fixed income. Ford is getting a $9.2 billion loan from a deep-pocketed U.S. government program designed to finance futuristic energy businesses. It's a watershed moment for Joe Biden's aggressive industrial policy meant to help American manufacturers catch up to China and green tech. Here is the big take. Venture capital is being lured by the hottest opportunity in the secondary market since '08. Cash-strapped founders or investors are under pressure to sell their stakes amid tech job cuts, a tepid IPO market, and rising rates. As of May 31st, that sent shares of startups plummeting to a median discount of 61% compared to valuations at their latest funding rounds, according to Forge Global. So actually, do you guys want me to make a video on this? Do you guys, there's a way you could buy private equity. I was actually just talking about, I was explaining this to Lending Tips, because Lending Tips was, I told him I got an offer to buy a couple of shares of like a big startup, but I don't know if you want a video on buying private startup shares. I mean, I don't know. I've been exploring with some of these little fun fact videos, so you have to watch the last video to let me know, but I don't know. The race to poach freshly minted bankers from Wall Street's biggest firms has finally reached their limits. Private equity shops are looking to fill out their 2024 associate classes. We're forced to do a second round of recruiting this year. Food inflation is at risk of reigniting as crop prices soar amid U.S. drought, the Bloomberg market said. Corn, for example, has spiked 26% from the lows reached just weeks ago, in signs of how rapidly conditions are worsening. A lack of substantial rain soon may force farmers to abandon fields and pressure the hog and poultry industries to downsize. Not to mention the dam. But we don't talk about that. 9:55, Fed Bowman. 10 a.m., Fed Powell appears before Senate Banking Committee. 10 a.m., U.S. May leading index in existing home sales. 10 a.m., Fed Mester. 10:30, ECB de Guindos. 11 a.m., crude oil inventories. 11:30, 70 billion of 4-week bonds and 60 billion of 8-week bills. 1 p.m., 19 billion of 5-year tips. 3 p.m., Argentina GDP. 3 p.m., Mexico rate decision. And 4:30 p.m., Fed Barkin speaks. And then you also have a Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Fran. So be on the lookout for a bunch of headlines on these companies. QA 12 months? Really? That's QE. I remember when you were like first pulling up here. That's amazing. God bless you, bro. Happy anniversary. Happy chat anniversary, baby. Jerome Powell faces another day of testimony, this time with Senate banking, after suggesting officials were on course for 2 more rate hikes this year. Traders in the money markets are betting that the Fed will hike 1 more time in July, then call it quits. Yields on money market funds are closing in on 5%, causing everyday investors to consider the vehicles as more than a place to park cash during bouts of volatility. Schwab's Linda Klingman said. Dan LaRocco of Northern Trust noted that money flowing in seems to be coming out of bank deposits. U.S. data on tap, existing home sales are seen falling 0.7 in May to an annualized 4.2 million. The leading index may have deteriorated to 0.8%. House Republicans voted to formally rebuke Adam Schiff for alleged misrepresentations in investigations he led into Donald Trump, which culminated into the ex-president's first impeachment. Former Texas Congressman Will Hurd, an ex-CIA officer who's a critic of Donald Trump, announced 2024 GOP presidential bid. Russia may halt natural gas transport through Ukraine to Europe next year as the governments are unlikely to renew a contract. Emmanuel Macron urged investors to boost climate funding for the most vulnerable nations at a Paris summit that aims to build support for an overhaul of global lending architecture. The price of Swiss flats is up 40%. That could be explained by fundamental factors, meaning the pricing now tops pre-pandemic levels. The SMB warned its annual financial stability report. Remember, I was just telling you there's weird shit going on with Swiss real estate. Okay, I told you 2 weeks ago, Chad. That's it. And now the SMB's like, yo, man, our condos are up 40%. We don't usually do this as Switzerland people. It's crazy. The Philippine Central Bank, they kept their benchmark interest rate at 6.2, matching estimates of inflation continuing to decelerate and pressure on the peso eased. They lowered their 2023 inflation forecast to 5.4 from 5.5. Indonesia also held their rate at 5.7 to head off pressure of the rupiah. Xi Jinping called for better safety supervision after a gas explosion at a restaurant in northwestern China killed 31 people on the eve of a long holiday. Thailand plans to tighten listing rules as major accounting scandal, debt defaults, and unexplained share gyrations shake investors. U.S. pig farmers are losing so much money that some may start selling corn normally used as feed. It's a sign that producers will take steps to shrink their herds, with growers losing much as $80 a head, according to Smithfield Foods. This glut may take effect until at least the end of 2024 to normalize. U.S. gasoline stockpiles surged for a third week, climbing to 2.9 million barrels. The API said to have reported that would be the biggest jump in more than 4 months if confirmed. Total crude inventories fell 1.2 million barrels, while those at Cushing edged higher. OPEC cuts means that the global oil market will be tight in the second half, even if China continues to show sluggish economy, IEA Director Faith Barral said. And then Brent oil fell from its highest close in 4 weeks, while most precious metals slipped, and copper reversed earlier losses on the LME. UBS may see $150 billion decline in their wealth management client assets after the Credit Suisse acquisition, JP Morgan says. NASDAQ launched a $5 bond sale to help fund their acquisition of Adenza. The exchange earlier kicked off at least 500 million euro sale of a euro benchmark, person familiar said. Intelsat and SES ended talks on a merger that would have created a $10 billion satellite giant. A minority partner in the company that owns Toronto Maple Leafs is about to sell their shares in a deal valuing the sports company at over $8 billion. Damn. Bro, why is hockey worth more than Manchester United? It's impressive, hockey. Good for you guys. Good for you. Boeing's biggest supplier, Spirit AeroSystems, halted production after union workers rejected a contract and voted to strike. Both company shares fell. Baiju's appointed BDO to replace Deloitte Haskins as their statutory auditors. Ford is in advanced talks with a potential investor, including BYD, to sell their car plant in Germany. A deal may secure 2,500 jobs at the Saar-Lewis site. Elliott is seeking to oust NRG CEO Mauricio Gutierrez and top executives, the Wall Street Journal reported. Any pullback in AI-related stocks is a reason to buy, as valuations aren't overly expensive even after stunning gains, said Barclays. They expect an expanding AI economy to help primary beneficiaries grow into their valuations over the long term. Wow, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? See, and then you guys see that? Are you seeing the ticker? So look at it. That's an analyst right there. See, but then it's gone. I don't know if you see it, but Bank of America, they just started this Europe company. So again, it's global too, mother effers. So I don't know. I was taking a look over. And then Barclays is now saying keep buying AI and let it grow into its valuation. Amazing. A search vessel reached the seafloor near the wreck of the Titanic and began looking for a missing submersible in an increasingly desperate effort to rescue the five-man crew. It's not clear whether there's enough time to retrieve Titan, even if it was found immediately before its air supplies deplete entirely. The White House will serve as a candlelit vegetarian feast for some 400 guests today invited at the state dinner honoring India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The menu includes a course of Malay and stuffed mushrooms. For Chef Nancy Curtis, it's a pinnacle moment of her career. The Best Picture Oscar is going to require a bit more work and a major change in rules. The Academy will require contenders to play in more theaters and for far more time if they want to be nominated. The change begins with films released in 2024. A cage match between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg is in the works if their social media posts are be believed. A back and forth between the pair saw the Las Vegas UFC Octagon propose a venue. Let's see whose workout regime pays off the most. Yo, that's crazy. That's actually nuts. Elon versus Zuckerberg? I don't know who would win. I'm sorry, I don't know who would win. Now that I think about it, because Zuckerberg's a trained lizard, and then Elon, I mean, that just is Elon. Like, I don't know, like, Elon, I feel like Elon would be like, why are we fighting? Let's save humanity. I don't know. Something about Elon, I just don't. But then again, I feel like Mark Zuckerberg would just try to eat you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. I don't even see, Mark Zuckerberg don't even look at it as a fight. He looks at it as a feast. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I feel like Elon would be like, no, sir, this world peace. Why are you doing that? And then he'd make some like nerdy AI joke and like, we're like, what are you? Are you Saitama or something? I don't want to fight. And then, okay, I'm just roasting the shit out of both of them. All right, I love you guys. God bless you guys. You guys have $1 billion. It's okay. You'll get over it. But Chattadonia, that's the news. We still got a little bit of time. I got some pre-market movers for you. Let's see what we got. So Accenture, ACN, they dropped 4.4 after the IT service company reported third quarter results and gave an outlook that the company sees full year growth between 8 and 9 compared to a viewpoint of 8 and 10. ALVR falls 24% after the biotech company said that they plan to offer 75 million of shares in a public offering. Oh, we saw that one drop yesterday randomly. Avid Biosciences, CDMO, falls 18 after the biotech company provided a forecast for 2024 revenue that missed average analyst estimate. Boeing dips 3% while Spirit AeroSystems, SPR, plunges 7.9. Spirit Aero suspended production after union voters voted to strike in a surprise development that risked disrupting plane makers' plan to hike output and their cash flow of the 737 MAX. Darden DRI falls 3.3 after the restaurant chain operator reported mixed quarterly comparable sales, including a beat for Longhorn, a slight miss for Olive Garden, an unexpected decline in fine dining segment. DRI's year-end adjusted EPS forecast may disappoint, with the midpoint of 8.7 falling short of consensus. DigitalOcean, DOCN, drops 5.8 after Piper Sandler downgraded the technology company and cloud service provider to underweight from neutral. Talaris, TALS, they surge as much as 36% after the company said they're entering into a merger with Tourmaline Bio. Holders are expected to receive about $3.43 a share, including a cash dividend of up to $64 million. I think that's total. I don't think you're going to get $64 million dividend per share, but maybe. Not really. Tesla shares fall 3.4 pre-market, and they're looking to extend losses in a second session as Morgan Stanley downgrades the automaker to equal weight from overweight, saying that expectations on how much the company will benefit from AI has brought the stock to fair valuation. Not bad. That'd be a crazy. Yeah, it says 63 million dividend, but I think that's spread out. I think it's really spread out. You know, we'll see. We'll see. But Chattadonia, It's game time. We still got a lot of time. We got a couple of things. I haven't even checked yet if the post made it from last night. We're going to see. But I got a couple of things, and then we're going to get into the play. And then that's it. It's game time, baby. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back.
Your story. The FDI data into India this year has actually cooled, by the way. It fell over the first quarter. And at the same time, you aren't necessarily seeing dramatic shifts of outflows from or changes in the FDI story in China either. So, yes, it's emerging as this potential alternative. People are talking about India in a way they haven't for a while. But I would just say that the China story hasn't completely gone away yet either.
How much, though, is this really highlighting the closeness of India to the U.S., even if they haven't been particularly vocal with respect to the Russia-Ukraine war or with what's going on with China and the increasing antagonism between the U.S. and China?
Well, the U.S. has clearly been pushing for this relationship to get on more solid ground over the past few years. We've had the new Indo-Pacific term getting rolled out. We, of course, have had the Quad getting rolled out, bringing together Australia, Japan, India and the US. Now you have this meeting, the state visit, lots of expectations around some commercial deals, some military cooperation expected as well. But at the same time, Lisa, India does take its own path in foreign policy. Like you mentioned, it hasn't gone down the road that many Western nations have when it comes to the stance taken on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for example. There still are significant differences in that front. So India follows its own path, but there's no doubt that the US is trying to leverage it as an ally in that important part of the world, and of course as a counterweight to China's influence in the region too.
And Karan, thank you so much. As we do await for a joint press conference later in the day, Alessio DeLongis and Megan Robson still with us. And Alessio, I'd love to get your sense and how much you're watching some of the the geographic changes in alliances as you shift into figuring out how to veer into the developing world and the assets that you like best.
Well, India raises it's a very interesting topic because it's one of those countries or regions, really, given its size, that plays, as of today, a much larger role geopolitically than it does in global financial markets as of yet. It's both economically and financially, it's an economy that, compared to China, compared to definitely the rest of Asia, has much more of a closed economy with less reverberation, less impact on the global economy, despite the size of its GDP. Its exports and imports as percent of GDP, one of the lowest in the emerging world, and similarly, on the capital account side, they're very close. So it's an economy that offers great potential for migration upward in its integration in global capital markets. And I think the emerging markets universe actually needs more of that presence, more diversification away from the pure manufacturing play.
I don't know. I like listening to him. So Chatadonia posted again. I was having some issues. I need to start every time I got to start recording it. But let's see if you guys posted any news. I gave you guys the task and the duty. I still put out a poll in a PHILO just in case. We're going to talk about Pascal's wager today. I have an interesting thought experiment for you. But then I asked, how would you best define Jerome Powell? Your options were Warlock, Wizard, Tom Brady, and Dad. There's a lot of good comments on there that we saw. So let's see what the chat has. Root shares for buyout. He's like every dad, reacting to data to migrate the path of least resistance in order to maintain some semblance of peace. Deceptive but magical. Comes and goes when he pleases. One may never understand his way but himself. We are just his chess pieces. The Warlock, he definitely achieved celebrity status and elevated his role. Our next chair could be an actual celebrity, like honored. Quickly get to the bonds. 2021, he was Tom Brady. Now he's Dad. Prayers to the sub. Powell's an abusive stepfather. J. Powell's Brady. Believing in something better than believing in nothing. Pascal's reason is the reason I act as if God exists. Believe in nothing for years. It was the emptiest, loneliest time of my life. I'd rather take the best of something, the bet of something, and watching rather than regretting it in the afterlife. I have a crazy, we're going to talk about it. It's crazy. Been in and out during work. Here, the 2023 trend is up after Powell. Warlock, red shoes and all. Powell's the gatekeeper. Adam Schiff was censured. Selling Tesla and art calls. Tom Brady. He's like Dad with drug-addicted children. Tough spot. Wow. Amen. Low key. I'll take it. Dang. So, Chad, we only have a minute. Poster plays. What do we got, baby? Chatadonia. What's the first thing you got? What's the first thing you got? Post it below. Chatadonia, let's go. Literally, we have 1 minute. You better get every play out there right now. Let's go. First play of the day. Boeing AMD. doing nothing, SPY puts, Mulan swing trade, Boeing, AMD, Soxel calls, RKT, Tesla put, margin calls, sticking with my puts, GM lads, Target calls, SPY put, SPY, Apple, Tesla, Lucid calls, SOXS, do nothing, Josh, look at AGLE, SPY, 430, 0 day, short Cody, puts on Boeing, nothing, closing Mara, AMD, SPY put, sitting on my hands, Cody long, Mara, Riot, Google put, US 30, Tesla put, Meta put, long wheat, CGC puts for earnings, BA, Root, SQQ put, AMD, 108, Google calls, PlaySense, Watson price action, QQQ, Root puts, Manu calls, buy UGI, refinancing my home to buy Bitcoin, Palantir calls, staying nimble, damn, where is Tweaker, Kids, Lucid, CCL, VIX sizzling, up 175 from the day before, Nvidia calls to 427, Coin calls, NOC, move 401, screaming 10%, baby, selling one day, Nvidia's outlet, clean spark calls, too many puts, dang, too many puts, that's how they doing that, that's crazy, TGT long until July, adding to the long-term, Micron call, XI, calls on Chattadonia, holding my SPY calls from yesterday, Dogecoin, and the final play is watching Google from Mr. Jesus Moreno, baby. Let's go. Oh, man. Chattadonia. It's game time. I thought we had more time. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for doing what you do. And I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. And that is the veterans of the United States of America. So shout out to all of you. God bless you and thank you. And thank you to anybody else out there helping out their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, garbage men, the nonprofit people, the coaches, anybody giving back and helping out their community. Keep it up. I hope you know you're appreciated as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Let's go. Let's go. It's game. I'm really drunk. Yeah, bro. You know why? You know what happened? So, like, yesterday after sitting there for 4 hours just listening to a PBS call with Jerome Powell, I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do. It's going to be such a party today listening to a C-SPAN television that I'm going to get hammered at 5 in the morning, bro. You got me, Trav. You got me. Oh, no. It's just the energy. We got a minute and a half left, Chad. I hope you're ready for it. Again, I hope I'm waking you up by now. We're going to get like 30 minutes to have. So there's Charlie. I missed you, Charlie. Okay, he's safe. Charlie's safe. I love it. But yeah, so we're going to get like 30 minutes to party here. We're going to get a couple of these updates. Again, the biggest news here is probably UK and the central banks. But then after that, it's going to be Powell, and unfortunately, you may want to drink if it gets too boring there, but I do think he'll get asked better questions, but the attitude of Powell is all about saying nothing as of lately, so we'll see. We will see. For real, we got 30 minutes, and then I'm going to be quiet. I mean, I'll interrupt here and there with my jokes. People get mad sometimes, and then you'll probably hear me at like 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Pacific time is probably when it will end, so it's good. I think we'll be straight, though. And then, yeah, how is it so far? Has anybody been trying to keep up with the news scanner? Have you been overwhelmed yet? That's the only thing. Again, that's what it is. So if you guys don't, I have a bigger one of these on my other screen. And like a lot of times when we get news quickly, if you guys aren't posting it, like if we are able to spot it fast, it's usually because we just pick it up through the scanner. So I don't know if it's been helping you guys out, but we got 15 seconds. Chattadonia, hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Call out any place, and let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Leave the Twitch unmuted. Maybe we should have an uncensored round 1 fight. All right, we're off. Again, Ford had that deal there with the battery plants. Tesla got a big downgrade. I have not looked at financials yet, nor do I know how the industry mix is. And again, I'd watch out for anything related to the Europe stuff and then Euro close, but we're going to be getting Powell before all that. Utilities number 1 right now, and staples and healthcare. So tech is one of the, it's in the middle right now. Worst on the days. This is everything's bouncing around right now. So let's see. But again, watch for some of those rotational elements. Nvidia's on the high, but Nvidia's still on the red. AI's going up right now. Again, they're still red, but they're on the high ticker. Microsoft is green. Amazon is green. Says Nasdaq's down 0.3 right now. Carvana's on the high. Micron as well, too. Regional's doing it again. Yeah, they're down 0.8. And then XLF's down 1/4. Again, staples, utilities, healthcare, only thing green right now. So it does have a lot of the elements of that rotation. Damn, Tesla's still down 3. So that downgrade was big. SPY, that's another gap down? No shit. So we've gapped down every single morning this week so far. It's only been 3 days. Yeah, that's it. So you haven't filled any gap last 3 days. We've literally gapped now below 43.58. So this is a big level. Check Root. Again, Root has some upside. Again, it has until like $19, but like I said, that's 30%. So I think it could go up to like $16 and then you're capped out. After that, if the share price is 19, it might trade near there, but keep that in mind. Hopefully you watched yesterday's video. Disney on the high. Still below 80. Is that 86 or 88? That's still 88. Lyft is on the high too. Don't forget about Uber. Boeing. Oh yeah, Spirit AeroSystems and Boeing. Again, Boeing's down 5 right now. SPR is down 10. That's on the strike news. AMD's on the high now. They're in the green. Zillow. Damn, Zillow's going up. Redfin's popping back up here too. Oil down 3. We have big EIA numbers. China Premier said I'm meeting with French counterpart. Where was that other one? I don't know if you got the other. Again, iBio CEO sold right there. And then there's another one. There's one more I missed. Apple fat, RKT, IWM dying. Tesla on the high. XLE is dying. AMD though too. Microsoft, you're still getting your tech runners. And remember Overstock? Remember, didn't they have a weird pop yesterday? Why is Overstock up another 8%? Tesla, Netflix on the run. Netflix is going up. Again, Disney's now in the green. Coin is going. Overstock had something yesterday. Remember that? And then it's still continuing. Usually it'll sell off by now. So that one's interesting. Nvidia, NASDAQ falls 0.2. Dow Jones falls after jobless claims and Powell's speech. Coinbase just flipped. Watch MSTR too. I mean, again, if you guys saw what's it called yesterday, Bitcoin was insane. Overstock to get Bed Bath & Beyond digital assets. That's from CNBC in the morning. So damn. So we flipped it from here. You got like $2 or $3, but that is good for them. I don't think they're buying the whole company. They're just going to take the certain assets, the digital ones. They spent $20 million for an email list. Apple big pop, DraftKings popping. Again, TLT's climbing. Apple is on the high. Apple's up 0.3. PDCO. Root is on the low. PG popping. Yeah, watch for any of those. Again, that rotational element. Tabuli. Damn, they're up 6% too. And then Root, we'll see if Root goes down to $10, I'll buy it. But again, like I said, I think you got a couple dollars there. It's still holding up. J&J, Kenvue on the high as well. Again, you guys said Procter & Gamble, but so is, again, Apple. It's kind of interesting what's all going up here. Amazon's up 0.8 now. Meta. Marvel's on the high too. Let me see. That thing sucks. Your news is blocking the bottom left. Well, yeah, this is just the 10-year. I mean, it's blocking it, but you should just kind of assume all you need to see is like right here to see if it's hitting a high or low, if that makes sense. So right now bonds are towards the high of the day, and then if you could take note here if it's red or not. But let me see. I have an idea. Okay, to expense. JD is dropping now. Where's Baba? Google's on the high. Baba, JD are both down. Damn, they're all getting clobbered. Today, bro, market will rally 500. We'll see. I mean, Jerome Powell, it's either he causes a big move up or down, or we get a lot of what he gave us yesterday. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that? And then LCFY resumed trading. Then ACN still down. Not getting a headline, but you're popping up here. And then again, Overstock rises on 21 million deal for some Bed Bath & Beyond assets. Baidu. Uber's on the high again. So is Apple. So again, you're getting a lot of push and pull once again, just like the other days. Apple 185. Meta's even starting to pop again. Google was leading. So you still have some tech is green, some is red. Amazon's 1.5% right now. And then Google's still in the red, but they're on the high. Airbnb is coming down. And then Uber, they're still red, even though they're on the high ticker. Meta is still going. I own Q as well. And then Pac W, I haven't looked at the regionals. Palo Alto Networks. Damn, they're still going up. So again, they sold off the other day after making the S&P edition pop. Damn, they're still, again, they're $20 or $40 above the 200. Why wouldn't you buy Root here? The only issue with Root would be the time you have to wait. That's all. So, like, you have a little bit of upside there. Again, there's like $6 assuming the buyout, but it depends on when that deal goes through, how much it's going to take, all that good stuff. Crude dumping. It's weird. XLE's down like 1, but I think everything's there. LCFY paused the volatility. Yeah, crude is down 3. So crude is still dying. Again, it's about to go below 70 right there. Again, China names are still on the low. But yeah, XLE is down 1.3, so they could drop even more. All things considered. Root has had buyout news before. Oh, really? Interesting. I'm still into the Lucid, yeah. Let's see. I'm looking at another play. I'm looking at some of the chip makers, but we might have to wait. Again, some are going up. Marvel up and down at the same time. Micron going up. So is Qualcomm. Actually, Qualcomm chilled out after the first candles. Lucid's dumping. Yeah, they're down too. I'm going to make an average on that in a little bit, but we'll wait. Again, that was the secondary growth level play. That was if people started to get hype, even related to the pause. So I think it kind of makes sense with the hawkishness lately, but give that one a little bit of time. Enphase straight down. Amazon again. So Enphase is down 3.8. Dude, Enphase is getting murdered, actually. I think that's the second day in a row of like 3 or 4% plus. Baba's trying to bounce. Google is now breaking out there. Google's about to go green. SPY right where we opened up. Bonds climbed a little bit, but they've been red on the day. NASDAQ, Russell, SPY, Dow, they're all red. Tesla's on the high. So is Microsoft. FedEx is soaring. Yeah, I think they're at the earnings level. Yeah, they're back. This is where we were looking at it yesterday. So keep in mind, that was like 2% down. This is like 7% from earnings, I believe. So this is just they're all in their earnings window. I'd watch out. Tesla keeps going. Tesla's printing on the high ticker now. Dang, Tesla. My stream. Refresh. If you're having any problems. Usually. Lower the video quality. That'll help too. Press relief. Failing global debt system costs lives. And then there's, I don't know if you see it, but Enphase cut to negative from mixed by OTR Global. But that could be old. Or it could be a reiteration. A Meta and BREA on the high. Oh, what the hell is this? Berea Holdings? This thing looks trippy. Banks are on the low. Yeah, XLF is down 0.7. Regional's down 1.8. Our real estate stocks clapped. Yeah, even MPW back to 870. Yeah, Microsoft again. Microsoft, Tesla, it's all big tech. So remember, yesterday, halfway through in the morning, you just started watching the value names run up, and then we sold off everything else. Today, you're watching tech get the bid here now, and then the only thing holding up is the it's all of the what's it called, the tech place, or what's holding up is the what everyone rotated into yesterday. So we'll see. It's either people are going to give up value and go to growth, or we see the rotation come back. And then we got Powell in like 17 minutes. Microsoft, Rippy. Yeah, Visa is going up there with PayPal and Square. Visa just went down to up, but PayPal's even down. Again, a lot of bigger drops, though. So even Square's down 2.8. Apple's still going into the high. Again, Microsoft is now green. Apple was already green. Google is about to flip green. I think Meta is the only one in the red. And then Netflix. And then Nvidia. Nvidia was green, though. Or Nvidia was red. About your audio. So, yeah, you gotta refresh it. Again, usually it's like everybody will lag, but if you're getting audio issues, lower the quality and refresh, and you'll be straight. You could type it in the chat for them, because again, I guess I'm talking to them and then they can't hear me. I'm like, yo, if you can't hear me, let me tell you what to do. No, I sold the Tesla shares. I had a couple of sets recently. I made like $3,000 off the latest set, and then I left like $5,000 on the table. And Calanese cut to neutral from buy at Bank of America. Celanese, Calanese. So SPY candle, Tesla, all the big caps, and then a couple of the chip makers, some more than others, like Qualcomm and Micron and Intel. They're moving more than Nvidia and AMD for now. AI dump, yeah, down to 30. Still, 37's high for them. Roblo, remember they had that 8% sell-off yesterday. You grab 5 Starbucks calls. They're down here a little bit. Let's check some other staples. Walmart's up. Walmart's actually getting a candle now. Even McDonald's is down 0.78 too. Boeing's on the high now. So Boeing's already recovered another like 2%. SPR is still down like 10, 11. McRib on the high. Gold is moving up, and then another uptick on bonds, still down a quarter, and then everything else is still red on the day. By a quarter, NASDAQ's closest to going green after that little move. Powell is coming on in 15 minutes. So, and then I don't think we got his statement for today. It's probably going to be the exact same statement as last time. So that'll be fun. Amazon was really like, they were the first one to go green, and then they were running. Man, Amazon's still holding. Baba, nice bounce. We were looking at it, but Baba's still been moving a lot. Marvel came back up. Again, like, look at Micron, Intel, the Qualcomm, and then compare it to like Nvidia and AMD. They're all kind of doing things. Microsoft again, 0.9. Uber's on the high now too. Hibbs. There's Nvidia one more time. That's actually the first time Nvidia has gone on. All the other chip makers were leading Nvidia. VNQ getting clapped. Yeah, down 1 point. I think it's the worst. Actually, no. Real estate's or energy's down just as much as real estate. So it's matched up, but they are getting murdered. But then again, I think it makes sense. Today was very hawkish around the world. So I was saying it in the morning when we were going over the news. Like, surprisingly, our markets are being pretty bad. But I mean, if we're looking at today, depending on how it ends up, if we start to watch these defensive sell off, this could be a response to interest rates. This could be, even though our bonds are catching a bid now, they gap down, but essentially, if every other country starts raising by half a basis point and being hawkish, that may disturb things that are linked to fixed income more or less. So again, commodities, bonds, it would kind of make sense, but I think it's only been a couple of hours. So either way, though, there's a lot of pressure today. It's affecting other things, and when I say a lot of pressure, I don't think it's like affecting the stock market, but you definitely had some serious federal or central bank developments overnight in terms of hawkishness and some of those implications. Roblo trying to go green. I mean, honestly, Microsoft is just fascinating. Amazon's doing round 2 now. Amazon's up 2.2. That's actually huge. Amazon leads. FedEx popper. Fed, Mester, and Bowman are on the economy. Oh, shit. So, literally, I guess, I don't know if any of them, I think Bowman might be a voter. But then you have Fed, Mester, and Bowman here in a little bit. Meta about to go green. Apple is soaring. I think Amazon and Microsoft are just straight up. But Apple looks good. It's only like 0.6. It just seems slower, but then again, it's Apple. Financials tanking because of interest rates worldwide. I think it's fair to assume that there's a small reaction towards that today. So I don't know if that's the full cause and the full scope of it, but I think you could reasonably assume that financials or anything linked to interest rates would probably have a little bit of choppiness or volatility today as a result of 2 surprise 50 basis point rate hikes in other parts of the world. Oracle moving up. They were leading yesterday. I remember very vividly into the reds. Oracle was going up. Intel popping back up. Expedia, Amazon, Uber. So Expedia is up, and then Expedia is up 1.6. Airbnb is down. Actually, Airbnb is climbing again. But that makes sense. I guess Airbnb is right next to the level. Oracle. Yeah, Oracle's been running. SPY hitting another high. Again, we gapped down again today. That's the crazy part. It's the third day of gap downs. On the third day of gap downs, my power gave to me 1 set of rate hikes, 2 ECB surprises. No? Okay. Yeah, you're back to the level here. Here's 43.58. You just went up to 43.60 for a little bit. We'll see if this ends up holding. But remember, yesterday, gap down, get to the level, and then kind of do your little dance here. So if you can recover from here, it'll be nice. But if not, if we do the dancing queen here, it could get a little boring or frustrating, depending on how you want to look at it. Home sales in 10 minutes. Yeah, 4.2. It's actually surprisingly, it's expected to be lower. So if that comes in hot, man, that's it. I'm gonna throw my graduation cap for real estate. This is insane. But existing home sales expected to come in at 4.25. That's a 0.7% drop, negative month over month. And then existing homes or leading index should also come in at 0.8 negative too. Why do we care about Euro CPI? It's been higher. Well, that was yesterday, right? And you're totally right. You know, like there's some links to other countries' inflation and how we react. But like yesterday was about the inflation, but today you literally had another central bank, the ECB, or not the ECB, excuse me, the Bank of England. They raised by 50 basis points. So not only is it another central bank in another country, you know, their CPI is one thing, but now their central bank is doing this whole pause, pivot, or still remaining aggressive in this environment. And they're doing that whole game. But then on top of it, it's like, wait a minute, why did they just go by 50? That's the second part of today that is honestly, you could take it with a grain of salt, but it's kind of like the boogeyman. Just you better hope that doesn't jump the pond and come over here. And what I mean by that is simply, why in the world did they just surprise their whole entire market by adding an additional rate hike? So that's pretty crazy to think about, that they were, even if the ECB or the Bank of England, they were expected to raise rates and people would have been like, okay, that makes sense, right? You guys are doing all of this, but they raised by double that was even priced in by the market. So the logic is simple. If that attitude hits the United States, if it becomes a leading precursor, we're fucked. That's why people could get hawkish. But it could also just be what's going on over there. If it never materializes, we will totally ignore the UK and everybody else. I could definitely get behind that. Google. Meta's on the high. Yeah, they're doing the Volcker. We just haven't done it yet. But 100%. Great comment. Turkey raised, and so in Brazil said they would do cuts, but the thing about like Turkey and Brazil, their interest rates are already like 10 and 15%, so they don't matter in the sense of like we're looking at the highly developed. We're trying to get as close to the U.S. as possible in terms of how things are, but you know, Turkey and Brazil, those are kind of just they're already far gone in terms of the whole rate thing. Volcker is the Federal Reserve chair from the 70s and 80s who raised interest rates to 18% to bring down the first set of inflation. So he raised interest rates really, really fast and aggressively, and he would raise rates, then pause, then raise, then pause. So he was traditionally known as the most hawkish Fed chair ever. And we talk about him in context of today's inflation and rate rises, especially as it relates to Powell. I almost called it Biden. Biogen. Yeah, Biden. Right. Yeah. Trade health resumed, meds and LCFY. What is this thing? Volcker rose and pause and then rose again. You buy back into MPW when it shows 7. Otherwise, you chill. So if you see a 7 handle, it goes to 7.99. I'm a buyer. Otherwise, just be patient. Don't get too emotional. I'm looking to buy an existing new build. 135 days, putting 20% down. I would like to get a monthly payment lower. Do you think the point buybacks are the best way? It is, but just it depends on the duration. So that's it. Again, people get, it's funny because, like, you know, when I tell you things about like the cars, the car dealer people get mad at me. I'll tell you this about about the paying down of mortgages, the mortgage people get mad at me. Just make sure you look at the duration. Not all mortgage pay downs are forever. And that's the thing I've warned a lot of buyers about, because I like the mortgage pay down, but it's not made. Just make sure it's permanent, or at least it's for the whole duration of your loan. So if it's not, then I don't think it's worth it to lower your payment for 2 years, 3 years, and then it jumps back up. Although I do think you'll be able to refinance lower in that time frame. I don't think those deals are worth it, factoring in closing costs and all of that. So if you want to lower your payment, your best way to do it would be to pay down the mortgage, or to do that on a more longer term deal. Pay it down, but make sure it's for the duration. They offered 3-2-1, but I wanted to set it in stone and be done. Yeah, I would do that. So if you're not I don't do a 3-2-1. Don't even do a 5-1. Unless you want it. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Realistically, if you do a 5-1, or if you do anything that adjusts in 5 years from now, your rates will be lower. You see what I'm saying? Again, I don't know how many of you were on the real estate call literally in October when interest rates were 7.25, and I told you that would probably be the peak. We were on a call with all the real estate agents, and they said clients were asking them about rates, and I just said, I was like, you know, it's probably going to peak out from here. I said maybe it goes up a little higher from 7.5, and ever since then it did peak. It did not, you know, we're actually kind of near it right now. It took us another 12 months, but even with the Fed potentially pausing even 1 or 2 more rate hikes, it shouldn't go up too much. So I do believe rates have kind of peaked for the most part, meaning that if you did do a 5-1, you should be able to get a lower interest rate. But overall, I'm not a fan of buybacks or buy downs on the mortgages unless you could get it at like a big duration. Otherwise, it's just a temporary band-aid on that monthly payment and interest rate. You watched the lease hack vid, def interested, been looking for a couple months now. Let's go. I'm going to go through. I'm going to try to find you guys some cars because you guys posted it. So let me know if you guys have anything. I'm going to try to find you some. And then wait till July 4th. There'll be a bunch of car deals. And then SPY is hitting break even now. Amazon's on the high. Again, we have FedEx up there. A lot of your big tech going crazy. Tech is number 2 now on the day. They went red to green. Healthcare is number 1. Staples, discretionary, and communications in the green. So it's kind of like rotations. Some rotation is up, but a lot of the things you rotated into yesterday sold off. So we're kind of unwinding yesterday, but a little bit. Honda Pilot or Toyota Highlander near Chicago. I'll jump on it. What's the budget? What's the monthly payment you want to try to get? And that's the next thing, too. You could get any monthly payment you want. It's just a matter of how you want to structure the deal. And look, I sound like I fucking work for the dealer, dog. That's the crazy part. I don't even work for the dealer. I'm just a local online Chad helping another local online Chad out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. That Prius go in. Hey, happy holidays. The dealer owes you some promo. They probably do, but again, that's why I don't like making videos on how to buy stuff, because I'm not trying to promote to spend money. You know, so like I should be getting a commission. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like For real, I hope you guys scam them and get money. When I say scam, I just hope you get a good deal. Existing home sales, again, look at that. You guys should be getting it on the wire right when it could just fly. It flies right by. All the data just dropped right in front of you too if you're on screen. But 4.3 million, estimate was 4.2. It was a gain of 0.2 month on month as opposed to a decline of 0.7. And leading index came in slightly better. Honestly, the data was nothing there. It was a slight gain, but that's it. Powell should be coming on here very shortly. Dude, they got this. Dude, this crotch cam shit is getting weird now. Because I thought this was a one-day thing. It's not. Oh, wait till I turn on the video. You guys are going to be mortified. Like, what are you guys doing here? This is the House, huh? Or no, this is the Senate. Show some class, Senate. Jeez. These guys are disgusting. Oh, there you go. They moved right when I turned it on, they all just start, bro. It was like 4 crotch cams in a row. I was like, show some class. There you go. They flipped it. Thank God. Oh, yeah, we're doing this. So how are we going to do this? Is it weird if I put Powell here? Or I could cover up the news thing if you want in traditional, or if you want news scanner and Powell. It's kind of stacked, though. Is that weird? I don't know. You just can't see the full volume. I mean, you could see the recent volume, and then this is like literally you could see bonds going lower high. So I don't know. Is that good? Cover up the low ticker? Oh, that's blasphemy. We don't. Have you ever covered up a high low ticker in this chat before? Do you know what happens? Here, I'll show. Here, just watch, bro. They'll freak this fuck out. They won't know what to. They'll lose their shit. If I put, dude, you know what I do? They'll lose their shit. Are you kidding me? No way. There's not. I don't even want to see what's gonna happen. No, we'll keep it like this. All right, Jad. Well, I'll see you in a couple hours. I might take a poop here and there. I might make a couple of funny comments here and there. I'm going to be here. I don't usually leave. If I leave, I'm no more than 10 steps away. My bathroom is right behind me. That's how I've set things up. So you're good. But just be respectful. And we'll see. Hopefully Powell. Where did Powell go? He never sits down and leaves. And look at his lawyer, bro. Who is somebody find me this guy? Fuck, move out the way. This guy right here. Yo, you see this guy? Chad, this guy right here. Find me his name. Who is he? Because y'all thought Powell runs the world. He runs the world. I don't know who it is, but Powell asked him questions. That's it. I thought Powell was like Kim Jong-un. I thought he didn't poop, and I thought he didn't even ask questions. Nah, he asked questions.
Welcome back, Jerome Powell. Nice to see you. At least twice a year.
This Senate meeting is brought to you by Altria. It is our sponsor of today's meeting.
We need plentiful job
hence the House, the House chair.
We need low
Thank you.
prices.
Okay, I'll be back.
Prices are the current problem, but it's been decades since workers have had all three at once. No matter what goes wrong in the economy, whether it's a financial crisis or bank failures, whether it's supply chain turmoil or energy market disruption, working people always pay the price. Meanwhile, corporations always somehow find a way to increase their profits. They always find a way. Financial crisis, profits go up. Mass unemployment, profits go up. Global pandemic, profits go up. War in Europe, profits go up. Increasing energy costs, profits go up. When supply chains ground to a halt when Putin invaded Ukraine and the economy reopened.
This is the Chad asking me why the market won't go down.
Everywhere all at once. The rest of us
financial crisis, it goes up.
But in many corporate boardrooms,
war, it goes up, Josh. It's up.
For the largest multinational corporations, inflation has
way
been
too
a
early
perfect
for this.
excuse to increase profits by raising prices far beyond the costs of their inputs. The main tool that many in this town look toward to rescue us from inflation, hiking interest rates, can do little to solve that problem. It's little wonder then that when American workers see the high prices at the grocery store, at the pharmacy counter, at the gas pump, along with rising borrowing costs for mortgages and credit cards and car loans, they remain skeptical of government and its willingness to address the challenges people face. Inflation, of
Powell
course, is a
said, "Get my
complex
name
problem.
title right."
The Fed's been fighting it with a blunt tool, and we made progress. Inflation is
Powell's
at the
not
lowest
even
level in
listening.
the last 2 years.
Powell is
giving
thinking
hope
of the
that
Grateful
price
Dead.
of consumer goods will continue to decline. And despite the experts' prediction, job growth remains strong. The country added 339,000 new jobs in May. Ohio's unemployment rate, 3.6%, is the state's lowest in 20 years. Unemployment for black and brown Americans remains near historic lows. Think about what it actually means for workers.
His name is Mark E.
in
Vonderweide.
Alabama and Ohio and North Dakota and Louisiana and Minnesota and
Sounds
South
legit.
Carolina. What that actually means for workers all over the country. It means Americans have more opportunity and choice in their lives, even in places they haven't seen a lot of options in recent years. It means people have the power to demand raises.
He went through the hairline
and
thing
retirement
too, so
security
he's a
and paid
Chad. He
sick
feels
days
us.
and
But yeah, that's him.
control over their schedules. It
He's
means
their
more
counsel.
Americans have the dignity of work that comes.
Bro, that's
with a
his
good
lawyer.
job that can provide for your
Bro,
family.
that was Powell
And look where
literally
that
had to
kind of
ask his
power
lawyer yesterday.
For workers is taking us last month.
That's crazy.
Wage growth outpaced inflation. That's the way it should be. Today's hearing comes at a critical time. Last week, the Fed decided to pause interest rate hikes after 10 consecutive increases and to maintain the rate at its current level. For the many of us who are concerned that further rate hikes could do more
Well,
harm
general
than good,
counsel.
it's welcome news.
So I don't
the
know.
challenge you face,
Do you think
Chair
it's a
Powell,
lawyer or
is
not?
to ensure that workers continue to see higher wages while also continuing to rein in inflation. In previous hearings, you've noted with justifiable pride how careful management of the economy helped millions of workers return to the job market. It's those workers who stand to lose the most if the Fed overdoes its rate hikes, loses sight of the dual mandate, and
Monday
drives the
price target
unemployment rate
raised?
back up.
I
As
don't know
you've
if that's
also
all.
noted, Mr. Chair, increasing interest rates is not the only tool we have to fight inflation. The Fed is not the only one with a role to
What's
play.
Monday.com?
Congress, the administration,
MNDY?
everyone in government and corporate boardrooms must do their part. There's no reason we can't continue coming together to bring prices down. More policymakers are finally recognizing what those of us in Ohio have known for years, that outsourcing the production of pretty much everything may mean higher profits in the short term, but it won't lead to a resilient economy with a strong middle class in the long term. We've taken steps to strengthen our supply chains in hiring and been bringing critical manufacturing back to the U.S., the CHIPS Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law, a number of things. We must continue that progress. Instead of lowering demand, which is just economics textbook jargon for making people poorer, laying off workers, denying raises. Instead of lowering demand, we can produce more, we can build more, we can grow the economy from the middle out. It's also our first semi-annual report from the Fed since the string of bank failures this spring. Those failures were caused by the same issue at the heart of so many of our economic problems. It's the Wall Street business model. Executives lay off workers. They put short-term increases in quarterly profits and their own compensation above everything and everyone else. At Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, those in charge pushed their banks to grow too big, too fast. They made risky bets. They got massive profits. Executives were paying themselves bonuses right up until the moment that at least one of these banks crashed. To most Americans, that's not surprising. People have gotten all too used to big bankers treating the industry more like a game, or maybe more precisely, an endless ATM for themselves, secure in the knowledge they won't pay any real price if things go wrong. Mr. Chairman, as Senator Scott and I teamed up on a 21-2 vote yesterday, those days for bank executives are over. Chair Powell, I look forward to hearing today how the Fed will protect American workers in the fight against inflation and promote an economy with a strong, growing middle class. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair Powell, thanks for joining us today. Such an important time. Your last appearance before this committee was about 4 months ago, just days before the collapse of two banks. And while we continue to investigate those bank failures, it's important to examine the macro factors such as rising interest rates that contributed to the bank failures and the current economic stresses American families face every single day. Looking through the lens, I want to turn to you in your role as Chairman of the Federal Reserve, a role that requires constant scrutiny because the American people deserve nothing less than the best we can offer them, the greatest opportunity to succeed, and the strongest tools to pave their path. Unfortunately, the bank failures earlier this year shook confidence in our financial system. But thankfully, our healthy and well-managed institutions stepped up, and we have been able to weather the storm. However, I've been consistently disappointed in your Deputy Vice Chair of Supervision, Michael Barr. Just yesterday, this committee passed, as Chairman Brown just said, near unanimous legislation to encourage good corporate governance. But not just that. We also wanted to focus on the supervisory failure that was a part of the legislation. Those are not the same actions taken by Michael Barr. I asked him twice when he was here before the committee if he would fire bad bank supervisors for the supervisory neglect that contributed to the epic failures of SVB and Signature. He would not commit to doing anything. And I would ask you in your role as the active executive officer if you would take some action firing those responsible for missing what was glaringly obvious now to all of America, certainly should have been obvious to the supervisors. I said from the beginning that this has been a failure in three parts, the SVB and Signature. It was a failure of the bank execs. The action that we took 21-2 yesterday reinforces Congress is willing to take the lead and hold bank executives accountable. Second failure was a supervisory failure, and that requires the Fed to hold folks accountable just like Congress did. And third, the Biden inflationary economy that has drove prices really high and resulted in 10 rate increases from you all. In the wake of Silicon Valley Bank's downfall, as the vice chair released his report on the failures, we heard directly from you that your role was to announce it, to get briefed on it, but not necessarily to be involved in the work of it. So my question is, as you watch Vice Chair Barr roll out higher capital standards, it seems like your very clear statements is that you will be supporting as well as working to implement Vice Chair Barr's recommendations. But as you know, that the other members of the board, Governor Bowman has recently said that Mr. Barr wrote a report on Silicon Valley Bank's failure that provided his conclusions and went on to state that the report should be used to help guide discussions among policymakers, not necessarily just to rush towards implementation of Vice Chair Barr's recommendations. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that path forward, if in fact your job is to rubber stamp the decisions of Vice Chair Barr, or is your responsibility to take into consideration the Vice Chair's recommendations and then chart a path that seems to be consistent with what is in the best interest of our nation and, frankly, of our financial institutions. I do not believe that increasing significantly the capital standards is in the best interest of small businesses or people looking for loans. The more capital we put on the sidelines, the less capital there is for us to see our financial institutions loaning the money out. I look forward to continuing our discussion during the question and answer time.
Thanks, Mr. Scott. Today we'll hear from the Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, on monetary policy and the state of our economy. Thank you for your public service, Chair Powell, and please present your testimony. Thank you.
Again, it should be the same as yesterday.
Thank you,
Slight
Ranking Member
changes.
Scott and other members of the committee.
But again,
I appreciate the opportunity
it's popping
to
up
present
until
the
he
Federal Reserve's
speaks.
semi-annual
You're doing the
monetary
pre-written
policy
statement,
report.
Pop.
We at the Fed remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve, and without it, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. I'll review the current economic situation and then turn to monetary policy. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, and recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a modest pace. Although growth in consumer spending has picked up this year, activity in the housing sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains very tight. Over the first 5 months of the year, job gains averaged a robust 314,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate moved up, but it remained low in May at 3.7%. There are some signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up in recent months, especially for individuals aged 25 to 54. Nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total personal consumption, or PCE, prices rose 4.4%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, came in at 4.0%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.3%. Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year. Nonetheless, inflation pressures continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. With inflation remaining well above our longer-run goal of 2% and with labor market conditions remaining tight, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We have raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points since early last year, and we've continued to reduce our security holdings at a brisk pace. We've been seeing the effects of our policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. The economy is facing headwinds from tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The extent of these effects remains uncertain. In light of how far we have come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, the FOMC decided last week to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5 to 5.25%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. Nearly all FOMC participants expect that it will be appropriate to raise interest rates somewhat further by the end of the year. But at last week's meeting, considering how far and how fast we've moved, we judged it prudent to hold the target range steady to allow the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, we will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Before concluding, let me briefly address the condition of the banking sector. The U.S. banking system is sound and resilient. As detailed in the box on financial stability in the June monetary policy report,
we ain't got that one in a while.
The Federal Reserve, together with the Treasury Department and the FDIC, took decisive action in March to protect the U.S. economy and to strengthen public confidence in our banking system. The recent bank failures, including the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and the resulting bank stress, have highlighted the importance of ensuring that we have the appropriate rules and supervisory practices for banks of this size. We're committed to addressing these vulnerabilities to make for a stronger and more resilient banking system. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission.
SEC's making
We at the
comments
Fed will
on
do everything we
JP
can
Morgan
to
SEC
achieve our
allegations?
maximum employment and price stability goals.
Something on JP Morgan?
Thank you, Chair Powell. Paul Donovan at UBS has discussed the role that corporate profiteering plays in persistent inflation. While inflation has fallen from 9%, as you know, it has peaked to 4%, prices continue to climb because of supply shortages and corporate profiteering, what we're starting to call greedflation. Given that rising interest rates certainly won't solve greedflation, why maintain interest rates at the current level or even consider, as you suggested, raising them again, given the risk of harming the livelihoods of more than 1.5 million workers and their families?
Mr. Chairman, the committee broadly feels that while monetary policy has gotten to an appropriately restrictive level, if the economy performs about as expected, that it will be appropriate to raise hikes again this year and perhaps twice. A strong majority of the committee feels that it will be appropriate again, assuming that the economy performs as expected 2 times before the end of this year. We've come very far, and the reason why we maintained our rate at the last meeting was to give ourselves more time to stretch out the time for making these decisions. We moved very quickly at the beginning, and we've gradually slowed down. This is just a continuation of that. But we are committed to getting inflation under control, and the strong majority of the committee feels that we're close, but there's a little further to go with rate hikes.
Well, thank you for that answer, but Mr. Chair, what Fed governors call cooling down, regular people where I live call them layoffs. I mean, the question is, why should working families continue to bear the cost of fighting inflation? Why should they lose their jobs so that corporate profits can continue to balloon? Let me move to the next question. Our economy's created 13 million new jobs in the last 2.5 years. Black and Latino workers with the lowest incomes have seen the greatest gains in job opportunity and wage growth. What the Fed considers too hot an economy has given these workers their first leg up in decades, if ever. We know that job losses will hurt those same workers the most. How will higher interest rates and the resulting job losses disproportionately impact Black and Latino and low-income workers?
Well, we have quite an unusual situation in the labor market where we've had persistently much higher demand
so you
for
see
workers.
Remember how I tell you guys sometimes like it's coming across the wire? This is just one of many wires too, by the way. But you're seeing it. Powell, the Newswire picks up Powell's comment.
Declining job
so that one's highlighted in red. It's saying Powell likely appropriate to raise rates 2 more times this year.
They're still very high, but moving into more sustainable levels of increase. So actually there hasn't been a meaningful increase in unemployment. The unemployment rate has bounced around at historically low levels, and that's fine. That would be the perfect way for this to continue to happen. There's no guarantee that will happen. I would just say that it is working families who suffer most directly and quickly from high inflation, and it is for the benefit of those people and all other people that we need to restore 2% inflation in this country on a sustained basis.
And thank you, but in the dual mandate suggests that those workers, that obviously you look out for those jobs and those workers, but we also know that those workers are the first to be laid off. And I would hope that in your next meeting, the Fed recognizes those disparities and gives them real weight as you make decisions that will likely at some point result in more layoffs. Probably my last question. Since you last testified in front of this committee, we've had 3 of the largest bank failures in U.S. history. You explored that a bit at the end of your testimony because the executives at those banks failed at Banking 101. Regulators took swift and decisive actions to protect the banking system and depositors. Thank you for that. That's in stark contrast to regulators' supervisory failures in the years before the 2008 financial crisis. What actions are you taking today to prevent more bank failures and to make sure banks do real risk management and address liquidity and other basic risks? And you may in part want to answer, I mean, he can do it himself, but Ranking Member Scott's comments on Vice Chair Barr and where that takes us. But what do you do to make sure banks do real risk management and address liquidity and other basic risks?
You see Alex Jones spin.
We are committed, and I am personally committed to learning the right
Stop,
lessons
man. I'm trying to read the news and listen.
Silicon Valley Bank and
is that what happens when I make you guys laugh?
And vigorously implementing appropriately. I think there's a clear need to strengthen both supervision and regulation of banks of that size. And I can go into more specifics in the course of the hearing, but I do think we need to learn those lessons, and I think we've started to do that. And it's something, what we saw was an unexpected bank failure overnight led to contagion and threatened the broader banking system, and that's not supposed to happen.
No.
And we're gonna take appropriate measures to reduce the chances that something like that would happen.
Let me follow briefly on that. The Fed plans to propose an overhauls we've talked about to existing bank capital requirements, so we have a more resilient banking sector. Is increasing capital requirements for banks with $100 billion or more in assets to prevent future bank failures. Is that a strategy the Fed plans to, is willing to deploy to promote financial stability?
So we have not come to there hasn't been a final proposal. There's been a proposal that's been circulated, but it's, in my understanding, it's not final, and I know things are still moving around a little bit, so I don't really have a final proposal that I can comment on. I do think that the capital increases that are getting so much notice are really on the larger banks. There may be also some capital increases in the proposal for banks down to $100 billion, but not below that.
And yesterday you said we want to, in particular, the G-SIBs, the 8 largest banks, to have very high levels of capital and liquidity. You stand by that statement?
I did, and I said, of course, we did spend years raising capital and liquidity standards a great deal on those institutions, and I supported all of that. And then I concluded by saying that further increases, if they are proposed, will need to be justified, though, of course, as any change in rule would be.
Senator Scott.
There's even FDIC news on
Chairman, let's stay with the
regional bank
stuff.
Yeah. So what they're talking about, there was just even an update. The FDIC vice chair backs the stricter rules.
Banking system. Pre-financial crisis, capital levels were in the single digits.
iRobot's down on regulator concerns. And then bonds, you can see it here.
My question is, how much
bonds are
is
coming
too
down,
much,
and that's
when is
just a
enough
very
enough?
different
We're going
bond
down
move than
a
market
path
move we're seeing
where
today.
Something happens or something goes wrong, and the only default solution seems to be to raise the capital standards or the capital on the sidelines. And the formulas that I use are real simple formulas. The higher the capital standards, the lower the capital for the private sector, which means fewer loans and less capital for those who are actually creating jobs. And so when we have too much capital on the sidelines,
oh, this is Tim Scott talking.
For actually
Isn't he running for president?
Producing a vibrant economy.
Is this him? I don't know. I don't know what Tim Scott looked like.
Raised it from
I've heard this voice though.
Just a decade ago.
So he's running for president. The guy you're listening to now.
Frankly,
good information.
Are as high as 20% for our G-SIBs.
Good information
is a possible outcome. How much is too much?
I think that's exactly the right question. As you point out, there is a trade-off between making the banks safer, more secure, more resilient. You want them to be very strong, particularly the largest banks, so that they can continue to intermediate and lend money and things like that, continue to function during even stressful situations. But it's with bank capital, it's always going to be a trade-off between the availability and cost of credit and how much safety. And I think that's the question we're going to be addressing and answering as part of this process.
As you continue to work on fighting inflation, which I think is job one, another simple formula for those of us in the real world of business, we hear a lot of celebration around the jobs that are being created and the wage growth, but the way I look at it is wage increase minus inflation has led to less spending power. Do you disagree with that?
No, I think that's right.
Yeah. And so in the end, as we celebrate what seems to be a healthy economy, the truth of the matter is that the average person in our nation,
the guy with the name conservative sodomist, he's like, am I blocked? No, man, you're good, but hopefully you keep it clean during this C-SPAN presentation. Okay?
Seniors on fixed income.
Sorry, I should just. These are the comments I should say only to the Twitch.
Adjust for the 500.
I'm leaving it. I left it unmuted this time for everybody. I'm just sitting. I'm listening. I'm reading my news. I'm watching. So
use for servicing our debt, the less money we have for meeting the needs of the American people. Therefore, printing and spending $4 trillion after COVID was over has led to the inflation that we're seeing, and that, as a result, led to the 10 rate
10?
increases. So how do
10,
you, as
10.
chairman of the Federal Reserve, talk to policymakers about the importance of being responsible from a monetary perspective? I know I've seen and heard your
10,
comments
10,
that that's
10.
not your
He said
lane,
10 at
but
10, 10 at 10.
certainly the actions that we take here impacts, frankly, significantly what you have had to do in order to slow down Biden's absolutely explosive inflation.
Let me start by saying that actually you were talking about real wages a moment ago.
Yes.
Real wages actually did go up at the lower end of the income spectrum, and now they are
Bottom
positive,
quintile.
but they're not as positive as we'd like to see them.
Yes.
So, but to your real question, you know, I would just say this, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. It has been so for a long time. We need to deal with that sooner or later, and sooner is better than later. But that's what I can say, you know, and that's what essentially all of my predecessors have said. We are not charged with supervising fiscal policy in any way. It's just, but as a high-level matter from the standpoint of the economy, that's what I can say.
Well, here's another analogy that works for me as a former football player, a running back. If my line isn't blocking and I keep getting my head hammered,
Natural gas pile
I'm going to say
stockpiles
something to the line. At some point,
rose 95
I think it's
BCF
your
last week.
responsibility to talk about the importance of fiscal responsibility. That to the side, my last thought and question for you is that
I played in the
SVB suffered
NFL
because their
as a former athlete.
bond portfolio
You know these things.
ended up
You know what I'm saying?
carrying water in a negative way.
No, I don't. I never played football.
You have
sir.
a $8 trillion.
Well, you know, once the
balance
blocker,
sheet
you
and
know how it
beyond.
is. You've been in the
Every report that I've
NFL.
read is
I've
that
never been in the NFL.
Your bond portfolio,
No,
our
I
bond
played
portfolio,
Madden.
the Fed, is underwater as well. Can you talk to me about the losses that you're experiencing at the Fed from a
Sure.
bond
So,
perspective?
Remember that the way it works at the Fed is when we buy assets during QE,
Yep.
we pay for them with overnight interest rate reserves. And we've, for many, many years during the QE era, we've earned a spread, and we've been sending money to the Treasury way over $1 trillion since QE started. And so now that rates have gone back up to 5%, that process has reversed. And you know, these are paper losses. They have absolutely no effect on our ability to conduct monetary policy or really on the economy. It's an accounting fact. If we retained capital, then that would be it would look completely different. But we don't. We give all of our profits to the Treasury.
So you were giving profits to the
Same.
Treasury, now you're not. That has an actual
Same.
effect. I mean,
Well, it
if
just
I was getting $10 and now I'm not, there's an effect.
Well, the Treasury then will have to borrow money that it doesn't get or raise taxes. It'll have to get the money to you know,
Correct.
carry out the spending that Congress authorizes. Yeah. But that's not going to really, it's not going to affect interest rates and things like that much.
To me, I have the holistic view of our economy where if, in fact, we have fewer dollars coming in, which requires us to raise taxes, that in the end has a real impact on American taxpayers. But thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Scott, Senator Menendez, New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. After announcing the rate hike pause last week, you said that inflation has not reacted
Let's see
much
if
to the
Powell
Fed's
corrects the
past
pause
hikes.
reference.
And I'll admit I'm a bit puzzled by that statement. The Fed's first rate hike was in March of last year when non-core inflation was at 8.6%. It is now 4%, and core inflation has fallen as well. So that sounds like progress to me, especially when you consider that according to the San Francisco Federal Reserve, it can take more than a year for tax rate hikes to take full effect, which means that so far only 3 of the 10 rate hikes since last year are in full effect. So can you expand a bit more on that statement from last week? What progress do you expect to see that you currently aren't seeing?
Sure. So, of course, you're absolutely right. Headline inflation has come down by essentially half, but that's largely due to energy prices coming down and commodity prices that go into food coming down. And those are not, I won't say that they're not affected at all by monetary policy, but they're principally affected by other things in the economy. You know, the war in Ukraine drove energy prices up
MBGL,
quite a bit, and
MSTRs
also
on the
food
low?
prices. That's not really, those things are not principally a function of monetary policy, although we probably have some effect at the margin. So we look at core inflation, and we look, you know, at how tight the economy is. We are seeing progress, for example, in supply chains getting better. That, again, is not really a function of monetary policy. Really, where monetary policy takes effect is in the service sector, and that's where we haven't seen much progress. But we are seeing progress in other places, as you point out. Inflation broadly is coming down, but as I said in my remarks, we still have a long way to go. Inflation is still running between 4% and 5%.
So do you think that the lag period for rate hikes to affect inflation has lengthened, or are rate hikes as a monetary policy tool becoming less effective?
I don't think they're becoming less effective, but these are real questions. And the thing with lags is, this day and age, financial conditions react before we act. So the markets are already pricing in rate hikes. So that's quicker. But the effect of those financial conditions on the economy still takes time. It works very quickly
the bonds
on
are
housing,
weird.
for example, but less
We got to
so
see if it
on
moves
the
here,
service
but
sector,
there's
which
a
is
big
not
gap
very
between them.
interest-sensitive. So
Or at least
I
bonds
don't
are
think
down as
that
much as the Nasdaq's
has
up.
changed. Others have a different view and different directions they think in which it's changed. There's not a consensus agreement on how long monetary policy takes to affect the economy. So some people think a very long time, some people think right away. So I tend to think let's look at the middle of that, and a year and change is that's not a bad way to look at it. But policy actually started tightening well before that. Before we didn't raise rates until March, but policy had already tightened substantially before the first rate hike in March.
Well, I will say, I know that you have a dual mandate, you know that as well. The last jobs report shows that unemployment is starting to tick upward for women and African Americans. So I hope that the cure is not more consequential than what we're trying to achieve. Recent reports reported that there's almost $1.5 trillion in commercial mortgages that will come due in the next 2 years, many of them held by small and regional lenders. With property values declining and interest rates rising, these mortgages could be serious liabilities for many banks. Do you think that we may see some banks fail as these mortgages come due? And if so, what can we do ahead of time to prevent that scenario?
So we're spending a lot of time on these issues, and we have been for quite some time. And again, I think you put your finger on it. It's really which banks have concentrations, high concentrations of real estate.
There's a which bank?
That is not seen in the large banks.
Oh, Charlie.
It's seen in some of the smaller banks. So we've identified those banks.
Twitch.
And there's a supervisory toolkit where we work with banks
It
to
sounds
try
weird
to
if
help them
the
resolve
YouTube
those
hears those
issues
sound
by,
effects. Okay.
by raising capital or dealing with what's
So
happening.
again,
Of course, what is happening in
it
the
gets
office
highlighted
space
in red. That's
nationally.
telling you
There's an issue with people
some
working from home,
algo
and with just
somewhere
less
is taking
demand.
that to
There's
heart.
a sort of one-time adjustment going on.
But there's two
There are
different
also
ones.
some
We'll
other
explain more,
pockets
but
of
you're getting
commercial
another
real
update
estate
there.
where there's some softness. So we're working with banks to work our way through this. We're very aware and very focused on the problem.
Well, I'm concerned that it's a ticking time bomb. And let me just say that last week you said that commercial real estate
Father
risks are
Edgar.
unlikely to pose a systemic
many
risk
sons.
because the loans are broadly
Chatadonia, mute
spread
your
in mostly
speakers. I
almost
know
all
you're
banks,
listening
but
in now,
how
but
can we ensure
you have
that the
Father
potential
Edgar dropping
losses
in
the
some
commercial
beautiful
real estate
gifts.
don't
Oh,
lead to the
Arna!
draining of assets from smaller and mid-sized banks?
Let's go, baby.
Create further consolidation in the banking sector.
God, I
that
love
brings us
Edgar.
back
I'm
to-
sorry.
don't wanna
I will
be
not
back to
interrupt any other
2008 when
ones,
I was here.
but Edgar
I
just
was
brings
asked
joy to my heart
extraordinary things.
on a very constant and
We
consistent
certainly don't
basis.
wanna be there
Thank you,
either.
my friend and brother.
So
God bless you.
We're being pretty proactive about reaching out to these institutions and trying to help them get through these significant issues. Again, it's not all smaller banks. It's just some of them have high concentrations in real estate, and it's not in the large banks, which of course was where the problem was in 2008 and 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Chairman. Senator Kennedy of Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Chairman, and to your colleagues. Thanks to all of you for giving so much to our country. As you know, our fiscal year, our meaning the federal government's fiscal year, begins October 1. We're in the process of putting together a budget.
I feel like he changed his
we
voice.
pass a budget, we meaning Congress, passes a budget that increases spending by, let's say, 10%. Roughly $650 billion.
Yo, I sound like
The
him.
impact on
Come
inflation.
on.
So if it's it depends on if it
Like,
were
tell me
funded
you can hear it, right?
tax increases or other spending cuts. I guess in your hypothetical, it's not. It's a
He does sound a little different today.
Spending at the margin stimulates the economy.
But just like
At
his
the margin, it's a
mannerism
beta
of how
domino.
he
And what will be the
communicates.
impact on inflation?
It would probably be a small effect on inflation ultimately, but there would be an effect through stimulation of the economy. It would be more demand, which would, just in general, I'm not commenting on.
I know.
I'm sort of commenting on fiscal policy here, but nonetheless, there would be an effect on inflation.
I'm just asking you about basic economics.
So basic
I just
economics,
read a
sir.
piece
No, hold on.
by one of your economists.
I'm a
from
little
the San
tired today
Francisco Fed,
From
Mr.
the San
Shapiro,
Francisco.
who's arguing that
Yeah, he's tired. I feel bad. He's
labor
tired today.
costs have
He's
have
usually
virtually nothing to do with service
too early.
inflation and a negligible is a negligible factor in broader inflation. And I read this stuff from some of your people, and I just wonder what planet they parachuted in from. If Congress passes a budget, in my prior example, that reduces spending by 10%, roughly $650 billion, what impact will that have on inflation?
So that would, you'd have less stimulus for demand, and you'd be cutting programs if you did that, and therefore you'd be slowing the economy down, and the impact would be less demand. Neither of these ideas affects the supply side at all. So less demand would mean less economic activity, less spending, and that would have a negative effect on inflation.
Well, more stimulus by federal spending
I love him.
is inflationary. Is that right?
It has so we've been in this situation where inflation was so stable for
I love how he
25 years, you
questions.
remember, and almost nothing that we did mattered for inflation.
We're coming down here a little bit.
It's called the
Again, I
so-called
guess your
flat Phillips
last
curve, where there
algo
just
headline
wasn't a
was right
connection
here.
between how tight the economy
But I
was
don't
and
think that's why
inflation.
you're going down like that.
That does not appear to be the case right now. I think many people would say that the Phillips curve is now not so flat, and that there is an interaction
So
between.
that's a yes.
I think that's a yes. Yeah, it's this is
And
the
le-
economics.
And less spending by government it means less stimulus, which tends to be disinflationary. Is that fair?
Yes.
That's correct. Correct.
Let me
Okay,
ask
good.
you about
Okay, now.
the Basel III end
Okay,
game.
do
know
you
what I'm
need
talking about?
the Basil? Can you cook without it? I sound more tired today.
There's been some reporting,
There's a reporting.
and of course,
Hold on.
not everybody has to follow. Not every country has to follow. the
Bro, you're
Basel
dumping out of nowhere here, but we are
recommendations.
coming into Euro close. No, that's an hour
European
away.
Union is not following.
That's weird.
They're going their own
Again,
way.
bonds were already
We're
down.
kind
If
of going
anything,
our
this
own
is
way in
market catching up
America,
to bonds. Like I told you,
using
it's
the
that's a big move already right here.
as a guidepost, but it's been reported that the Fed's going to raise capital requirements by as much as 20%. Or, excuse me, it's going to raise capital requirements to 20%. Is that right?
No, the idea would be to raise them by 20%. In other words, if 20% of whatever current capital requirements are, you would raise it by 20% of the total existing amount.
Okay.
So, for
So
example, 10 would go to 12.
if JP Morgan's capital requirement right now is, let's say 13%, it would go to 15%?
Right, something like that. If that were to be what happens.
And this will be for banks $100 billion or more?
No. There isn't a final proposal. So, and I know it's still in motion. I know things are still changing.
Yeah,
so-
but you folks are talking
I've been
about
briefed
it, and
on it.
you're going to have a lot of input.
No, that's right. So, but I will say, sorry, what was it? Your question was?
Are you going to raise capital requirements for
Bro, you're
20%
dumping right
to
now.
banks, $100 billion
Again,
or
I
more?
don't think this
Or
is
are you
off
gonna
of
affect
any
community
specific
banks as well,
headline,
smaller
No,
banks?
more or
the-
less
the-
bullish or
the
not.
capital
It could be
requirements will
something
very,
ECB or one of the other
very
Fed
skewed
speakers.
to the 8 largest banks.
But
the
that's big now
G6.
because, like
There
I
may
was
be
showing you,
some
there's a
capital
fat
increase
divergence
for the
today
other
on the
banks, and
bonds,
it
but
won't-
now
I'm not- I
that
think
move in
none of
5-10
this should affect
minutes
banks under 100
is
billion.
closing that
The
gap
really
real
big
quick.
banks you're talking about?
Yes.
Are they the ones that are at risk right now?
They weren't. They were a source of strength in a place of strength.
they're
during
doing
the
pretty
recent
well.
Turmoil. Yeah.
We've gone from too big to fail to we're damn happy they're big. I mean, haven't we?
Well, I would say that, as I mentioned, we spent
a good
lot
question.
of time and a lot of effort raising the capital standards 10 years ago. And
Not gonna
more
lie, bro.
recently,
As dumb as
and
it
I
sounded,
supported
that
all
was a
of that.
great
I
ass
was happy to do
question.
so, and I think
Senator Kennedy's time's expired. Senator
Yeah,
Smith,
I don't know,
Minnesota.
Powell. I
yield
think
back,
Powell got
Mr.
humbled by.
Judge.
I yield my time back.
As you
Thank you.
always do, on schedule, on time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and Chair Powell, welcome back.
So
to the
first it was
committee.
too big to fail.
So
Now
I
it
have a
now it
slightly
want them
different
to be
perspective
big.
than
Is
Senator
that
Kennedy does on
correct?
this question of
I yield my
inflation
time
and debt.
perfectly. Thank you.
I don't think that discretionary spending is the problem when it comes to our federal budget. If you look at it, military and non-defense discretionary
Honestly, I think this
spending
lady is just
has
flexing.
hovered at about 3% of
Talking all
GDP
articulate
for the
after
last
him.
30 years.
It's a very
And
big switch
in
up.
fact, discretionary spending
Stop
has just
flexing.
decreased over the last 30 years.
This
So
lady,
clearly,
she
that
don't
is
even say
not the problem with what's going on with our debt.
You sound
It's
like
not what's
Kathy
driving
Woods
debt
mixed
growth.
with
The big
Jen
changes
Psaki.
in revenues. So the national debt
She's just
has
killing it. What
increased
the
to nearly
fuck?
100% of GDP because of the Bush and the Trump tax cuts. And without those tax cuts, in other words, if we'd left our tax levels at roughly what they were in the Clinton administration, I mean, which in no way restrained economic growth, the budget would only have been significantly out of balance during the Great Recession and during COVID. So, Chair Powell, I'm not going to ask you to comment on that because I know you don't like to comment on fiscal policy, but I feel that that's important context for the committee to have as we think about what is driving inflation and what we are doing about it. I have been really struck by how remarkably resilient the labor market has been over the last 16 months or so, which is a good thing as we do the work we want to do to grow the middle class and create more opportunity and more financial security.
Watch if we
for
dump
people.
here.
And so rates have risen 10
Again, you're
times.
back below the
yet
gap level.
Unemployment is still
Or no,
near
you're at the level right here. It's a
historic
big
lows,
level.
And wages are growing. Now, as you and others have pointed out, real wage growth has been clearly impacted by inflation, which is a real challenge for especially middle-class families, working families. Although I believe, as you said, Chair Powell, let me just check this, that real wage growth has ticked up in the last couple of months. Is that right? Do I have that right?
So at the beginning, it was positive real wage growth only at the bottom of the income spectrum. I believe now on a 12-month basis that overall wages are moving
Okay, you're
up
back
faster
below
than
the level
inflation.
now.
Right.
Just recently.
Right. And so, I mean, I think, clearly we're not there yet. Clearly we have more work to do. I'm encouraged by the progress we've made so far. And I also just want to point out that the significant investments that we have been making in domestic manufacturing and bringing supply chains home and supporting prevailing wage jobs, I think are an important part of this success story, this economic success story, not mitigating the impact and the need to continue to bring inflation back down. So, Chair Powell, my question for you is, you said last week and you're saying today that while the labor market remains tight, you're seeing signs that labor supply and demand are falling back into sync. Do you see a path for inflation to continue slowing without us seeing significant job losses and doing harm to middle-class families, working families?
I do continue to see that path, and you're right. It is the labor market is really the strength of the economy. It's what's driving the economy. It's this very, very strong demand for workers, and workers are getting jobs and they're getting paid and they're spending money, and that's driving demand and the whole thing. But
this is the moment where I go pee.
And that's
But usually it'd be muted and I wouldn't tell you. And then you never know. But now if I go pee, you're going to be like, Josh, why do you always go pee?
The means by which demand and supply get back into
the video.
alignment
show some goodness in your heart.
Things like the
your
job
inner
openings
voice.
rate coming down as opposed to the unemployment rate going up. Although, if you look at our forecasts, it's not a desired objective, but we do expect on this path that the unemployment rate will go up a little further because it is historically low, even at 3.7%. Until the last few years, we really haven't seen that for 50 years. So we do think it'll come up a little bit, but ideally, most of the loosening will come in the form of other ways.
Right. And so to the extent that we're able to pursue policies that strengthen the labor market, that contribute to the resiliency of the labor market, it seems as if that should help to mitigate the negative impacts on the labor market that rising rates would have, because in effect what rising rates do is it slowers growth and potentially leads to layoffs.
So our part of it is to try to get inflation under control, and that's what we're doing. And ideally, we'll do that with, with as little as possible, damage to the economy and the labor market.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Senator Smith, Senator Tillis of North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Powell, thank you for being here. I got a quick question. Yesterday, Governor Cook said in this committee that the Basel Endgame proposal from the vice chair, she has not had an opportunity to look at it. Now we hear reports that I think that it's 1,000 pages long, probably with a lot of technical information. How much time are the voting principals going to have to fully review and vet this proposal? And is there any expectation that that review would result in any changes, or is it just a matter of them either saying yes or no, they agree with Barr's recommendations?
So, I would say I will make sure that there's enough time for governors to review the final proposal. We've been briefed on the contents of it, and it's still in motion. There will be a proposal that comes to the board for approval, and it'll be subject to discussion, and it's possible there will be further changes before the vote or as a result of the vote, but we'll make sure people have time to review it.
As you're going through the review process, do you believe that it would be appropriate to give members of this committee or members of Congress a sort of roadmap for what the recommendations entail prior to moving forward?
So I think that'll happen, I think that'll happen because I think Vice Chair Barr would probably be giving public remarks at some point before the meeting, and I guess I understand now that the head of the FDIC actually gave a speech this morning. I didn't see it, but I know he gave a speech about this subject.
Can you explain why comments from Mr. Barr about having a safe and sound banking system square with a banking system that needs additional capital?
So that's the question is, of course, we spent all those years raising capital for the largest banks, and I think further increases will have to be justified, and they will be. We've always known that the Basel III endgame was going to bring some capital increases and bring a discussion about the trade-offs, and there are trade-offs between higher capital, and that's the discussion we're going to be having, and we haven't had it yet, but we will.
I watched your opening testimony in my office. Actually, Gus was there. He says hello. Chair Powell's met my office dog, but
hello back to Gus.
But
tell him I said he was a good boy.
Mr. Chair, you.
Oh, dude.
You got me.
I thought they were talking about a human at first.
I'm curious about
because he was like, "Yo, say what's up, dog." I said, "What the fuck did he just say?" And then Powell's like, "Yeah, tell him he's a good boy." I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck?" It's an animal. It's an animal. I didn't catch that at first. I was even coming back from the piss.
To a yes.
Yeah, no. It's a like it's not. No. I thought I was like,
we could pass an executive comp.
I said he just said, "Yeah, that's my dog." I said, "What?"
Silicon Valley.
Said little baby in Congress. Then he was like, "Yeah, tell him he's a good boy." The fuck?
Supervisory malpractice. So the question I have is, who in the Fed?
We've got some great one-liners over the last 2 days.
Give me a straight answer on what the breakdowns were in the supervisory functions. Who those
I'm muting
were,
it, bro.
And to the extent that we found less than adequate supervision, what's the disposition of their jobs? Who's that person? Because I ask everybody, and they say it's not.
Bro, that's like the funniest, bad lip reading ever.
In the same way that we've met the CEO and various members of the bank having made egregious decisions that they should have their compensation clawed back. Who can I talk to that says we've looked at the supervisory process?
I thought they were talking about a human.
They didn't use the optionality.
Like, I swear they were talking about someone in Congress.
We now are seeing increased reports of MRAs and MRIAs, so I think there are supervisors out there that are probably understanding Senate Bill 2155 better. But who can answer that question for me? This comes down to a handful of human beings who are responsible for the supervisory functions of SVB.
Tough for me to say that something's not in my lane. So
yeah,
and I also think tough for Vice Chair Barr. So it is our lane. And but I what. So if I can address what it is you're asking though, it's I would say clearly supervisory failures. And let's not just say San Francisco. It's very much at the board. We are accountable. It's a delegated function. It's definitely at the board. The buck stops at the board on supervision, not at San Francisco Reserve Bank, although they're involved. So we need to learn the lessons and we need to implement changes. It's not just supervision though. We need to fix liquidity regulation because of the speed of the it's just a different world, and the regulation for liquidity, the LCR and the NSFR, they're just not adequate to a world where people are moving money around on their phones like that. So we're doing all of that. I think we're doing it very transparently and rapidly. The piece of it that you won't be satisfied with is we in public service, people, if they engage in malfeasance, if they conduct criminal behavior, if they break rules and things like that, they get fired. Nothing like that happened here. The San Francisco Fed they had identified the issues, they had notified the management team that they needed, but it just wasn't forceful enough. And that's a problem with our system, I think, and the way bank regulation is a very kind of procedural-oriented thing where you're raising things like that. And we need to be able to be nimble and more forceful where appropriate, not every day on every decision, but on where it's appropriate. So that's what I think we're working on now.
Well, thank you. And again, thank you. You've been very accessible. I'm going to try and request a meeting after the recess sometime this summer. I would like to get back with you, and we'll be submitting questions for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Tillis. I would add that I don't think that that Congress in 2155 and Barr's predecessor, Mr. Quarles, weakening the rules even more, and frankly, all of you at the Fed in those earlier days, and the Congress and the administration those earlier days, are off the hook either for Silicon Valley Bank. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Powell. I just want to make sure I have a couple observations straight in looking at the most recent report, beginning with wage growth, because throughout the last couple years, we've seen rising wages. We've also seen, of course, rising prices. But it's been my observation that for lower wage workers, the people who are working paycheck to paycheck, real wages are up. In other words, the increase in their wages outpaced the increase in prices they were facing. And your latest report seems to indicate that that trend is actually even more broad-based right now. Could you speak to that?
That is right, exactly right. At the beginning of the pandemic, the wages went up a great deal for people in those public-facing service jobs that are relatively low paid because that's where the shortages were, and they got positive real wages. But that has now spread, I think, overall, on a 12-month basis, you now have wage growth by most measures that's higher than inflation. So real wages going up.
Well, that's obviously a good news story for the economy. Let me ask you about labor force participation, because we've also seen more people reentering the labor force. Obviously, that helps with, inflation, wage inflation. And I understand that immigration actually has been an important part of that. Could you speak to the role of immigration in that sense?
Sure. So participation has moved up, I think, more than we had expected. It did move up last year. We were very disappointed, and then now it has moved up, and that's more people in the labor force. The other thing that's happened, though, is immigration basically went to almost zero during the pandemic, and there's been quite a strong rebound in immigration, and that's creating more people in the workforce. So we think one of the reasons why businesses are reporting that labor supply and demand are getting into better balance is because of both participation and immigration.
Thank you. I'm still hearing, and I know you are, and it's still a real phenomenon, that there are huge workforce shortages, especially in healthcare, nursing, all sorts of areas, and look forward to identifying ways to deal with those issues.
Yeah, banks are dropping. I had Citi up here.
A broad question.
Bonds are hitting another low,
but
then PacWest just got a couple cheek lays. I'm not finding any news, though.
Very much support the decision you and your colleagues made to pause the increase in interest rates. I understand you're going to continue to monitor the situation. I understand the signaling you've already given regarding the future. But you obviously have a dual mandate. You have a mandate to maximize employment. You also have a price stability mandate. But then you also have this other responsibility regarding being a prudential regulator, overseeing the banks, including Silicon Valley Bank. So my question is this: to what extent did the crash at Silicon Valley Bank, and to what extent does continuing concerns about stability in the banking area impact the decisions that you make going forward with respect to interest rates? How is that factoring in?
So there's pretty substantial research showing
data dump right now.
To
so crude
banking,
inventories,
like the one we had in March,
5-year
to a
note
sector of the banking
announcement.
industry that
So this is all of the oil
come back
data
in
right
6
here on
months, you will
screen.
see lower lending.
I think it's
And
just
it doesn't
all
appear
oil. Watch
immediately,
oil
but
right now,
it's strong in
and
the
then that'll
data.
affect the S&P.
So we have been saying, we've been waiting to see that does play a part, at least in my thinking, that there may be a bit more tightening in the pipeline than there
And you had
otherwise would have
USDA
been.
stuff
we
too.
don't really see evidence.
So this
of
again,
it
this
yet,
is all
but then again,
11
we wouldn't
a.m.
expect
news
to see,
dump.
But it all points to me in the same direction. We moved
Spies
very,
at
very
VWAP.
quickly,
Watch
and we had
those
to move
regionals.
quickly. We've been slowing down since last December from 75
Amazon
to
is
50
killing
to
it.
25 at every meeting. And now we're getting very close. We're at least close to where we think our destination is, where we think it is. And it only makes common sense to move at a careful pace. We don't want to do more than we have to, but we do think, overwhelmingly people on the committee do think that there's more rate hikes coming, but we want to make them at a pace that allows us to see incoming information so we make good decisions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Holland. Senator Vance is recognized from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Chairman Powell, thanks for being here. Good to see you. I want to sort of pick up on some of the questions that Senator Tullis was asking about Basel III and in particular some of the capital requirements and how they affect the regional
MDB,
banking
AI,
ecosystem
and
in
Google.
particular. And maybe we can just sort of start with some background.
It's up a lot.
On the Silicon Valley Bank situation, just to make sure we're on the same page. I suspect we agree on this, but I want to sort of make sure, and if not, have a discussion about it. So Silicon Valley Bank, I think sort of broadly agree that the reason the bank ultimately collapsed is they were way too exposed to long-term interest rate risk because the interest rates went up, their balance sheet deteriorated.
Yeah, that's at
that,
11.
Of course, led to a liquidity
Did
crisis.
they have it
and
prior?
The bank was put into receivership. One thing that I've heard a lot of folks talk about, and this is
that's coming out now. It's it's all at 11. Mongo is coming out with a Google AI initiative with Google Cloud.
Some of the
I don't know, maybe
and
Google benefits off
banks.
of it a little
course,
better too.
If we adopted Basel III, that would happen.
Top
But
tick, Josh.
as I understand it,
I'm doing 25 shares.
If Silicon
MDB,
Valley Bank, let's say in the years
380.92.
leading up to the crisis,
They hate me.
were exposed to higher capital requirements, isn't it plausible that they would have satisfied those higher capital requirements by buying more long-term treasuries?
Well, it doesn't matter what the assets were. You just have to have capital is the difference between your assets and your liabilities. If they'd had more assets of whatever character, including treasuries, then they would have had more capital.
Exactly. So I just want to be clear here. If they had bought long-term treasuries, not saying they would have done that, but if they had a higher capital requirement and they bought long-term treasuries, additional long-term treasuries, that would have in fact satisfied the higher capital requirement.
In other words, treasuries could have been used.
Treasuries are capital.
So,
right.
Well, no, they're
He's
an
asking
asset.
a good question right now,
Treasuries are
too.
asset.
You would have had to fund that somehow. So,
But then the follow-up question is, given how poor of a job they did at hedging against the long-term interest rate risk, if they had bought more long-term treasuries, do we think their balance sheet would have been in a better or a worse shape?
they would have had a bigger loss, and more to the point, they would have still had overwhelmingly uninsured deposits.
Exactly.
That were very runnable.
Of course. So I want to sort of, the point that I'm making, which I'm sure you can kind of understand here, is that capital requirements are not necessarily a panacea to the type of banking run that we saw in the Silicon Valley Bank case. I think there's a very good argument that higher capital requirements on Silicon Valley Bank would have made the bank run worse, or even could have made it a more catastrophic or an even quicker failure. And at the very least, I don't think they would have helped. Do you agree with that?
I think there's a lot.
It's a very crazy concept
with Silicon Valley Bank.
He's saying higher capital requirements would have made the banks buy more of those shitty bonds.
It was a capital issue,
and it would have made it. That's actually a very good question.
That's what was going on, and the market was very focused on their portfolio losses, which were highlighted by the fact that they tried to raise capital, and so there was a capital issue there. Now, you're right. If you had filled the capital hole by well, you have to retain earnings or raise it or get some new equity. And if you just use that to buy treasuries, then yeah, it wouldn't have made things better.
Yeah, appreciate that. So one just final question I have just really is about the operation of the Fed here. And, you know, we've talked about this privately. I've talked about this a lot on this committee. I know the chairman shares this concern. You know, we have a lot of mid-tier banks in the state of Ohio, and I think that mid-tier, that three-tier banking ecosystem is really, really important. Huntington Bank in Columbus, Ohio, I believe, is the single largest SBA lender. If you look at the commercial and small business lending, a lot of it's being done by the mid-tier banks, and I feel like they're facing a lot of pressure from regulators and just in their business model because they have seen some flight of deposits away from them and towards the larger banks. So I really worry about the potential problems we're creating for these banks from both a regulatory and a business model perspective. But I wonder, Chairman Powell, do you guys
popping up
have,
here too.
meaning at the Federal Reserve?
Oh, and then MDB getting more. I'm already at $4 a share on that. Maybe we should have went a little bigger.
But of each tier of our banking system, is that something you don't concern yourself with, or is it?
No, we definitely concern ourselves with that.
Okay.
You know, all of us, and I'll just speak for myself, really believe that we're lucky to have such a diverse group of institutions, from the community banks through the smaller regionals, the big regionals. That's a great feature of America and of our economy because they're just important in their own ways. So we try hard not to do a one-size-fits-all thing.
Of course. If I can, just one more final question here, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a good sense of
happy birthday,
what the capital cost is for the biggest banks, the sort of systemically important banks, versus the mid-tier banks? Like, what is the capital cost difference? Broadly speaking,
and SPY is rocketing.
Maybe we'll follow up in a written question, but I'm very curious about how you guys think about that different capital cost because it informs a lot of the policy we make. Thank you.
I'd be happy to have that conversation.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Senator Vance. Senator Fetterman of Pennsylvania is recognized.
Fetterman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What?
Chairman Powell.
He's going to ask him questions?
Thank you for being here today. And first and foremost, I believe that
Chad.
the Fed must make sure that we have an economy that truly works for working families.
Shit.
I suspect you would agree. And the reality is that the tool of cooling the economy with interest hikes can push people out of jobs. We want to drive down inflation, of course, that makes sense. But we don't want to hurt working people to suffer. You know, how do you kind of square that together? Because it's quite a paradox.
So it's working people who are the most hurt by inflation. It is a bit of a paradox. I would agree. If you're living on
quite the paradox. Exactly, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. No, so if you're living on a fixed income and you're spending every dollar on necessities of life, transportation, fuel, food, clothing, and inflation goes up, you're in trouble right away. You don't have a safety net. You're not a middle class or upper, wealthier person. So it is for those people that we need to get inflation under control. It is also the case, though, that the tool that we have, and we are the organization that's charged with price stability, is to cool off demand so that demand and supply get into better alignment over time. And we of course would love to do that in the current situation.
All right, I sold MDB. I made 150. I should have went bigger.
On the labor market as we can.
Honestly, and that's why I got like $6-7 a share off of that.
Doesn't involve
so I was still like a lot for 25 shares.
However,
but
I can't guarantee that restoring price stability wouldn't have some implications of higher unemployment. But you have to think that restoring price stability will pay benefits to everybody, especially low and moderate income people, for decades.
Yeah. Thank you. No, and I agree. It's just such a paradox because you have a dual mandate. And now we're going to kind of change the gears. It's clear that inflation over the last years have been many causes. It includes rampant corporate price gouging and monopolies. While Americans have gotten ripped off, executives and shareholders have raked in record profits. It's deeply immoral. I understand that it's not the policing price gouging and not in the Fed's direction, but you might look at smart ways to fight inflation. Is it fair to say that big business have been jacking up their prices and way more than their costs have increased? Is that accurate?
So I think what happened during the pandemic was supply was constricted. Cars is a great example. So the demand for cars went through the roof because
it's very
people didn't want
simple.
to take public
In all
transportation.
honesty,
And
I think
rates were
anybody
very
going
low, so
through
demand was
anything
just
like that, it's
very,
awful,
very
and I
high.
feel
And we couldn't
sympathy
make
for the
cars.
guy,
They
and I don't
literally,
think you should make fun of
production
that.
went down
But
because there weren't enough semiconductors.
to say that
I
is
personally didn't
qualified to
realize that
be
you
in
needed a lot of
Congress, I think
semiconductors in a
that's
car, but
an
now everybody
abomination.
knows that. So what happened
So,
was, how
I'm
do you
not
decide
making
who
fun
gets
of the
car?
guy,
So the
but
prices
he has his
went
own
up a lot.
individual thing,
Car
but
prices
that's
went up
crazy.
because when there's a lot of supply and restricted, a lot of demand and restricted supply, you get higher prices. As the economy returns to normal function and we
That
have
does
more
not seem fit
semiconductors
for
now,
office.
supply chains are
But
getting better.
again, be
What's
nice.
happening is
That's not.
corporate
He's gone
profit
through
margins are
strokes
coming
and many
back
other
down,
things.
as
Like
you
that's
would
not
expect.
easy. You know what I'm
And-
saying? So,
and so that's
as a
just the way the
person,
economy is
you know,
working.
as a
So
but as a
so
qualified,
is it fair to say
that's
that you
that's
don't
wild.
believe that price gouging wasn't a factor?
So I think that the collision between very strong demand and limited supply was a big factor, particularly as it relates to goods inflation. It's not much of a factor as it relates to housing services inflation or services inflation, which account for about 3/4 of inflation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ceding the time back to the chairman.
Thanks, Senator Fetterman. Senator Daines of Montana is recognized.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Powell, good to have you here this morning. In Montana, as well as the Mountain West, inflation remains above 5%. In fact, we're higher than any other region in the nation, whether it's gas stations, grocery stores, increasing prices, and its real-life impacts remain truly a top-of-mind and daily issue for Montanans. With inflation remaining stubbornly high, I can't help but reflect on the warning signs that were ignored by my colleagues across the aisle while they raced to push through trillions of dollars in partisan spending disguised as COVID relief. And now the American people are bearing the brunt.
Okay, you're back to
of this
VWAP. I mean,
reckless
bonds
spending.
kind of
In fact, for
bouncing.
the average American, unless you've received a nearly 16% pay raise over the past 2 years, you've effectively received a pay cut. Chair Powell, I urge you and the Fed to remain vigilant and steadfast in your effort to rein in inflation for the sake of all Americans. Unfortunately, record high inflation is not the only crisis the Fed is having to navigate. While bank regulators were more focused on climate change than actually regulating the banks under their supervision, several coastal banks collapsed and caused panic across the banking sector. Before the dust even settled, several of my colleagues across the aisle immediately began calling for increased regulations and greater capital requirements for banks, with little appreciation for the negative impacts these changes would have.
Damn,
on
MDB,
small
another two, but
and
I sold out
mid-sized
early on it.
banks
It's getting even
across
more
the
volume.
country.
That
I've
one I
heard
wish I
from
went big. I
community banks
played it
across
too
Montana
cautious
who are
because I figured I grabbed
justifiably
$6
concerned that they
already.
will be
If that was a
wrongfully
bigger share
punished
amount, I
for
would have been happy,
actions
but it was smaller because I
of a
only
few
did
poorly
25. Yeah, it's
regulated
ripping.
and
I got
poorly
y'all, man.
managed banks.
That was crazy.
You mentioned several times in your testimony yesterday and again here today that the U.S. banks remain strong and well capitalized. Chair Powell, if banks are so well capitalized, why the urgency now to increase capital requirements that would really prevent another
Man, that
Silicon
question
Valley
on the capital requirements making
let me say
things
first
worse,
that
I think that was the best question of the day.
We don't have a final proposal
That was
to
JD.
talk about yet. When we do, we'll be able to talk much more specifically about it. But for community banks and banks, any banks under $100 billion, this is I don't think they're going to be part of this proposal. So we're really talking about principally the very largest banks, the GSIBs, and to a lesser extent, the banks, the regionals, and then the banks between 100 and 250. And you asked the right question. the question is more capital the answer? And we'll be addressing that. We'll be making a proposal. We'll be soliciting public comment on that. I'm well aware that there's a trade-off here. More capital means more stable banks. It means stronger banks.
Bro, regionals have been dying, and there was that the regional requirements. They did come out today. That's what they keep talking about. But right before Powell spoke, they were they literally the vice chair was backing the increased capital requirements. So the MDB news is hitting on another wire now. So I think we just got it early. It's hitting again on Bloomberg now. The other one wasn't Bloomberg.
Yes,
but Bloomberg is picking it up.
Stronger capital.
They put out a whole article on it.
Be able to continue to lend during difficult times too, right? So that's
GG
that's
if you
why
still
we
got
do
that
it,
one.
Is for those stressful times. But it is a judgment call, and there's a lot of science and arithmetic that goes into it. But ultimately, deciding how high to go is a challenging question. And we're going to be making a proposal, and I'll personally be listening carefully to the comments.
You alluded to focus more on the GSIBs and trying to spare the smaller banks, perhaps from
Kansas City Fed data just came out.
And I realize the proposal is still being developed.
-10 versus -2,
finally
or -12.
But are you prepared to commit to sparing the smaller community banks from changes the Fed might propose on capital requirements?
So let me say, my understanding is that the proposal doesn't affect banks under $100 billion, and I would have serious questions as to why it would. And particularly, most community banks, for example, in your state, are much smaller than $100 billion, and I don't know why we would be looking at their capital. They're generally quite well capitalized.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's turn on inflation. Back to that earlier statement. I appreciate the wait-and-see approach the FMOC took at its most recent meeting. But as I noted in my remarks, inflation does remain stubbornly high, particularly in the Mountain West.
Say you don't
and
got
labor
money
markets
like
remain
that.
as tight as
Good.
we've ever seen. It was noted, however, that the committee is poised to continue raising rates later this year. My final question, could you expand just a bit more on your outlook for the rest of the year and speak to your continued commitment to do whatever is necessary to bring inflation back to your 2% target?
Yes, so I think if you look at the committee's forecasts, and mine are very similar, we expect modest growth going forward.
What is C3? What is this thing?
Below
CISS?
the sort of longer run growth rate of the United States economy, which is around 2% or a little bit less, growth lower than that. And we expect the labor market to continue to gradually
NASDAQ
cool off.
capital listing? What the fuck
and
is
with
this?
that, there's an expectation that inflation will continue
Imperial
to move down
Petroleum
later this year.
spinoff?
If things happen that are
It's not
sort of
AI,
broadly
but
in
that's why I
keeping
was
with
looking
that,
at it.
the strong majority of the
I kind of want to play it because I think
believes it will
everybody
be
will
appropriate to
confuse this with
raise
AI. It's
the
called
federal funds rate
C3's
again once
Inc.
or twice.
It's
by
an
the end
oil
of the year.
spinoff.
Strong majority came down on twice. between now and the
IMPP,
end of the year.
Imperial Petroleum spun them off.
I think the data will tell us what to do. I think the point of our
Interesting.
the last meeting, was really to moderate the pace of our decision making on this because it was.
And then
very
again,
important to
regionals
move quickly
dumping.
last year,
Seems
and we
like
did.
it's that news
not so
about the
important now because we've come so far
about
and we're
the,
relatively
capital
close, we think,
requirements.
to where we need to get. But we will. I mean, people should believe, and broadly speaking, the data show that they do believe that we will do what it takes to get inflation down to 2% over time.
Thank you. Senator Hagerty from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, good to see you again. I'd like to start with something that has troubled me since our hearing yesterday regarding the Basel III endgame proposal that's coming forward by Vice Chair Barr. The proposal is going to have far-reaching ramifications, I think. It's rumored to have over 1,000 pages in it. Yet when I asked Governor Cook about the proposal,
I feel like he's about to grill him.
Yesterday, she told me she hadn't seen it, has not reviewed it.
I hear where this is going.
My understanding is that
And
the
SPY
agencies,
still working
including
its
the
way
Fed,
up.
are due to vote on this on the 18th of July. And given the fact, and I think Senator Warner described it aptly yesterday, the potential for a perfect storm here, if the rumors that we're hearing about capital requirement increases that may be proposed are true, this may come at a time, banks may be preparing for a capital increase at a time when we absolutely need banks to be lending, not constraining lending by raising capital requirements.
MDB 395?
So I think there are numerous
No.
analyses, the impacts on the
So sad.
small business community, on the
I
banking
hope you
system
guys
need to
got
be
it.
taken
That was
into
good, though.
account.
That's a breakout
And I'm very
point.
concerned, particularly in light of
Yeah.
Governor Cook's
Bro,
response that she
395.
not
You have to like 397 now.
And didn't seem to have any, perspective on it at this point in time. It's a very short window to undertake a decision on something as complex as we may be talking about with over 1,000 pages in this report. So my question of you is, how will this process be managed at the Fed in terms of the decision-making and the analyses that need to take place?
So I'll make sure that governors have enough time to carefully evaluate this. So the staff has been briefing governors, for the past few weeks about what. But the proposal is still evolving, though. You're still. I'm hearing even as recently as this morning, things are moving still. So it's not possible when you say we haven't seen it. We have not seen a final proposal. There isn't something to send to the committee, and I think. You can be briefed on the current state of where things are, and I have been in detail. But ultimately, when you sit down to read this large document, I'm going to wait for the final version to really do that. But you're right to point to the need for time to evaluate it.
Yeah, Governor Cook's response to me as she deflected yesterday just left me with a great concern. So I appreciate it. I just see no need to rush here given the significance of what's happening. And frankly, the other concerns you and I have discussed in terms of where we are today, I think it warrants very deep consideration. I'd like to turn to another item that you and I have also discussed in the past, Mr. Chairman, and that has to do with bank mergers. And if you think about a potential bank that's in distress, all things being equal.
Bro, MDB is still going. That's crazy.
For that bank,
it sounds
that
up 13.
Bank to undertake a
Damn it, bro. The one I was like, I'll play it smaller.
Let it enter into receivership.
Oh, dude, that's it. It's gonna go nuts. I think even the options probably went crazy. We got that one very early.
Yet we also, in the case of First Republic Bank, it was like a slow-moving train.
Google CSO on how AI can accelerate climate.
11 different financial institutions that put forward proposals that would have, been a rescue package for the bank. Yet none went far enough to achieve an actual merger or an acquisition in that place. In fact, they let it go into receivership. And, my concern is that this administration has created such a negative environment for consolidations that it's a real issue. My question of you is, do you think the current state we are, should we allow more banks to merge, especially given the stress that we're seeing in the system?
So I think there was every chance given for and much hope bestowed on the idea of having that bank sold before it went into receivership. It just they couldn't make it happen, and that's unfortunate. Everyone would have loved to see that outcome rather than a receivership. No one wanted that to be the case.
Everybody would have wanted it
as well.
Jamie wants bank.
My view is that there's an environment right now of uncertainty as the banking community looks at mergers and acquisitions in the guidance that the White House has given about very negative in terms of mergers and acquisitions against consolidations. I think that institutions are very reticent to move forward, and that's why I've introduced the Depositor Protection Act, which, among its many provisions, is going to provide a green light to well-capitalized, well-rated banks to merge with institutions that are under distress without having regulatory interference. And so as the committee moves forward, I hope that we're going to have opportunity to work on this legislation. I hope we can remove needless regulatory hurdles, and I hope we can actually encourage mergers and acquisitions that will protect taxpayers. One final point I'd like to raise with you, Mr. Chair. It's something that you identified nearly a decade ago. At that point in time, the Fed created a reverse repurchase facility that was intended to be a tool that would put a floor on interest rates. The facility was targeted at investment vehicles like money market funds, which actually play a significant role in the short-term funding markets. At that time, you joined others in the board in expressing concern about the possible unintended consequences of this facility, particularly in times of market stress. That's where this facility could actually exacerbate the so-called flight to safety. Since that time, this facility has grown to over $2 trillion
Overstock still going.
Overnight deposits at the Fed. So
and then SPY still holding up pretty
decently.
decently.
Walk us through, if you might, the potential risks that this facility might pose, and take us through how it relates to basically pulling deposits out of the banking system at a time when we'd like to retain those deposits.
So the reverse repo facility really hasn't increased. In fact, it's shrunk in size since the events of March. So it's really not on net accounting for the decline in deposits. Really what's happening there is that market rates are higher than deposit rates, and depositors are moving their money. This happens in every cycle. I think I raised.
May I interrupt
those,
for just a moment,
please,
Mr. Chairman? So, are my numbers incorrect that we now have $2 trillion that are parked in this facility by money market?
We had $2.5 trillion before March, so it's come down in size. In fact, now the Treasury is.
I thought he was going to say we
refilling
got more than that,
now
son.
That the debt ceiling is solved and they're refilling the Treasury General account. The reverse repo facility has been declining, and that's what we would have hoped to see, rather than taking reserves out of the system.
Still seems
Thank you, Senator Haggerty. Senator Warner's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the challenge of coming a bit late, you kind of asked my question, but Mr. Chairman, great to see you again. I'm going to at least ask a variation on my the same question I think a number of members have asked, and you know, I know a lot of us are sometimes get the advantage of being Monday morning quarterbacks on how you navigate through monetary policy. I think
the first little bond bounce here
generally done a pretty
in a
good
while.
job. I'm very grateful.
Ever
that
since
you're
we
on a
ripped
pause.
the
I hope
bonds,
that
were going
pause,
lower than here.
As the data comes through, continues. But we
Solar
definitely have some
stocks almost
stresses
biggest
with that
weekly
monetary
decline
policy.
since April.
Secondly, you were doing
Microsoft
what, again, I think
Activision
one of those
hearing
sides of the
over.
aisle have called
Injunction
for
blocking deal begins
in terms
Thursday.
Of quantitative tightening. And again, that doesn't have the immediate effect that the monetary policy
I think this
has.
goes for another hour.
But as we've discussed, and I think Senator Haggerty raised, we also have, you know, the appropriate review that Vice Chair or Barr for Supervision is doing on capital standards.
I haven't looked at the
And
dollar,
I
but
think Senator Haggerty
even the
and my staff told
bonds,
me even used the term I
NASDAQ
was
is
gonna use,
exactly opposite of it,
perfect
but
storm of these
very
three
weird
all coming
intraday move.
together.
I borrowed your term from yesterday and properly acknowledged that, Senator Warner.
I'll call it very stressful situation. And I understand, I think you pointed out to my friend from Tennessee, you know, the capital requirements will phase in, but, you know, you could have all three of these events come together. I think you've addressed this already, but I just want to add my voice to that concern. Safety and soundness, you got a lot of jobs, safety and soundness, inflation control, and full employment. That full employment piece could be affected by this potential perfect storm. And again, I hope all
drink
of your
water.
colleagues, I raised this with
maybe
the other
push-ups.
members,
4 minutes till
nominees
Euro
for the
close.
Fed yesterday.
Toast.
And I hope you will, and again, I think you've been asked in the House, you've been asked here. I don't know if you've got anything else you want to add to what you've already responded on that. But
we don't know the next
just
time.
say
Powell, I don't think you're going to hear Powell till
you're
July.
right, we're thinking very much
till the
about
next
that.
rate meeting.
Fortunately, it's been orderly. The shrinkage of the balance sheet has been quite orderly. There's still a very, very high level of cash reserves in the system, and we don't think they'll be scarce anytime soon. We think the refilling of the Treasury General account, people have been focused on that for a couple of months. So far, early days, that seems to be going well. We're watching it very carefully.
But again, and it's easy to sometimes sit up here and attack rather than manage all three of these, but there could be this moment in time where these factors all come together.
John Frizzle Kennedy.
That could have a really negative effect on
No, sir, the peach.
Let me
hold
move to,
on. I didn't have my
something
iced tea in the
that's not
morning,
been
but
raised.
so you're telling? Are you
I have huge
related to
concerns,
Frizzle? No. Answer me.
Litigated
Oh,
back
can
and
you
forth
be? Are you
causation on
his
SVB.
brother?
But one of the things
Oh,
that
but
happened,
okay, you're telling me you could have the same last name,
$40+ billion,
but a
coming out of an
different
institution in
family?
6 hours, driven by an internet-based run.
Who are you hiring people from the clouds?
Is,
if I didn't know, okay.
Prevents that, and while I was glad that the SEC Chair Gensler put out a commentary that's saying, you know, we do need to take a
Please
look,
don't get me started. We have a
more
couple hours
transparency on
still,
short
Chad.
selling.
Don't worry. We got to keep
we
listening.
found in past short selling bars themselves don't prevent some of this. One of the things that a New York Fed official mentioned is how do we get rid of the stigma of a bank going, to the window. I mean, the thing is, rather than Fed being lender always of last resort, you know, if we have that liquidity window, it's available. Banks are reluctant to use it, but in an era where people can move capital so quickly, having that liquidity tool available and not taking a huge amount of hits for using it would seem to me to be something that could at least take on this question of these internet-driven runs, which so far I've not heard from anybody on either sides of the aisle a really good suggestion, including I've thrown out a lot of suggestions that frankly
after upon reflection, I'm not sure make that much sense. But this liquidity tool of using the window, the Fed discount window, is there a way to think about getting rid of the stigma? And maybe
I'm kind of losing him too.
As well. But could you address that?
Well, it's critically important that people be able to use and willing to use the discount window and also the bank term funding
last
facility,
question on
other
the
facilities
bank
that are set up,
reserves or the
and that they
mergers
aren't
was
marked
good,
down
but the other
by
one
markets
just talking about
for doing
surprisingly,
that.
there's
And
just a
so-
lot of talk about reserve
marked down by
requirements.
the
That's why I think
regulators,
regionals are down 3
the
right now.
examiners.
Yeah. But the concern is that markets will see this, and so I would say the first thing
MDB
is
is still
do no
going up
harm.
again. We played it in
And that is,
2020. That's crazy.
Dodd-Frank provided disclosure of names and things like that at a quicker pace. That's one of the reasons banks don't want to do this, is they know their name's coming. Just don't. I wouldn't bring that. I think whenever you look at changing that disclosure around use of these facilities or that, you should really consider that you're going to make the stigma worse. I actually think it's good that banks have been willing to use the discount window and the new facility during this crisis, and it's almost like the stigma is a little bit less than it was. I want to think that anyway.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada's next. 2 Republicans in a row I called on. So, Senator Britt, you will be after Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's great to see you again. Thank you. I'm very glad that yesterday, I think Senator Warner mentioned this, we had hearings for nominees to the Federal Reserve, and one of the nominees is the first Hispanic to sit on the Federal Reserve, Dr. Adriana Kugler, who has extensive experience economically as well as including congressionally confirmed positions. I'm looking forward to supporting her confirmation as well. Let me talk to you a little bit about tougher lending standards that might be affecting inflation as interest rates increase. Yesterday, Raphael Bostic, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, published a blog post noting that the tightening bank lending standards we see are directly due to the Federal Reserve's higher interest rates. Do you think that the credit tightening we see from regional banks is acting as an effective substitute to an additional interest rate hike?
It may be. We've been looking for that. We actually don't see a lot of evidence of additional tightening on top of what we had already been seeing yet, but we're keeping our eyes out for that.
And so then what?
I don't see any news on it. It looks halted. Oh no, it's trading. I thought it was halted.
Interest rates, despite
that thing's moving up though.
Rate increases already resulting
4-week bonds, 5%, draw a high 93%. A lot of that high.
So the
8-week bills 5.14. So bonds are coming back down again.
Really since last December, we slowed from 75 to 50 basis points per meeting to 25 at every meeting. And now, as we get closer and closer to what we believe will be our it's uncertain, but we think our destination is, we've slowed down a little further. So we're trying to avoid the mistake of going too far. And that's all it is. And as you can see, overwhelmingly, people on the committee do believe that it will be appropriate to raise hikes 1 or 2 additional times. A strong majority believes 2 times this year if the economy performs as expected.
Thank you. And so let's. I'm going to jump to employment, and this is something I talked about yesterday as well, because Nevada has this sort of workforce paradox. The most recent data shows that in Nevada, with both the biggest increase in job growth and the highest unemployment rate, I want to get your thoughts on moving forward as we address this concern, this paradox. Let me give you an example. Nevada has the largest percent increase in employment.
German 210 curve inverts the most since 1992.
In the nation in April at 5.4%. That's 2 points above the national rate. As you consider the Federal Reserve's mandate to keep unemployment levels low, how do you consider states like Nevada where there is that paradox?
So we only have the one federal funds rate. We really can't. We have to look at the national level, although we're well aware of different labor markets and also other interesting characteristics in Nevada.
Well, and we've talked about this because the labor market, particularly in the service industry, has been a drag, and we've seen that in Nevada. And you and I have talked about this as well. Is that something you consider as you look at the numbers, particularly in the service industry, and what are you seeing?
So we're seeing in service industry is really where you still see labor shortages. You still have a very high number of job openings compared to the number of unemployed people. And I think even in Nevada, you've got a job openings ratio to unemployed of 1.4 or something like that. That was unheard of before this period of time. And that just means there's still tremendous demand. And of course, in Nevada, it would largely be in, travel and entertainment sector. I would into it.
And then talk about the housing data, if you would. It's another conversation we had, and how much of a drag that is on the economy as well, and what you're seeing.
So housing is very interest-sensitive spending. Mortgage rates are very sensitive to our policies, and housing construction and housing sales and things like that are very sensitive to mortgage rates. So you saw housing activity moved down pretty significantly when we started raising rates. You've actually seen it kind of hit a bottom now. We met with with a housing group, manufacturers, housing builders yesterday, and they say business is pretty good. It's largely new entrants, though. Many people have low rate mortgages that they're not eager to get out of, and so the sort of strength you see now is new buyers coming into the market. So the market seems to be improving.
You said it's coming down.
Again, it's the most interest-sensitive.
So that's the quote. He says housing activity has hit a bottom.
Affected when we tighten policy.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you.
Very interesting. Beyond pop.
Senator Britt of Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by acknowledging the strength
remember they dropped
of
yesterday
the US
on the chicken news, the chicken FDA approval.
In recent events that unfolded related to SVB, Signature, and First Republic, it highlighted the significant consequences that could occur when bank execs prioritize profits over risk management, and also when banking regulators fail to do their job. Regulators left numerous red flags unaddressed, which allowed the inexcusable risk management practices at these banks to continue for as long as they did. Let's be clear, this inaction played a significant role in these banks' ultimate demise. However, the mismanagement and excessive risk-taking that occurred within these institutions are not representative of the broader banking sector. In fact, I think it's quite contrary. Banks across the board have proven to be resilient, well-capitalized, and a source of strength in the global economy. In fact, I think you see that the U.S., comprised of banks of all sizes, is the world's most dynamic banking system. I'm concerned, though, with impending actions of the Federal Reserve that in itself will be jeopardized. If you look, community banks, for instance, have served our individuals in our small and rural communities across not only my great state of Alabama, but across our entire country in ways that have allowed individuals and small businesses to actually be able to achieve the American dream and to thrive. However, over the past decade, we've seen a significant decline in the number of community banks serving Americans. The U.S. has lost 71% of total banks in the last 4 decades, and unfortunately, smaller banks have made up a large portion of this. And just in the last decade, the number of community banks dropped by nearly 40%. That is completely and totally unacceptable. When we look at the vital role that they play in each and every one of our communities, we have to make sure that that strength is maintained and not undercut. In the face of these declining numbers, the Federal Reserve is considering proposals that could further contribute to the decrease in small and mid-sized banks. Chair Powell, as the Fed is considering changes to the current banking regulatory framework, including stricter capital requirements that Vice Chair Barr has advocated for, how is the Federal Reserve evaluating the downstream impact of these on our smaller community banks?
So I think community banks, when we think of community banks, we think 10 billion and under mainly, but in assets. But I don't think under 100 billion. I don't think the proposals that are under consideration are really applying to those banks. So I think that it shouldn't be a factor for smaller institutions, which, as you point out, have been declining in number for 30 years.
So what do we do to support them? From your perspective, what is the Fed doing to support community banks and rural banks or creating conditions where they can thrive?
So there are these secular forces that are driving interstate banking and also just population moving out of, you see rural areas that have lost half their population, things like that. So we can't do much about that. The piece of it that we understand that declining numbers of community banks is not a good thing for the country. The country isn't better off for that happening. And so we don't want to be part of the problem. And part of that can just be once fit size regulation, high fixed costs, it will make even especially small bank models unprofitable. So we very much try hard to not be part of the problem, and we do, as an institution, very much understand how important community banks are for the economy.
Can you speak to that? Can you tell me what role you believe community banks play that maybe other institutions cannot?
So community banks are in their communities, so they know the community well, and they know the people in the community and the businesses in the community, and
relationship lenders.
It's relationship lending, yeah. It's not. I told a story yesterday, which happened to me. We were moving to Washington, and we had this big bank wanted to make the loan, and they decided not to make the loan at the last minute. I called the local community bank. The loan officer was somebody that knew my family. They knew the house. He went to my high school. He was much younger, of course, and they made the loan very quickly and they just understood it. It was going to be a great loan. We paid it off long ago. So I understand personally that they're better.
He didn't tell us that part yesterday.
The big banks do certain things very well, but
he didn't tell us that.
And for smaller businesses.
Absolutely.
That he went to
and
school with him.
That you'll continue to
That's
take
crazy.
a look.
No, he didn't say he went to school.
Of, additional regular.
But I would have gave Powell a loan. Everybody
regulation
would.
Tools that are kind of perceived to be helpful to maybe
he added a personal
some of the
touch.
Bigger issues that we take a look at how they affect.
And then SPY's still working up again. I've been putting up a couple of different movers. I'm keeping up the regionals because they keep talking about this bank thing. And as Powell was talking, there was a talk on the banks and putting requirements on the regionals.
Best after yesterday, maybe not, but one of the few things that both sides feel strongly and agree on here is that community banks play a major role in our
Uber. Yeah, they did run up.
All
Damn.
of us support the community banks in our communities and know how important they are. So
even Google's running now.
Senator
Again, SPY's
Kastner is
approaching the high of the
recognized
day.
from
You
his
bounced
office.
right off the level.
Thank you, Chairman Brown, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being in front of the committee. I appreciate you. Look, when I talk to Montanans, I hear about what I think everybody in the committee hears about. They hear about inflation, you hear about the high cost of housing, you hear about unaffordable child care. And all these are economic conditions that impact hardworking families and small businesses and communities across my great state. And the examples are clear. Hospitals can't hire nurses. Schools can't hire teachers. And if they can hire them, there's no place to live. And even if they can find a place to live, then finding childcare is a problem, and then paying for that childcare is a problem too. Unfortunately, we haven't done much about any of those from a congressional standpoint, but I think all these challenges need to be addressed. But I'm talking to the chairman of the Fed. And so when I ask the chairman of the Fed, when we talk about these issues of inflation and housing and childcare, I know you guys think about inflation, but do you think about the other things, and do you have tools to address things like housing and childcare, or is that simply out of your purview?
We enforce some of the consumer protection laws.
You had the Kroger stuff too.
But
everything's kind of picking up here now.
As it relates to fair lending and things like that. But ultimately,
IHS.
the bigger question is just the
Yo,
availability of
IHS
housing,
Holdings
its
popping
availability near where the
7%.
jobs are.
They asked
There's not
JP
much
Morgan
that
as
there's not really
management
nothing that our
fears
tools can
hostile
do.
takeover.
The best thing we can do for those issues is to provide an economy where we have stable prices and maximum employment.
So
I top ticked the shit out of that.
There's been a lot of talk, and I'm sure there's been a lot of questions asked on this committee about interest rates.
No, it's not bad. I thought it was at 6. I grabbed some of that. IHS asked JP Morgan's advice as they fear hostile takeover.
Would be the worst thing that could happen.
That's actually great.
Is dictate monetary policy. We'll leave that up to the pros like you.
I grabbed 1,000 shares at 880.
Continued
so
to be an issue.
not too bad. I'm up on him now.
Fully aware that the
that one's a good one.
Clawed back.
I hope. We'll see. I think it's going to be risky. It's up 3% though. That's pretty much your risk if it goes back to normal, and then it's extremely illiquid.
Have impacts on on inflation, as I think the COVID money will have some impacts. And there's some other things out there that I know you're looking at. So I'm going to ask you a question that I'm sure you've been asked already, but what's going to be the key determinant as to whether you raise rates or leave them where they're at? Or I don't think dropping them would be appropriate, but what are the things you're looking at to make those kind of decisions?
Well, I would say that if we see the economy performing about as we expect, then 2/3 of the committee really thought it would be appropriate to raise rates.
No, that one's already getting clapped.
At the end of the year.
It's like bouncing around there. Again, it's super low liquidity.
Growth.
Be careful on that.
We expect, continued gradual cooling off of the labor market.
Fake meat still going again, and then Google and everything else, and then just I want to keep our regionals up here. Alibaba's even moving up.
And so, if all those things happen, we think we're within a couple of rate hikes of the level we need to get to. We want to get to a level where we're confident that inflation is and will continue to is moving and will continue to move down to 2% over time. That's and not a higher level, that level. And so that's why we've slowed down here, as we think we are getting close to that level.
Okay, so let's think out past that. What
So
factors
let's
are you
think
going to
outside
look
the
at
box.
that would determine a lowering in interest rates then?
Ooh.
So we don't see that happening anytime soon. And the test
tell me
for
about
that,
rate cuts.
Is that we're confident that inflation is moving back down to our 2% goal. We want to have some confidence. So, and I will say in the summary of economic projections that my participants and I filed last week, I think by the end of next year, by the end of 2024, the median participant did have some rate cuts. But that's going to depend on how the economy performs, and inflation has just consistently proven more persistent than we've expected, and that other forecasters.
Yeah, IHS
so
clap, but it's an interesting story.
That inflation
it's a new IPO, South African tower operator, and they've been beefing with like a 45% owner of the company.
And I know Michael Barr oversees the Fed's regulation actions. But when we passed 2155, the bill to give reg relief to small banks in particular, there was a sentence in there about tailoring, so that even if you had a community bank, a small community bank, if they had a risky portfolio, you could regulate them to match that.
Dude, Google's up, Tesla's on the high too. SPY's about to go up, and then maybe the banks level out here. Even Watch Energy too. Remember, we got a lot of that.
Barr is thinking, or what you're advising him when it comes to, because I think we've all agreed. The chairman just said we want to protect community banks. They're not the problem out there. In fact, they're the ones that provide access to capital for these communities so they can grow and an economy can happen. Can you tell me what your interaction is with Barr when it comes to regulation and where you think he's going?
So broadly speaking, when regulations need to be voted on at the Board of Governors, and I'm one of the people who votes, I'm also chair of the committee. So that's the nature of the interaction.
Okay.
In terms of what you're really talking about, regulation for smaller institutions, I would say I think it's important that regulation be appropriate for an institution's size and risks. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach to regulation, and the largest institutions need the highest capital standards and the most regulation. And as you get down to community banks, the regulation and supervision should reflect their size and risk.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for running over. Thank you, Chairman Powell.
Thanks, Senator Tester. Senator Kramer of North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman, for being here today. I know several of my Republican colleagues have been asking you about Basel III and the potential for some changes, obviously, in capital requirements. I'm afraid part of what they're trying to do is fix a liquidity crisis at regional banks with a capital fix, which I don't think the two necessarily go hand in hand. In fact, it seems to me, while you've been trying to engineer a soft landing, and now have taken a pause, and I'm certainly not critical of that. I can't fathom why the Fed would want to raise capital requirements when we could be facing what's a credit crunch. And
it's like the fourth.
I mean, does that make sense to you?
Question, yes.
In a potential credit crunch with caused somewhat by higher rates, obviously, somewhat by design, that it doesn't make sense to increase capital requirements for banks and individuals?
So I think that's always the trade-off, is higher capital means more stable, stronger banks that can last through bigger crises and things like that, but it's continuum, because that also means slightly less capital being available and higher price of capital. So, and the thing with capital requirements is the answer isn't 0 and it's not 100. You've got to find the right place. I would also say that the capital in the form of the what I've been briefed on is a proposal where the big capital increases
Tesla,
are really for
there's snow,
and much less.
Is Tesla's green now? Weren't they down
particularly the
another
AG
3 in the morning?
But
So Tesla's
what's
like
the
low key
motivation
running
for
it
that?
again,
I mean,
and then regionals just aren't moving there.
Better than I
Like
did.
Google another high, and then Snow, Micron.
Why the big, for example, the big institutions?
We're like what 20 minutes off Euro close. So did we even pop at Euro yet? We've been moving straight up since Euro close.
Capital and liquidity.
Remember, they had this surprise
for
rate
the
hike.
largest institutions, and appropriately so. I supported all of that, and I'm glad that I did. I think it's been warranted, and I think that the large banks have competed very successfully with this high capital. And I think further increases are going to be on the table. We always thought there would be some further increase at the end of Basel III globally. But I think it's going to be on the increases are going to need to be justified.
I'm going to get to another question, but you said something a little earlier that I wanted to get to in response to Senator Tester. Is your interaction with each other confined only to public meetings? Is that
not at all?
Okay.
Not at all. No, not at all.
So you try to persuade each other at the water cooler.
I talk.
He says, so do you guys only talk on TV?
People who can just sit in your office.
Is that how it is? Like you guys only TV? You guys, are you allowed to?
I see. Okay. Well, it just because in your interaction, it sort of sounded like that, and I used to be in a 3-member, commission, not that regulated.
We have very regular meetings and conversations. Right through the weekend, we talk frequently.
Okay. Okay. In an earlier exchange with, I think it was Senator Tillis, you talked a little bit about digital economy challenges, and you're considering some changes to reflect, how quickly individuals can move money. And I mean, I think a lot of people would maintain that while you always need to have the foundation to weather the storm, so to speak, such as SVB, you might not even have a storm, but for the fast ability for somebody to spark a run, for example, or to move money quickly. But you didn't elaborate on what kind of changes you might be considering. Do you have some personal thoughts on it, or things that you've been talking about as you're running around talking to each other?
Yes. I'm not the biggest expert on this, but so
that's two of us.
The thing that's clear is that our existing liquidity.
Sam Altman says there are things that will go wrong with AI. The Bloomberg Tech Summit.
The idea that you could have a run this fast, and so there are things that are embedded
so much
in the
happening while Powell's
ratio
talking,
and the liquidity coverage ratio that reflect an understanding of how fast a run happens.
Mm-hmm.
And we now learn that. So that's why I think there is regulatory response is going to be appropriate here, not just supervisory. In addition, you would have thought, and we thought, and by the way, this is the board is every bit as accountable as the San Francisco Fed on this, that supervision could have been much more forward-leaning on the liquidity issue than it was. And so we're going to address that too.
Yeah, no, great point, because, these guys have heard me use my soccer referee illustration. If you warn the offender over and over and over, but never throw up a card, they just offend worse the next time. So I think that's an obvious finding, and I would concur with you. But the whole issue of the run itself is also problematic, while not maybe directly jurisdictional to any one regulator. As policymakers and regulators together, we should find a better solution. But I thank you again for your service.
Tesla's still going.
Senator Warren from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in 2010, Congress passed Dodd-Frank to make banking regulations tougher and to avoid future bank collapses. And very soon after that, bank CEOs started lobbying for weaker rules. Now, Chair Powell, you also lobbied for weaker rules. When President Trump first nominated you as Fed chair in 2017, you testified, actually in this very room, I think, that you intended to, quote, consider appropriate ways to ease regulatory burdens for the banks. And when I asked you if there were any rules at all that you thought ought to be made stronger, do you remember what you said?
I think I pointed to the net stable funding ratio.
No, actually, that's not what you said. You said, honestly, Senator, I think they're tough enough. You couldn't point to anything you thought should be tougher. In 2018...
In the event we strengthened the net stable funding
well,
ratio.
in 2018, you supported Congress's weakening of those rules.
I love it.
You led the Fed in hacking away at one rule after another. According to the Fed's own analysis of the Silicon Valley Bank failure, you weakened the rules in multiple ways. You reduced capital requirements. You weakened liquidity risk management. You skipped out on using enhanced stress testing for banks with tens of billions of dollars in assets and more. And the result was that the second, third, and fourth largest bank failures in U.S. history, which together required $23 billion in bailout money. In fact, you now hold the record. In a single year, the FDIC has been forced to rescue more giant failed banks on your watch than any Fed chair in American history. Chair Powell, do you agree with Vice Chair Barr's conclusion that the Fed bears a big share of the responsibility for the failure of SVB?
I certainly think that our supervision has been shown to have been lax in not being assertive enough. I think that the supervisors saw the right issues and but weren't forceful enough in hindsight. And I think that's certainly a fair conclusion.
Altman says lawmakers
so
shouldn't
those
overdo
regulations
AI.
were weakened. Those supervisors were clearly asleep at the switch for more than 5 years under your watch. And I'll just say it again. This is exactly why I opposed your nomination in 2017. The decisions that you made, the votes that you took, and
she really blames Powell for all of it. So
helped cause this mess.
If you don't like
and
Powell,
when you were up for reappointment in 2021,
you're with Elizabeth.
I opposed your confirmation because I believed that your continued
she low key just blames him for everything.
Dangerous to our financial
in a
system.
weird way, she
and
has
the Fed's own report
she has some Donald
confirms
Trump
that.
to her.
So yesterday, Chair Powell, this committee voted on a bill.
That means back in
hold
2018, her and
when their
Donald Trump were
actions
both
blow
hating
up
on Powell
banks.
at the same time,
At the Fed,
and she just
you
still
are the
hates him.
one who
It's
lobbied,
crazy.
who drafted, and who voted for weaker rules. And you were ultimately responsible for the team of Fed supervisors who fell down on
I'm just
the
saying,
job.
if you made a Venn diagram of Donald Trump
responsibility for your
and
role
Elizabeth
in this
Warren,
bank
the
failure?
only overlap would be they both hate Powell and talk shit about him
from the
publicly.
bank failures, and the main responsibility I take is to learn the right lessons from this and to undertake to address them, so we don't
there
have
a
a situation
forklift
like this
in there?
where we had unexpectedly a large bank fail.
Nope, you hear the forklift
and,
backing
spread
up?
contagion into the banking system. That's not supposed to happen.
Man who's
and
on the high?
We need to take appropriate steps to make sure it doesn't happen again.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you mean when you say you take responsibility. Do you take responsibility for your actions that led to the failures of these banks?
Yeah, I think the question of what happened, supervision was at fault. That's both at the board and at the reserve banks.
And are you ultimately responsible for those supervisors? Are you
Actually,
in charge here?
under the law, the vice chair for supervision.
Okay, so you take no responsibility
I didn't
on
say that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to
not what I said.
understand what you take responsibility for.
I take responsibility for addressing the situation appropriately.
That's talking about going forward.
See, I take responsibility for doing it right.
Well, that kind of sounds like not taking responsibility for what you've done in the past. You know,
I see what I did.
The CEOs of the banks.
I take responsibility for that.
In here. And each of them had scooped up huge bonuses, and each of them said they planned to keep every penny of that money. And now we have
Dude,
the
he's
chair
not even-
of the Federal Reserve.
Oh, I was
who
like,
led
he's not
the
even giving her
charge
eye contact, dog.
to weaken bank
He's just like, go,
regulations,
talk.
who
Beep.
oversaw
He's just staring
the bank
ahead.
supervisors who failed miserably.
Bro,
to
that's
hold
my
these
face when my
banks in
girlfriend
line.
be yelling at me and I don't
again,
care.
the
Like, that's
accountability
me
is
fighting
zero.
back. That's my fighting
Our
back
banking
face.
system
You know what I'm
is
saying? I just
broken.
stare ahead while she be just talking. I don't make eye. I'm just like, go.
In bailout money.
Go,
and there
whatever.
is no accountability.
Look,
for
he don't
those at
even,
the
dude,
top.
he's not even looking.
And once again, the
There's no
people
eye
who
contact
didn't
involved
cause
right
the
now.
mess
He said, fuck
are
you.
forced to clean it up.
Go, finish.
We need significant
Finish.
changes here. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
He didn't even say thank you. He's just like, go. Who's next?
There are two senators that might be online. Senator Sinema.
Look at that, Powell.
Arizona,
He said he didn't even acknowledge her. Bro, he said, no, thank you. No, I'll address. No, he didn't even say, he waited. That's a negotiation tactic. You learned that one on Wolf of Wall Street. Whoever talks first, right? He didn't say shit.
To have a strong
He just said,
economy, we must trade American jobs for corporate profits, nor do I believe we must sacrifice
on to the next order.
banking system. Raising money for the biggest banks, we can fight inflation and protect worker gains by investing in growth right here at home and building a more inclusive economy. Thank you for joining us, Chair Powell, today. I look
That's
forward
the
to
last
working with you to
question.
strengthen our economy. For senators who wish to submit questions, they're due 1 week from today, Thursday, June.
You're ending it on that?
9th for Chair Powell.
Why are you going to fuck up his day like that? That's awful.
For the record,
Oh, dude, he better come out hawkish
Senator Scott
next
has
time I
some
see him.
comments he'd like
How are you going to leave Powell? Are you going to end it like that?
A quick, one of the comments that I heard during the
Yeah, come on. Leave it off on a different note. You can't leave it on that.
led to the challenges that we're facing with our debt. Just wanted to clarify the record.
Damn.
Revenue in 2022 was $4.9 trillion, more than
clear the record.
30% higher than 2017 revenue of $3.32 trillion. One of the things we should just recognize as a clear fact is that if your revenue goes up, and that's what happened after the TCJA in 2018 and 2019, we had an increase in revenue, not a decrease in revenue. Unfortunately, we had an increase in spending that exceeded the increase in revenue. So if you spend more money than you take in, you still end up with a deficit.
Man, bonds are still getting murdered.
Of course, Senator Scott recognizes that we had a pandemic. The committee is adjourned.
Okay. What? Did he just throw that in at the end? It's like, and we had a pandemic, and obviously you know that. Wow, what an ending. The Janet Hill, the Elizabeth Warren question. Oh, we got some sound. That's weird. Why is it green? I think they made the desk like that so they could edit shit. And I just noticed that. All right, bye, pal. We love you. Who's this Chad in the back? This guy watches this stream for sure. Is that Gage? I swear that guy's on this stream, right? I know you, bro. Look at him. That's a Chad. Yeah, you're looking to see. He makes better eye contact than Powell responded to fucking Elizabeth Warren. All right, enough fun. Enough fun for the day. That one didn't go as long. Honestly, we're an hour earlier. Compare that with yesterday, man. That's a lot better. So I'm actually down with that. I'm down with that. But welcome back. He said a couple of different things. I mean, as you can see, there's some things that have came across the wire there, here and there regarding. He was referencing the pause and what they're doing. There's one thing, a lot of banking comments, and that was the main thing. So honestly, if there was any reaction to any stock stuff, or anything Powell said, it was related to the requirements on regional banks. However, as Powell began speaking, he even mentioned it. He was like, oh, I didn't get to listen into that, but there was another speech by the Vice Chair of Supervision, I believe Michael Barr, but he was saying that he supports more restrictions. So even the regional banks dropped. You were able to get a rebound on tech stocks. Again, a lot of that rotation you saw yesterday kind of unwound. Discretionaries, tech are leading. However, healthcare and staples are still up. Bonds are unwinding. They're doing the opposite of the NASDAQ, but now bonds are lower than even yesterday, and that's a pretty big deal. So they're kind of moving out of the range there. But overall, Powell, day number 2, not much. If anything, I think Fed, the vice chair of supervision and just comments towards banking's had the biggest effect. Otherwise, this little 50-50 at Powell, the Fed futures pricing in no more rate cuts, all of that has remained the same. So pretty much at the end of the day, they haven't moved since then. The bonds are getting killed. I mean, one yesterday, you had hot inflation out of Europe. If the bonds are going to unwind and get back to that level today, lower than where they were yesterday, I'm blaming Europe and the rest of the central banks. So besides Jerome Powell being the main event today, we woke up with, it's been 2 days in a row of like very negative both inflation and central bank news out of Europe. So the Bank of England, they did a surprise 50 basis point rate hike. The Swiss National Bank raised rates when they have a very stable currency, as well as like Brazil and Turkey. But then there was one more, the Nordsbank, they raised it by 50 basis points as well. So pretty much a lot of these developed European nations in the last 12 hours or so all decided to do surprise rate hikes 50 basis points after they either paused or were only raising by a quarter. So that's where I think the bonds are unwinding a little bit, because that's a very hawkish attitude. So it's like, if you don't believe Powell, if you look around the rest of the world, you know, other central banks are still continuing to be hawkish. That supports the ideology that Powell will actually follow through when he says higher for longer and not cutting rates for at least 6 months from now. Yeah, Brazil's discussing rate cuts, but again, so Turkey raised as well, but not as much, but they don't really matter in the same way, given that their interest rates are already above 10%. You know, so Europe, we have better examples of Europe as opposed to, you know, developed nations, developed central banks and how they react, but at some point, like Turkey, Brazil, Argentina, Egypt, who else? There's like, honestly, I think even Thailand, there's like a bunch of different countries out right now that are just all above 10% right now. 10% inflation, 10% interest rate. You just like, you got to, so you just, at that point, I think they're too far gone in terms of like what they're going to do. If that makes sense. So, but like Europe, the Nordsbank, again, Australia, New Zealand, you know, the developed nations, they are the closest to us. And then we have relationships with them on top of that in terms of central banks. So that's where I think the bonds are reacting today. But we'll see, because overall the bonds have still just been in the same level since we had Powell. You know, that range is the range is real, my guy. The range is real. AI stocks are decent. The chips were down. Some are still down. A couple chip makers went up. We played Mongo. That was a nice trade. I went too small. So that's kind of the paradox with that one. But that one hit. But that one was an AI Google partnership news. So not too bad. Bonds go down. Read it. Bonds go down because yields go up. Yeah, so like I talk about bonds in many ways. So when I say bonds going down, I'm assuming you understand that means yields are up. However, the beauty of my weird language and how I speak about it sometimes is that we usually utilize the bond ETFs. So even if I say bonds are going down, it is reflected by the IEF TLT. The chart would be going down, and same thing going up. But you are correct. So if bonds are going down, we are talking about yields going up. If the bonds go from 4% to 4.5, even though the yield is going higher, that means the bonds are going down. That would be reflected as IEF dropping. PayPal gapping. IHS came back up. PayPal, Uber too. They were down and then they came up. Powell's speech is done. Yeah, an hour early. The House was not as committed, or the Senate. And then Kennedy didn't even sound like Kennedy. Oh, is this Sam? Is he leaving? Well, right here, I'll let you listen in to Sam a little bit. I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, PayPal is coming back up. And then SPY still near the highs. We're above the level, barely green on the S&P. NASDAQ's up, Dow, Russell, red. Again, regional still getting murdered. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back.
And every time we find things.
This is Sam Altman.
And I suspect not only will this time not be an exception
Sam
to that,
Bankman 2.0.
the things we find will be better and more interesting and more impactful than ever before. Like, there are a lot of people that talk about AI as like the last technological revolution. I suspect it, from the other side, it'll look like the first. Like the other stuff will be so small in comparison. I think the whole thing of like technological revolutions is sort of dumb because my understanding has always been it's just one long continuous one. But it is this continuing exponential. And so what will be enabled, and the stuff we can't even imagine on the other side, we will have way too much to do. If you want to just sit around and do nothing, that'll be fine too.
All right. Bonbons and beaches in my future. That's
If that's what I don't think that's what you'll turn out to want. But if you do, great.
You talked about AIs designing other AIs on the tour. Can you play that out for us and the implications of that?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the classic sci-fi idea that, at some point, these systems can help progress themselves, can discover better architectures, can help write their own code. I think we're a ways away from that, but it is worth paying attention to.
China and Russia, you didn't go there on your trip.
I did speak. I gave the keynote at the Chinese conference.
You did speak virtually.
Yeah.
Where do you think they are on AI, and should we be worried?
I don't really know. I'd love to have better information on that. I don't have a great sense.
Does it concern you that we don't know?
Yeah, I mean, again, like any imperfect information always is a little concerning. So I'd love to have a better sense. But, I'm like optimistic that we can find some sort of collaborative thing. And I think this thing that often gets said in the US, which is like, it's impossible to cooperate with China, it's just totally off the table, is asserted as fact, and like people are trying to will it into existence, but it's like not clear to me it's true. In fact, I suspect it's not. It'll be hard.
Right. Look, I'm so grateful that you've been around the world talking about this. I'm so grateful that you're with us today. I think even you would acknowledge you have an incredible amount of power at this moment in time. Why should we trust you?
You shouldn't. Like, I don't, as you know me for a long time, public talking, like I'd rather be in the office working. But I think at this moment in time, like people deserve basically as much time asking questions as they want. And I'm trying to show up and do it. But more to that, like no one person should be trusted here. I don't have super voting shares. I don't want them. The board can fire me. I think that's important. I think the board over time needs to get democratized to all of humanity. There's many ways that could be implemented. But the reason for our structure and the reason it's so weird, and one of the consequences of that weirdness was me ending up with no equity, is we think this technology, the benefits, the access to it, the governance of it, belongs to humanity as a whole. You should if this really works, it's quite a powerful technology, and you should not trust one company and certainly not one person with it.
So why should we trust OpenAI? Are you saying we shouldn't?
No, I think you should trust OpenAI, but only if OpenAI is doing these sorts of things. Like if we're years down the road and have not sort of figured out how to start democratizing control, then I think you shouldn't. But if this is if we figure out some sort of new structure where OpenAI is governed by humanity, and that can happen in many ways, including the alignment data set we pick rather than us picking it. We find a way to get it from humanity as a whole.
Interesting. I like that answer. He's like, should we trust you? You shouldn't. That's better, because if that was Sam Bankman well, you should trust me because I eat vegetables and I donated to all the people in foreign countries that I was robbing. That's why you should trust me, and then I support everybody, whatever you say. I'm sorry. Trust me. Give me money, because crypto the future. So that's, that's better than, that's a better response than I expected. So I'll give him a point. I give Sam Altman. I was throwing him a little shade, so I'll give him a point. I like that. I like that answer. That was a good answer. Sam is the only billionaire that plays League for a living. Well, that's because we found out he wasn't a billionaire. You don't remember how wild that was? That was we watched someone's wealth in real time go from $32 billion to $1. But even then, though, I don't know if he still got some of those FTT token. I think it bounced. I don't know. Durr Wallman registers 102,000 of Smile Direct Club shares. And then the IHS is holding up, but there you go. We've got to go through Powell today. Not much. Again, we were just talking bonds and why they're moving there. Got a little bathroom break. Got to hear from Sam Altman of OpenAI. Very, very interesting talk so far. I could get behind it. Let's say what happened with gold. I was going up earlier in the morning. It flipped. Could be related to the dollar, but gold kind of looks like the bonds right now. Why did you pick PayPal over Square? Because I like PayPal. I've actually used PayPal a lot throughout my life. I still use it even to this day. Sometimes if I could get away with a quick PayPal checkout, I will. But I think they have more value. And then comparatively, I think Square was still trading at a higher premium. So I have more personal experience with PayPal, but then Square, I believe, is still trading like 4 or 5 times off of its lows. And then I even think if PayPal, PayPal has a PE that's high, but I don't even think Square has a PE. I don't even think they have an earnings. Oh, yeah, Venmo's PayPal. I mean, you could always go for both. Again, I mean, that's up to you if you ever want to split between names. Rolls-Royce, I've never looked into it. Like the stock, I mean, a lot of people have, but like I've never been a fan of it. I think they've struggled. I like Rolls-Royce vehicles, but maybe. I'm not sold IHS. I'm down on it. It's super illiquid. We're kind of fucked on that one. So I'm hoping this little hostile takeover thing works, but like besides today, like this stock gets no volume. I guess it's like 180,000 in a day. So that's the only problem. That was kind of like ZenV. Like I got at a ZenV with like a $50 loss. I don't even know where it's at now, but when it's super illiquid, it's just like the spread is wicked. As ZenV even came down. AMD's on the low. AMD's flushing right now. Or at least it's printing on the low ticker. Couple of chips coming down here. And then NASDAQ still green. SPY about to go red. And then Dow down 0.17. DFH too. They're dropping. And then Russell is still getting murdered. No, I haven't re-upped on the Lucid yet. So down to 5% in 2 days. I mean, we might wait till like 550. I think this is already an all-time low. But I'm waiting for that. But again, that's part of like, these are part of like the pause plays. So we got to see as everybody kind of calm down too. We're going to see again. And today, the hawkishness, we'll see if that carries over. Snow, red candle, Amazon, Tesla. Whoop. Tesla, Disney leaps, maybe. I mean, I don't know. The leaps though, we're even getting, the crazy part is it's like time has gone by. So like if the market, if we play anything out how we're doing recently, I mean, leaps weren't always the best case scenario. And then Disney will, why I'm buying it for the long term. I'm expecting that they are going to bring back their dividend. That's what they said by third quarter. So that always changes the equation for me when it comes down to buying leaps. So that's where I'd be on. They divested the cars. It's defense, the contractor. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you could get GE then. I like the cars of Rolls-Royce. That's it. But I don't, as everything else, I mean, I know they've struggled and haven't really done the best. So it's not really my favorite. Am I the only one who tracks advancers or decliners? Decliners have exceeded advancers 64.36 in the last 60 days. No, I mean, that's where people talk about the breadth and like the market dominance of certain companies, equal weighted and all of that. But there's what you can look for is 52-week highs and 52-week lows. So that's the Hindenburg. If you actually see like 2% of the NASDAQ hitting 52-week highs at the same time, like 2% of the NASDAQ or the NYSE stocks are hitting 52-week lows. That tells you that That's like real volatility in terms of breadth. That's where there's like a problem with breadth. Otherwise, what you're seeing and what you're noticing, it all leads into the discussions related to again the market dominance of a couple of names and what we've just seen over the last couple of weeks from Nvidia, Tesla coming back, Microsoft all-time highs, Apple as well. So that's the big factor of it, but nothing to the point of, people have brought up how it's concerning and it could both lead to more strength or quick weakness, but nothing crazy. I would look for the Hindenburg if you are looking at that. Mm, 43.75. I mean, we're holding up decent. Again, the place we bounced at was pretty interesting. So that level today that we gapped under, this 43.58's been pretty solid. So, like, we didn't hit it the first day. You came really close to it yesterday, but you never hit it. Gap below it today for, 15 minutes you stayed under it. And then once you got above it, you even retested it twice, and then you're holding up. So, we'll see. I mean, I think at this point, we'll see how we close. I mean, we are going to get a little bit more data. But then I think whatever happens with China or anything else, that's it. Is that Twitter? No, it's something I'm working on here. I've been working. It's a newswire. It's access to one newswire. So it's not a what's it called? It's not an aggregated newswire. So it doesn't have like every single thing. So, but this is like one of the areas. So like sometimes when you see me, when I'm like, oh, I look up news, I go through a lot of areas, but this is one area where I could backtrack and go through stuff. So I try to keep it up here today. I wanted to have this up and see if you liked it or not. How is it now? It's actually been what? It's been like 2-3 hours with it. It's kind of hard to read. It moves fast. I know you got shit in the way, but it's pretty up to date. It should be very fast and it should cover a lot. Yeah, it's kind of like a high-low ticker for news. Yeah. Instructions unclear. Pre-ordering Cult Newswire, baby. I got you. That's why. I mean, we'll see. I'm not done yet. I'm still working on some stuff. So like that's why I'm like integrating certain things, and now I'm like finalizing it all. I'm like back testing it, comparing it to everything else. But for the most part, a transparent background would hit. You're right. I might be able to pull that off. Am I gonna? I don't think I'm gonna sell this though. No, I could. That's what I'm saying. I could literally get you guys like a pretty crazy wire now. I want to see this though. Watch. What you need to be looking for is this needs to get news. This will be one wire. This one will pick up news 5 minutes earlier. This one I don't think will get anything late. It'll get like old shit that like 2 minutes later. But this one, if this thing could pull up 5 minutes earlier on certain headlines, I'm never selling this. That's all. That's it. Y'all keep it on stream for you. I'll give it to you, but I'm never going to tell you guys how I created it. It's just I've got to learn from that lesson in the past. So hopefully you appreciate it. But like I said, I will give you the fruits of the tree, but not the seed. But tell me how it works. Just keep looking. Watch and let me know what you find if you see anything worthwhile. And then maybe we could what's it called? I don't know. I could always change the layout. I don't know. It'd look weird, though, because I could incorporate, like, I don't know, if we maybe somehow make this smaller a little bit, but then, I don't know, because I don't know where to put this shit. It's bigger, and, like, we could put it, I'm going to try to see if I could get it transparent for you. That's a great idea. What happened last time? Just everybody takes things, repackages it, sells it, and then or I get in trouble for it, and then it just gets weird. So I just think it's better to keep it. I've released a lot of info. I still have a lot more in the piggy bank. So I think this will, if I have a good proprietary system, it'll keep us in the game for another 5 years before everybody pillages it. And then again, it's a nice competitive edge. Like I said, I've shared a lot of things, but I mean, sadly, at this level, when we were only a couple hundred people, the shit didn't matter. But now it's like I could share with you an edge, but once you share an edge to that many people, it could quickly disappear. That's what you could ask Sam Bankman and arbitrage. But yeah, you have to change the chart background. Well, we'll see. Oh yeah, it's not on Twitch, unfortunately. Bottom right. I mean, we could. I mean, you know, honestly, but then it like you can't see this chart, and then now you can't read it all fully because like you don't need the bottom of the low ticker. Like low key, this is the best area. You could still, because all I care about is if bonds are hitting a higher low, and then that's it. Oh, donation for the go, baby. God bless you. And show me some love. And Edgar, God bless the Chad. Let me see if I could get it on the Twitch, though. I'll try to get you guys one. Or maybe, ooh, how about Twitch? Dude, Twitch, you guys don't even give a shit. Maybe what if I could, I might be able to stream something completely different on the Twitch. That make sense? Mm-hmm. What if we changed half of the, I could just change half of the layout on the Twitch, and then I could just have the Twitch streaming some more extensive stuff in terms of like a newswire. So the Twitch would have a different video feed, and then, but then that way, because then if I don't have to stream all of this, it might work. Otherwise, the only issue will be if my computer trips. Yeah, I could pretty much make half of Twitch a newswire. We'll see. We'll see. Well, we have both streams now, but that's why, because Twitch doesn't see what we're talking about now. Again, more just more heavy Twitch discrimination. I apologize, but it is what it is. My computer rips threads, but you know that TD, whatever that TD Ameritrade update was like 6 months ago, just murdered it. That's it. Like, honestly, if I'm not running TD Ameritrade, I have no computer issues. But if I want to, like, I could stream fine, but if I want to run TD Ameritrade clean, with Active Trader, it don't hit. PayPal and Disney, I like both of them. I think, well, PayPal's up right now, so I'd wait to get PayPal cheaper. I mean, we're up almost 10% on it, but they're two different companies. But what I was saying about like PayPal and Disney is like what we did with Disney. We own Netflix and then we bought Disney. They're kind of very similar. It's like buying two sympathies. It's like buying Walgreens and CVS. It's like buying Redfin and UWMC, stuff like that. So it's like even with Square or PayPal, if you're really kind of torn between Square or PayPal, you could just split up the deposit and buy both if you really want. You know, don't get too comfortable balancing out your portfolio like that. But for the most part, sometimes it's not too bad of a strategy to get a little bit of both. Yeah, Coke and Dr. Pepper. Yes, like diversifying your thesis. For the most part, but hopefully it has like the same, in the sense of the long term, like hopefully it has the same things we're looking for. So like it makes sense, like some of the names are brand names, like Square and PayPal. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be like, oh, I'm gonna get PayPal and then this new company called Fast Pay Union. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, it's EVAI. No, but like Coke and Dr. Pepper. You know what I'm saying? Peanut butter and banana. I don't know how that relates, but I could appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Pop. You just ordered stuff off Amazon. Amazonian. Visa and MasterCard, yeah, AXP, stuff like that, just like the name brands. But, I mean, don't get too comfortable with it. I don't like doing it all the time. T-Mobile. Catalent on the high. I think they got a new CEO. Was that other one? IHS. Back up, spreads wide. Literally liquid as shit. Microsoft oil. Oil was crazy. It was down 3, but again, energy companies didn't drop that much. So Powell was nothing. Powell's a dove. Someone said he's a pigeon. Like I said, I could get behind that. Or a warlock, but nah. Just a little different. Interesting. Hold on. Let's see if he answers. Why did we call him yesterday? Oh, yeah, we were going to call him about Disney.
Again.
Sir, you just sent a very dramatic text message.
Yeah, I didn't think you were going to call me. I was just stating what I was going through right now in a situation of my life. And then all of a sudden I get a call from you. Am I live? What's going on here?
You are live. You might be a little quiet, but wait, why are you saying mortgages are at 7.5? I just saw something that said mortgages are at 6.67, the lowest in 3 weeks.
Yeah, so the media, I don't know if you guys know this, but they try to deceive you.
Okay.
So what they do is they give you a rate that costs you one origination point. So in order to get that rate, whatever the media is showing you, there's a cost to that. So a huge cost. So 1% of a loan amount on $500,000, that's an extra $5,000. Why would anyone pay that just to get that lower rate for a year, 2 years? Doesn't make sense. So in order to market it correctly, that's how they say it, which is fine. Whatever. It's not deceitful in any way, like lying. It's just not accurate.
Interesting. So tell them what you just texted me.
Okay, so I just locked someone in on an interest rate on a 30-year fix. It was a $600,000 home, 20% down, 740 credit score. The rate I quoted them and locked in was 7.5% on a 30-year fix. That's a primary residence.
That's not bad. Not bad. With 20% down, it was still 7.5%.
Yeah, that's horrible. Like a month ago, I was in the 6s, which is really okay where we're at. And that's why I had huge lead flow, huge traffic. Things were flying off the shelf. Now, June's going to be the biggest month ever. July will have some carryover, so the media won't really report it as bad. But then August, it will just be bad news, bears.
Yeah, you sound like you when you say that. Bad news. But I'm still kind of like, but if you're saying there was a lot of demand at 6, like what does an extra 1% do if there was people there? And I guess why did your client do it then? Why did he buy a house at 7.5?
First of all, I ain't a mathematician. I don't know the exact difference between 6 and 7%. It sounds like a light number, 1%. But I think your payment is
like
about
$250. I thought it would be like $250 or like $300 more.
Yeah, on a $600,000 home, maybe a little bit more. Maybe in like Indiana where you shop, it might be a little less. It might not be as dramatic, but it's still a huge increase in monthly payment. And that will just disqualify people. That $250 to $300, that could just push you from 45% debt to income to 50% or 46%. So now you're disqualified. Why would my client do it? Well, that's the funny part. He was shopping for a home the last 2 months, and he was getting outbid on everything. And then he finally bid on something, and he won. You know those situations where you're like, this is weird. Why did I win? That's why he won, because everyone else bowed out, basically.
So, and then he's like, that's it. And but he needed a place to live. I guess he's been on the hunt, and eventually just 8 months of fatigue got to him, or what?
I don't think he needs a place. I mean,
he just wanted it?
I don't know. I didn't really ask that question. I'm not trying to.
He wants a house as part of his personality. It's just
I'm not trying to lose money here. Be like, hey, bro, why do you want a house so bad? Like, rates are high. Like, what do you want me to tell him? You want me to just find out more questions for your research and development?
No. That's fine, sir. didn't mean to press you. I didn't think this would be such a pressing topic for you, but that's all we needed from you. But I called you the other day live on stream. We were going to ask you something. Maybe I could ask you now. Did you see the latest long-term pickup?
Which one? I've seen a lot of numbers in my head. Well, which one is it?
Well, we recently, I recently purchased.
Puts on submarines? What'd you get?
I did not get puts on submarine. Damn, bro. It's a little too soon.
No, it's not. It's over, bro.
Okay. Anyways, but I bought Disney for the long term.
Okay.
How do you feel about that? We said we wanted to hear what Lending Tips has to say about that.
Like, there's two trains of thought here. So you're supporting people who groom kids, which is fine. I mean, you probably do that every day and you don't even know it. And the other thing is, why would you buy Disney? I mean,
that's a lot to unpack right there, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. The business model isn't sound and resilient like our economy here. Okay. I think they're running out. You know, I think I told you the other day, things just don't hit the same, right? Disney just doesn't hit the same. Like, you have Disney On Demand, you have Disney whatever you have. Their movies are awful. Like, it just doesn't hit the same. The theme parks are bad. Like, it's just the same stuff. Like, I think the business model is flawed. I think there's a downturn.
Interesting. So you don't think the 100 years of history, the dominance of the media control, you don't think that'll uphold business wise? You don't think they could hold on to the culture?
They'll find a way, like every big business who's ran by white America. But you are going to they're not going to see big earnings like they used to.
Interesting.
So you could buy it. It should be good for the long term, but I wouldn't buy it, my opinion, personally.
So would you not buy it because of personal beliefs, or would you not buy it because of just monetarily? You just think the company's still.
Monetarily, I just don't think there's huge upside. My goal right now, I have 2 kids, and I need to find that Amazon. I need to find that Tesla. So in 40 years, they're not like, Dad, how come you didn't buy Tesla when you had the chance at $25? We could have been billionaires by now, Dad.
AWS CEO says AI will buttress Amazon's cloud leadership. Wait, check Amazon? Hold on. CEO saying something. I don't know if that's... All right, well, that's it. That's good to hear. I like it. Well, Lending Tips, thank you for your opinion. It was not as aggressive as we suspected. I like it, actually. It's very, very beautiful. So thank you, sir. Oh, okay. If you have anything else for us, you tune in, let us know, and God bless you.
I'm going to have to bill you for this 7 minutes.
That's fine. I can make a play for you. Let me know. Maybe in a month we got earnings, so we'll talk then. Okay. Later, bye-bye. Interesting. Buttress. 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 Butter. What? Deep thoughts. Yeah, what do you think about that? That's because you're 40. It shouldn't hit this. Ask my 6-year-old if it hits. Yeah, bro. Amen. I like that. I'll tell you, we had a talk the other day. We were just like, even like music, like there's just like, there hasn't been like, I don't know, everything's like this, like what's like the newest like star actor or like even star musician? Like we haven't even star athlete. Like we haven't had like the late, like when was the last time we had like a LeBron or like a Lil Uzi Vert? No, I don't even know. Like a Lil Pump? No, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? When was the last time we had like a Mike? When was the last time we saw Drake? Yeah, bro, I was a baby when Drake was popping out. I remember when Lil Wayne was like, I got Drake and I just signed a chick named Nicki Minaj. Like that was like old, bro, and now it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of crazy. AI in 100 million. That one's old. See, so this one is coming out again, but that one's pretty old. I think when you have the parentheses, it might be tied to a press release. Yeah, and then AWS announces Generative AI Innovation Center. I don't know which one is that. Yeah, that one's a little 12:36. No, it's the same time. So that's getting caught by the same way. Yeah, so not all of these. So some of these headlines are hitting, some aren't. Related to AI. It's related to Amazon and AI right now. So I keep a watch on that scanner and then keep a watch on Amazon. Drake changed up. It's because Drake just got too rich, bro. Have you ever seen all those videos of people like trying to rap like Drake? That's it. It's Drake. You just gotta like rap about like the most unrelatable shit nowadays. That's all his new flow. He's like, I woke up, spent $100 million because I'm rich and I got bored. I bought 18 jets because I thought I didn't have enough more. And then I went to go shopping, but said, fuck it. I went and bought this store. I would have bought a Bugatti, but I said I already have $1 million more. Like, it's just, he's crazy, bro. Bentley curtains. My pillowcase made out of real animals. It's cost me $20 million. They don't understand how I'm feeling. I can't trust the girl. I'll never show love because she don't know how much money I got and she won't even not. It's just like, that's all it is. Just, I can't relate to it anymore, bro. Nobody can. I don't know what the fuck I just said. I was just trying to give y'all a verbal example. That's it. That's just the new Drake, bro. It's just too crazy. It's too crazy. Yeah, like sad boy Drake. Just give me like a little normal Drake, like Acura days, bro. Yeah, I love Drake. I'm a Drake fan. I like all of them. But if there's anything, it's just nowadays. That was not a real song. No. He's like, nah, spent too much money. My interest rate cost your whole life savings. So I don't even know who they praising. I don't praise God now. I just praise Allah because I think I got my money bigger than Allah. It's like, it's just, I say every time. I bought the hotel. I was going to go stay at a hotel, but instead I bought it. I could have got a mortgage, but I said I could afford it. That's cool. Come on. I was eating at a restaurant. She took a picture of me. She rejoiced. I was going to leave her a tip, but instead I gave her a Rolls Royce. Ugh. That's what he does every time, bro. That was good. It's kind of fun. You should try it. If you ever want to have fun, you should try to make unrelatable Drake flows. It's fucking dope. Yeah, come on, let me get in on this one. Come on. Yeah, I'm relatable. I'm unrelatable. Listen, yeah, sure, it's not hyperbole. You got a lot of money. Sure, you got a lot of money in the safe, huh? Yeah, started from the bottom, now we're here, yeah. Started from the bottom, now the whole team's here, yeah. Huh? We kept it real from the jump. I was 20 when my mama's house, we'd argue every month, huh? Yeah. Told you. He said, Mark ain't doing nothing. That's why we've talked a lot. Mark is not. He said, it's like moving, but it's not. It kind of looks like me. It's just an illusion. That's annoying. Don't do the Biden voice. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why do you keep doing Biden? I think you need to talk about Trump a little bit more, Joshua. How come, Joshua, you are not talking about Donald? How come you're not putting me up there? Why do you want to keep making a Biden voice? What has he done for you that I didn't do exactly? But either way, I have a case, I have a defense. They tried to prosecute me and persecute me. You know who else they tried to persecute? Jesus. So I feel fine. We're going to defend our case, and I'm still running. Please fill out your donations on my website to fund my case. Thank you. Fuck you. What? Now, sir, I one question before you move on, Joshua. Now, what do you mean donation? Okay, hear me out. So you're gonna do a GoFundMe? Now, who does it mean? Is it like go like a verb, or is that an adjective? Oh, no. It's a verb in action. Yeah, okay, exactly. A verb is an action. So is it a verb or a noun? Is it personified? Do you understand what I'm saying? I saw your estimates from your people. I don't know where they came from, the Looney Tune land, but do you understand who's getting the funding? Do you have to go as an adjective? No, you're not here. I yield my time back. This is pointless. Thank you. And that is your political personality psychosis for the day. I'm your host, Josh. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, youtube.com/thestockmarket. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. It is about 12:43 Eastern time right about now, and we have one more day left in the trading week and not too much data on the way. So hopefully you're having a good day, and shout out to the Europeans fucking everything up with their data in the morning. Thank you. Who is that? No idea, bro. No idea. I'm still discovering myself. You want to hear my horoscope? Shout out the Europeans. The data, the Europeans. NPR, Josh. It's a good one. We did it, y'all. Kamala. I can't do a Kamala voice. There's a fake trading fraternity. Twitter has 2K followers. Thanks, Elon. Just report him. Honestly, though, it's like, I used to tell you guys to, like, waste their time, but, like, motivated chads and, like, a motivated weirdo, like, or one of the, like, just scammers, bro. Sometimes it's a bad mix. So just report it. Do whatever you need to do. That's cool, but you know where to find me. youtube.com/thestockmarket. I see you there. You know what I'm saying? I see you there. I see you there. So. USDA. This one I don't have. The USDA poultry slaughter, like, that's weird. Again, because this one started slowing down. I'm sorry, I was looking at this. But yeah, how is it? As you guys are saying, good, great. We got into a conversation about selling it. See, that's it. Y'all didn't even tell me if you liked it or you're like, what is it? How do I get it? You trying to sell it, Joshua? So I was just saying, but like, has it been useful? I know the location's been weird, but I mean, have you guys been able? Is there utility? Is there utility created by this that does not take away from the lack of utility, taking away from 70 to 80% of that bond chart? Can I have it, please? Can I have it? Is it useful? Yes. Okay. Good. I wanted some feedback on it. I've never done this. That's what I'm saying. I was playing with this. I thought we'd try it here in the morning. And, give you some time, and we're seeing it's good. Location weird, once transparent. It'll be helpful. You're waiting for the Pooh Simpson voice. Honestly, you just need a public figure that I can impersonate. Otherwise, I love my Indian bros, bro. Like, I do it in front of my Indian homie all the time, but like, I feel like, again, like, because that's what people say. Like, sometimes they're like, when I do my Arab voice, they're like, you're so offensive. You're so, like, why are you a person? I'm like, dude, that's my dad. That's my father. Like, legitimately, you have no fucking idea. Like, I swear to you, this is my day-to-day life. You have no idea. I'm reminiscing. I'm not impersonating. It's different. But I can't do, like, you know what I'm saying? I can't just pull out. I can't do it. Yeah, I'm not Indian, bro. That's it. Like, that's unless there is a famous, even Rishi Sunak, bro, he don't even have an accent. So, like, Rishi Sunak talk better than most of y'all. Like, Rishi's like, hello, how are you? My name is Rishi. We are going to make changes, and we're going to protect the gilts. Nice to meet you. I give you the permission. Bro, that's one of you, dog. There's like 17 billion of y'all, so that's not. I need at least the majority. But I appreciate it, Kirot. So we'll see. You know, one day at the right time, maybe. Yeah, Rishi's balling. Mm-hmm. The red entries are, this one's whack. Honestly. So like that's the beauty of it, because I would use this one. It gives you an idea, like when this one's red, it's not that important on this one. But it gives you an idea of what, like, there's news wires around the world that would attach more significance to that headline. That's why it's showing up as red. So, but in this case, this one, what I've noticed, a lot of the red alerts, they're not as quick on this one that I'm showing you. So I just think it has slightly more importance, but it's not like ultimately breaking crazy news. Nepal. That's crazy. Don't forget me. I've checked with the Indian community. They've given the green light to you. All right. I'm gonna ask my Indian homie. Let me consult with my Indian counsel, and we'll talk to him. You know, maybe we'll take a poll, but I'll discuss with him. You know, because he's friends with what's it called? He knows like politicians too. Maybe we can make this official. Maybe I'm gonna get my citizenship, man. Fuck it. That's it. What if I became a citizen of India? Because I'm down. I told him. I even have him. I want a factory in India. I feel like India is the new China. So I'm down with it, bro. I'm down with it. Honestly. And what's the guy? Who's the guy? Who's the guy who went after Adani? Was it Hindenburg? Mm-hmm. Take advantage of cheap labor? No, but I see where your heart is at. It's taking advantage of proximity to areas around the globe. The labor is actually going up on certain things, but it's access to commodities and access to other shipping routes and getting it in and out there in China and Australia and many other places. Cheap labor is actually probably number 5 to 7 on the list of why you would want a factory in India right about now. I would go long on India, yeah. I think you don't own property in India. Yeah, I think you have to be Indian. You might. I think it's like Mexico. They might let you get like a 100-year land lease. No specific stock. I think it's early though. I think that's that's a straight up like 20-year play. Like if not like way longer, you would be actually surprised. Deep out the money calls on EEM. Yeah, I don't know. It's just we need I think you go for leaps in like deep out the money once we get more clarity on Fed policy. Right, but other than that, right now I'm still kind of in equity mode. So I would wait more clarity. Otherwise, I'd say you could just get a little bit of equity, build into it until we know what's going to happen. But that's like a very long, drawn out play, India-wise. And I don't know about investing in India like stocks. Like, I think you'd make more money in India physically, if that makes sense. It's kind of like getting into weed. It's like, you know how weed companies like don't make a lot of money? Like when you look at the stocks, like it's not like weed names like are carrying your portfolio. But like, you know, back in like 2014, if you made a weed company, like some of them made a lot of money, then it turned into a lot of cash burn. But then how much the industry generates in like physically could reflect much more different than the other stuff. I like Brazil, but I said Brazil and India But India, I've liked. I said even during, I was hoping the Adani thing brought it back. So you're talking real estate in India, yeah, or like legitimately like building out infrastructure, like taking advantage of the infrastructure in trade and everything related to commodities and everything. Like legitimately, like I'm saying, like as other places in the world change, technology, other things, I mean, the location, the population size, and again, just proximity to China, it could be a very, very interesting opportunity. Not to mention, I think India will probably be the China that we want, aka the size of China, the opportunity to grow like China did in the early days, and then no communism. But their government stuff is a little bit still kind of weird. Yeah, they're a rising superpower. I think they could be, but that's the only thing. How they run their government is kind of crazy. That's the only thing that's been holding them back. Ray Dalio's comments on India? No, I have not. It's socialist for the most part, but it's like they have like they just have it's a weird dude. Like they do a lot of just crazy, just random stuff. Like they'll abolish cash randomly. Like again, like even the infrastructure, like the roads and like just related to beliefs that they have. I mean, even the damn history and like going deep into the religion of it. It's just kind of how it's all ran. That's the only thing that would probably hinder them in the future, unless they like kind of modernize that a little bit and get more stable. Ray Dalio went full positive on India. I like him a lot. You're gonna hear about it. I mean, when we're like much older, it's gonna like India. It may take a decade, take 2 decades, maybe longer, but India is gonna have a cool. We're gonna watch something cool happen over there. Play Tesla. Then we're back at VWAP. Bond's been going down all day. And we waited all day for it. And Peach Nation, it's here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Or not. Wow. Amen. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Chattadonia. God bless you. Bradley Frizzle, thank you, my friend. Do you got... breathe in. Breathe in. Breathe in, really. Do you feel that? Oh, my gosh. It's real, too. Wow. And it's almost 10 a.m. Oh, my gosh. Qualcomm's Eamon says hard to predict winning uses of AI. What do you mean? You're not confident? How come everyone confident? But Qualcomm's going up on that. God bless you. And Moses Toe. And the Peach Pump. My goodness. Bradley Frizzle. Woo! Oh, life is good, Chad. You know that? That's a blessing. It's a blessing. Honestly, I hope that Peach, maybe we should remind you, you're alive today. And you got another day, bro. You got to see another Peach. And Bradley Frizzle provided another Peach. You got to see it, too. Oh, man. Life is beautiful, bro. Life is beautiful. Mm-hmm. Good gift on the phone now. Let's go. That's good. Turn on the gifts. PayPal to break out. It kind of broke out the other day, and then it's just bloop. I mean, but still, $68. Did it go to 69? Yeah, it was about to hit 70 that day. God bless you, man. Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for Peach. What? RHS. Is it moving back up? I'm still in it. Yeah. Should be up on it now a little bit. Not bad. Not bad at all. How does people having less kids play into your Disney thesis? I mean, that would, if it was like, what's the show? Sweet Tooth? If it was like, that would kill it, but I don't really factor that in. I guess hedge with real estate, but even then, you would probably lose on real estate too. But I don't know. I think Disney has a good history. They have a good library. It's going to be worth something no matter what. Yeah, FedEx did go up. It's actually wild. They're up 3% now on the day. It's probably like 2% or 1% from where they dropped. Oh, shit. I forgot the UNG Boyle thing is tomorrow. One of them is going to split. That sucks. Because I kind of wanted to get out of it. Because I don't want to deal with the split. But then I'm like, damn. It is like really just starting to work. This is the first time it's worked up. I already know how this is going to play out. It's Boyle split, not UNG. But still, I think we'll get rid of Boyle. I think we'll just cut the Boyle and then hold the UNG. Disposable e-cigarettes now account for more than half of the vaping market. E-cigarette sales have jumped more than 50%. Look, that one's coming across the wire. Sweet and fruity e-cigarettes thrive despite teen vaping crackdown. Sales increase driven by sweets. E-cigarette sales jumped 50% in the past 3 years. See if Philip Morris or MO. They're not. Yeah, that one's early, I think. But then again, I don't think just an update from the CDC on like 3-year vaping trends. Thank you for rain. Yeah, they're not moving yet. But keep an eye on that. I have both of those up. MO and Philip Morris. Oh, yeah, it is time for new SPY butterflies. Maybe as we get closer to Powell, but yeah. We have to pick a different range, though. I think Fed bailing out banks will bring out inflation. It looks like it, and then everything is heating up. Like, dude, it's honestly like... It's wild. I was talking with my girlfriend about this because I remember I told you she's flipping that car for me. And all of a sudden, I'm getting offers now, just crazy offers for this vehicle all of a sudden, out of nowhere. And a couple weeks ago, everybody was acting hella Hollywood. And it's just like, again, with houses, you're watching the demand, and it's just like, it's crazy how when you see people's like, when people are scared, they don't want to buy anything and they're worried. But then the minute people feel somewhat decent, again, stocks, all of it, bro, it's going crazy. So it's just like people feel good and you see it. Again, people buying real estate, the cars are ticking back up. It's wild. Again, even like the car algorithm, like where they like the CarMax, that's what I'm saying, like the CarMax, the Carfax and all those, like, we'll give you an offer for your car. Those are even just shooting up in the last like 30 days or so. But so I do think even if it's the Fed or the bank, it's just like if this keeps going up like this, it's going to like inflation. There's a chance it comes back in certain areas. And again, it makes sense why the 70s played out like they did, because again, we feel decent. People are buying things up, but woo, that's weird. The 4-year TIPS bond auction just came out. Why are you getting a Chicle? AMD and Google on the low? Hold on. Is this, no, that's Goggle. I was like, what is that? AMD still flushing. What is that? So we're going down, but 5-year TIPS auction 1.832, when issued 1.87. That's interesting. So people even high demand on the inflation protected treasuries. I haven't checked the Lambo index. I need to. But yeah, things are getting hot though. That's like, it's kind of weird. Cars are even going back up. That's where I'm shocked. Again, I was during the Powell thing. I got a link for that guy who said in the morning he wanted like a Toyota Highlander. He watched the lease video. I sent him a link and I commented on it. But like I said, in his area, like, Toyotas right now, there's no lease deals. The only deal that you could get on a Toyota is getting the vehicle at MSRP. So that's the deal right now, because they all have, dude, you're dropping pretty quick here. 2 or 3 big candles now. No headlines or anything. Again, you could keep watch here if you see anything, but still pretty wild. But yeah, so it's like there's no like, pretty much like, how I'm in the lease video, if you watched it, it's all about how you could save like $2,000-$3,000, right? Because you get the lease, you save $2,000-$3,000, boom. That's how you could lower your lease amount. So the problem right now, like he wanted a Toyota in Chicago. The problem right now is that they don't sell the Toyotas at MSRP anymore. So the only deal you would get would be a Toyota at MSRP. Because if you wanted to lease a normal Highlander, they would charge you $2,000 to $5,000 above the market price. So that's the only deal you could get on that car, is getting it at market price, which is kind of wild. Yeah, you came right back down really quick again. No headlines on that. I have no idea what just happened. It was kind of big out of nowhere. And then it's the TIPS auction. That's the only thing I could see. But then there was strong demand on the inflation-protected bonds. Yeah, timber. There was no Honda deals, but I was surprised. So that's the thing. That's what I was saying. Like, the car market changes a lot, and it's still kind of different. But in that case, it's like the only deal like if you wanted a Toyota or you wanted a Highlander or a 4Runner, the best deal you're gonna get is not paying above market price. Which is kind of wild. Damn, Overstock is up 17%. There's Nvidia, Netflix on the low. Disney kind of flushing here right now. Oh, reload. Is Root dead? No, I don't think so. I think it's just they're dealing with the buyout. So they got the offer. I don't know if there's been any follow-ups, but like we said, like leave a cushion. So now the buyout price is $19. You're $6 ahead of that. If you left like what, a 20% cushion, that'd be like $2. So that brings you down to like $17 or so. It was at like 14. So even now, if you believe in the deal or not, like realistic, you got like $4 a cushion, $4 to gain on it. And then you have $8 to lose on it, or $6 to lose on it. Yeah, no one's denied the report. If it drops a little bit more, I'd be down to grab it. Like I'm saying, if you wanted to play the arbitrage for it, but for now, we'll see. And IHS is working its way up, just low volume still. You don't understand why someone would offer 19 when it was at 9? Well, it has to be a good offer to get somebody to sell it, first of all, right? Like, that's the whole point of, like, making an offer is, like, you're saying, I'm going to make you an offer so high you want to sell it. But I think they've done reverse splits and whatnot. But, like, even historically, $19 is, like, you know, they traded there at one point. It's trading at a discount to where they were probably at another time. But in general, it's giving them an offer higher than where they're at now, probably lower than where they were at the past. And the idea is it should be a incentivized offer to, you know, say, hey, tell the shareholders we'll give you guys $19, give us all of it now. It has to have that incentive to get people to agree. And then do you know too, like depending on in certain instances too, no, yeah, there is offers you can't refuse. So sometimes too, it's like if you make an offer good enough for a company and you reject it, they could sue you. So like, let's say they came in for Root and Root says, no, I don't want $19. And then they come back and said, we are going to give you $100 a share. And they give you like an offer that is just so freaking high that like they could sue you for not taking it because they're going to say you're either discriminating or you're violating the best interest of your shareholders, so on and so forth. Yeah, it's pretty much kind of like Elon, huh? Yeah, exact. That's why, and then that's why they played hardball with him because there was, to a degree, if they said no to Elon, he could have sued him. So there is some element of truth to the word or the phrase, an offer you can't refuse. As the Toyota, I looked into the Hondas, they're same situation. Yeah. You want any other car? If you just want like a SUV family car? Bro, you know a car I would whip? Low key though, can I tell you guys what car I want? Honestly, I don't know. Just maybe some of you, I could live vicariously through you. I don't know if they have deals on them. I'll have to look. But I saw one of Forrest's auto reviews on it, and I loved it. I want a Chrysler Pacifica. No, not a Prius. No, I got some new shit for you. Chrysler Pacifica minivan. Bro, that shit's clean. In the inside, it has like a vacuum. Like, it's just like a little house in there, bro. Yeah, I like it. You got one, bro? Is it clean? I like it. I like it a lot. I watched the whole review on a Chrysler Pacifica. It was only a TikTok, so it was only like a minute and a half. But nah, bro, it was clean. It had like plugs in the back seat, a vacuum, like it had everything. It was dope, bro. Nah, it was dope. I liked it. Yeah, the Toyota Sienna pretty hot, but then again, Toyota's got premiums like their G-Wagons nowadays. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't know. That's a crazy. That's fucked. So inflation is still real. If Toyotas are going above MSRP, like, dude, that's fucked, man. Like, honestly, like, I don't even, like, for our kids, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's so. I feel so bad for anybody growing up. You are growing up in a world where Toyotas have a premium on it. That's so crazy, bro. Like, dude, we were growing up like a Toyota Camry. Like, you would get a lease special. It would be cheap. People, even they be like, gosh, why you got a Camry? What's up with you in a Cam, bro? That's crazy. So, just good luck out there. And then you're coming down a little bit. Best in the market. Yeah, but like, it used to be like I thought there was like family values in Toyota. Like, I don't know. I thought it was always just supposed to be cheap. I didn't know they were charging above MSRP for Toyotas. That's crazy. You're telling me the dealership greed has hit Toyotas? That's fucking, are you kidding me? That means somebody in there, they're getting an order of like 15 Camrys, and they're like, oh yeah, charge $2K above every single one of them. That's wild. That's it. I thought we were supposed to go places, Toyota. Demand is high. Well, yeah, clearly, but shit, man. It was different back in the day. You're out of touch? No, I'm not. I'm helping you find deals. That's why I'm just telling you right now, though. That's just not a deal. That Toyota is, unfortunately, although it's a great car, that's it. Honestly, if you're gonna pay a premium on a Toyota, you are out of touch. I'm just telling you, and you don't value your money. This is not about how high prices have gone. It is just that you are making a bad decision at that point. So that's why I'm trying to help my boy get a vehicle at a lower price here. But as far as out of touch, man, if you buy that Toyota, even at a 5K premium, I'm God bless you. They are hands down the most reliable vehicles. Yeah, but it just, again, you have, dude, 10%, $2,000 is 10% more. Again, and some of them are going for $4,000 to $7,000 above for a Toyota. That's just, again, you could call it whatever. It's a great car. I have a Camry. I have multiple Toyotas. I love Toyotas. I agree with you. It's one of the best vehicles. But it's not. I mean, if I was looking at these prices right now, I would opt for, a company or a car right now. Most modern cars, especially if it's going to be a lease, it should be reliable and it should be around for a little bit. But it's like you could get a way better deal. Like I'm sorry. I would rather pay $300 for a Mercedes than $500 for a Toyota. Or I'd pay $300 for a Pacifica than, $700, $800 for the Toyota version. Doesn't mean it's a bad car, but if that's the only deal being offered, I would opt for the better deal, which is, unfortunately, go get a Subaru or some shit. But so that's all. But it's just it's a different world. And I'll slap you. Amen. 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 Disney set to dump. It already was earlier. Tesla, yeah, when they lowered the prices. And then Tesla they're offering free supercharging for like 3 years. So your boy Elon they're trying to clear out inventory. But that's it. Whenever earnings comes up and Elon needs to get rid of inventory, when Tesla does get aggressive, you can find really good deals. For used, yeah, 100% more. I mean, because they still own it. They don't want inventory, but yeah, it's all for them. But that, honestly, some deals are ticking up on Teslas. What was that? You said Rubber Ducky Labs. I don't know. Is that on here? I don't see it. We got a bunch of upgrades by Raymond James. Small yen move. I know yen is dangerous too, just like the yuan. The yen's now at like 142. Yeah, they got a new Model 3 and they're offering free supercharging for 3 years. That's how you know. Once he starts giving off the freebies, bro, because again, when we got the Teslas, bro, nobody wanted a Tesla. Elon was giving them away. He was like, free supercharging for life. I was like, okay, I'm down. That's it. That was when nobody wanted a Tesla. You still want your student loan cancellation? Okay, that's a different type of discount, but yeah, maybe in a couple years. Who knows? He still has 1 year to do it, but I think they're going to use that for the next year's campaign. Like, we're still working on it. Come on, give me some time. What's wrong with you, huh? Come on. Gapped up 12. Where's a Mongol? That one was crazy. It's still actually up, bro. It's even still higher than where I sold out of it, man. It's crazy. Are we watching? Oh, is that 2? We could. Again, Intel got clobbered during theirs yesterday. But you know, leather jacket. But then again, we'll see if it says breakthrough. InBev upgrade. I didn't see. All day podcast. I have to hear you every day. Is that good or bad? I don't know. All day podcast. Woohoo. That's it. I had this fun. I was talking about this yesterday, bro. It's funny. I have a crazy PHILO today, actually. It's like a PHILO, but it's not the PHILO you think it is. And like, I don't know if it's too soon or if it's too deep. It's honestly, I had some crazy discussions yesterday. Yeah, that comment reminded me of it somehow, but I don't know if you want it. I don't know if you guys could handle the PHILO. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. You're liking the ticker thing? Good. I hope so. I hope it's useful, and I hope you guys, if I miss anything, please post it. I'm hoping I could get a little lazier if I have another set of 4,000 eyes looking at one of the wires. TikTok COO Papas to quit. The COO of TikTok is quitting. Yeah, Anheuser-Busch raised to buy from hold. There you go. The information. Trent Krim, the independent. Sub wreckage found, did they? I thought they said they were going for it. We found some debris. That's what Chad's saying. I have not heard of this. FNGU up, going up 300%. I don't know. That ticker sounds familiar, though. Hailstone. All right, we're at VWAP. We're chilling. Elon, that's next week with Elon and Zuckerberg. That'd be kind of cool to watch, but I don't know. I don't know who my money. I kind of would bet on Zuckerberg in a weird way. Elon is not like, I don't think Elon could handle it. Just something about Elon's not a fighter. I just don't like. I feel like he would fight you on Twitter, but like, you know what I'm saying. And then like fucking Zuckerberg don't even know how to communicate. But so that's it. Like, but I don't know. I feel like Zuckerberg honestly Zuckerberg has issues, dude. Honestly, like I don't think, like, you know what I'm saying. Like a motherfucker who can't talk like Zuckerberg, like, you know, he's a psycho. Like, don't give him boxing gloves, and this guy's been training, and then he just had like a $20 billion metaverse failure that looks like Roblox and Apple just copied him. He's motivated. Oh, Elon, he fucking bought out Twitter, lost $20 billion, and is just laughing about it in his stock, and he's the richest man again. He don't care. So, I don't know. I think Zuckerberg has this fight. I don't know. So, that's it. Dude, Zuckerberg's a fucking, he's a psycho. Yeah, he has a chip on his shoulder, but he's crazy. It's sad, though, because, he's too crazy. Dude, I'll just tell you this. Do you know, in Mark Zuckerberg, him and his wife, they have a prenup, right? And in Mark Zuckerberg's prenup with his wife, it states that they have to give each other, or that she has to give Mark at least 20 hours of alone time a week outside of the office. Otherwise, she does not qualify for the prenup. So his wife has a signed document for their marriage saying, I'm going to leave you alone for at least 20 hours a week or I'm not entitled to anything. Bro, that's such a psycho. You see it as gangsters. Hell, nah, for real. And you know who told me that? My girlfriend. And you know what I told her? I said, wow, Mark. Anyway, but that's why I say it's kind of sad, because that's psychotic, and it is psychotic, but I'm kind of I'm down with that. I'll be I get minimum 20 hours by myself, or you don't nothing qualify. That's it. 20 hours minimum for the 2K. That's it. If I don't get my 2K, if my player is not at overall 99, you do not qualify for a prenup. That means we both did not fulfill our marriage obligations if you did not allow me to build up my player to level 99. That's it. That's how I feel about our relationship right now. So yeah. But yeah, so Mark Zuckerberg psycho. He'll kill Elon. That's my conclusion. I rest my case. That's it. There's mentally, I say Elon's joking around too much. Elon don't get it. Zuckerberg is psycho. And this is the first person he could wail on if you really think about it. Zuckerberg's been under the microscope. They're they think I'm a lizard. Everybody's this. He's under the microscope now. You could get away with beating the shit out of Elon. And you know what I'm saying? A fellow billionaire. No, Zuckerberg. If you guys want to do lines or a bet on it, I got you. We could set it up. If you disagree, I'll do 3-1. You pay me 3-1 on Zuckerberg. I'll take any bet. You give me a 3-1 right now. I'll take it. Let's go. You can run it up. An Ethereum smart contract. Let's go. Plus 110? Nah. -3. -330. I want -1,000 if he wins. So I want good odds. Zuck does jujitsu? No. He's just learning how to conceal his natural lizard fighting techniques. That's it. He just fights like a savage because he's half animal. So he just started practicing to make it look like he didn't want to expose himself. He was preparing for this moment. Yeah, he didn't want them to know. He looked like a poke. He looked like a Hitmonchamp. What the fuck? So I don't know, man. Just be careful. Be careful. That'll be fun, though. We'll see. But that being said, I hope you got a good laugh in. And this is how you know I'm a psycho as well. Because Chattadonia, I hope all the laughs were good. Because I am about to just U-turn and we are about to get so serious you have no idea. It's game time, baby. Chadadonia. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's PHILO time. And this one is crazy. You know why? This is such a crazy PHILO because we are going to be talking about the Titanic thing on today's PHILO. So why? Because I had a very good discussion about this, and quite frankly, I use my PHILO to talk to you guys, and I get to share with you some of my thoughts, and it is very sad, and it made me think about a lot of things, and honestly, like, that's what I'm saying. It's very soon. Like, that's why it's like, it's exactly, you could say too soon with a lot of it, but that's like the thing is like low key. I've seen a lot of people make jokes about it. It's like, I've seen some like fucked up jokes about it. I've seen people very gravely concerned with it. It's a very interesting issue, but it made me think about just one thing. I mean, because I said it yesterday. I said that's probably like the worst way to go out. Like, I truly like think that's like, it's so sad. It is like being in a floating coffin. I don't know what level of empathy that you have, but you know what I'm saying? To like, to be stuck in something and knowing that you are like, that's your next 96 hours, like that you are going to die. That is insane. Like, that is the worst. Like, compare that to like, you know, like getting lost in space, right? You know, like floating out forever. Like, that's like a kind of something similar. Like, again, I was talking about this with my girlfriend, and we were just because she kept showing me all this stuff. She showed me like all the updates. She showed me the jokes about it. And we were talking, we were like, what if like compared to like getting released in space, you know? It's like, oh, okay, maybe you'll freeze in space or whatever. But like, dude, for real, that's like one of the most like terrifying things ever. But as crazy as it sounds, in the midst of all of that, it made me think about how uniquely terrifying that is. And now I was just thinking, what are they like, you know, I don't know if you've thought about it, but what do you think they're talking about right now? CNN could put up for sale. Whoa, ex-CEO Jeff Zucker wants it. WBD. Whoa. Yo, WBD's popping. CNN for sale. Where's that coming from? New York Post? That's weird. New York Post is kind of, it's not like Wall Street Journal per se. Keep an eye on that. WBD. Again, just a rumor. Yeah, but the Post doesn't usually have like financial breaking news. So just be careful with that one. We'll see. Well, yeah. So like I was saying, dude, that conversation there must be wild. And then I naturally thought about it. If you were in that situation, I think there's 6 people on board. And I don't know. You tell me. But I feel like the conversation at some point, somebody in that submarine is having the conversation about either the afterlife and whether or not God is real. I called this the at the cross moment. You know, that's the story of Jesus Christ. They put him on the cross, they crucify him, and you had one guy on the right of him, and he was like, hey, I believe in you. Now, I do believe. And then the other guy's like, nah, get yourself down. What are you doing here? So this is the thing. And now if you saw yesterday's post, I put it on there, Pascal's wager. That's what this cross moment is. If you're looking for the philosophy, if you want to take it outside of a biblical context, this is the element, or this is the thing that is called Pascal's wager to a degree. It's pretty much saying, it's the physical, what is it? It is the philosophical argument presented by 17th century philosopher and physicist Blaise Pascal. It posits that human beings wager with their lives that God either exists or not. So, and then again, you guys are giving updates right now. You guys are saying it exploded, this and that. I'm just telling you my conversation from yesterday. So, and I just want you to see what it is. And because again, the whole situation, it truly is heartbreaking, and I'm like, damn. And it's even wild, the reactions that I've seen, both, sad about it as well as making fun of it as well, too. But this is what I was getting down to, this at the cross, Pascal's wager moment of assuming there was a period of sitting there contemplating what was going to happen next. There was a very interesting opportunity that you had to really answer Pascal's wager and make your wager before happening. Essentially, this is, I giggle because it feel like if you ever been exposed to the Bible, or you've ever been exposed to like Christian stuff, there's like kind of like the OG philosophy. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. Everyone's like, okay, if I could be forgiven and go to heaven, I feel like a lot of people have had this idea, I'm just going to live my life and then I'm going to repent right before I die, and then boom, I go to heaven. Okay? I'm not going to lie to you. At one point in my life, that would have been my ideal strategy. When I really didn't believe what I believe in that, and I would say the same thing. I was like, hey, when it's ours, I said, if you get the opportunity, I'm like, I'll live my life. I'll repent right before, call it a day if that book is really true. Right? The deathbed confession. Exactly. You thought you were the only one? Well, that's good. I'm glad that too. I'm glad I wasn't the only one too. I feel like that's the OG, 50-50, okay, if it's real, if that book you really say I'll get forgiven, all right, I'll do it at the last minute. So that's where I was just thinking about. I was like, dude, that's a crazy, crazy thing that's happening right now. Because there is not too many scenarios where, especially if you believe in the afterlife, there is not scenarios where you get a chance to make that decision. Does that make sense? So this is all I was thinking about. I have no conclusion. My opinion was, I was just like, damn, God, like it's weird to think about. That whoever those people were, whatever they've been through, they all have their backgrounds, all of that. The situation is if depending on if you believe in the afterlife or not, it was the real life Pascal's wager. And it's actually mind-blowing and heartbreaking all at the same time. So this is just something I wanted to share with you. I mean, again, I'm taking the risk of telling you this as it's happening and everything. Again, I know it's too soon, but I hope you understand, or I hope you get the genuineness of what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just what I'm thinking about. You know me. I can make jokes. I can make fun of things, if I wanted to. And that's not the approach I'm taking here, because it's like, this really absolutely mind-boggled me to think that at some point people were presented with this, with a very, very dire and sad choice. And depending on what you believed, it's mind-blowing. I was like, wow, it's just so deep. It's just crazy, and it absolutely blew my mind. So that being said, I don't know how you feel about this, PHILO, but I did want to share it with you, because this is where PHILOs come from sometimes, and it makes me think about a lot of different things, you know what I'm saying? But either way, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope it gets you thinking. And pray for everybody, and I think we did find out a little bit more, and you'll see. But either way, that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Take that one to the bank, and I will see you in a little bit. I need to go pee. and I'm going to play a commercial. And I love you. All right. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingForJourney. All right.
One of the concerns they've raised is when
no. Oh, it's Powell. Okay.
And let's bring in Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons with more context from Washington. Hey, Kaylee.
Hey, John. Well, obviously, this in some ways is just a regurgitation of the information and the commentary Chairman Powell already shared in the House Financial Services Committee yesterday. This idea that, yes, the Fed could hike rates 2 more times this year as it is continuing its fight to get inflation down to 2%. Of course, he has received some questions and pushback on the idea that that could cause pain in the U.S. economy. And he said that inflation really hurts everyone and that everyone will be benefited by inflation getting back down to their target. When asked if he saw a path for inflation to continue slowing without seeing significant job losses and doing harm to middle-class families, he said that he does. So this idea perhaps still of a soft landing. And I actually spoke with Senator J.D. Vance, a Republican from Ohio, outside the hearing room. And what he told me, and this is a quote, he said the Fed shouldn't be fighting the inflation battle so hard that it ends up destroying the American economy. And he thinks they are really right on the edge of going a little too far here. Chairman Powell, in his testimony, did say that they are trying to avoid the mistake of going too far on rate hikes. Then, as we saw yesterday, he also faced a lot of questions around bank regulation and the idea of stricter capital requirements. He was asked by Senator Kennedy about reports from earlier, about a month ago, that the Fed could raise capital requirements by 20% for some banks. And Chairman Powell said, yes, that could happen. He's been briefed on it, though no proposal at this point is final. But he said that likely would be focused on the 8 larger banks, though other banks could raise capital requirements, face that as well. They wouldn't, though, focus on banks with $100 billion in assets. A lot of concerns on the part of lawmakers about banks below that size and how this could have a detrimental impact on them. Then, of course, there is always the fiscal question. And Powell reiterated, as he said yesterday, that the budget is on an unsustainable path, but very not wanting to engage on some of those fiscal policy questions.
Yeah, he's a little bit tentative there, indeed. Kaylee Lyons, thanks very much. We'll hear you later on Sound On and then see you on Balance of Power. Now, as we discuss Powell and policy, let's take a quick look at financial conditions. For that, we have Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Katie Greifeld. Katie?
If you look at financial conditions, which is a way really to measure the effect that those rate hikes have had on the economy, looking at this measure, it looks like we're still back in easier territory. Of course, green is easier. Red means we're in more restrictive territory when it comes to the economy. And it's interesting to hear those comments from Powell on banks, because if you look in March, you can see that we really spiked into the red there. And since then, really, you've seen conditions loosen up a little bit. We are back in green. I remember at the time in March, the commentary, the thought exercise on Wall Street was how much of a tightening impulse is this worth? The stress that we're seeing in banks, the idea that credit could become less available. And just looking at this chart, John, it seems that at least judging by financial conditions, it's not too much of a concern so far.
Really helpful context. Katie, thanks very much. Katie Greifeld. And as both Katie and Kaylee mentioned, Jay Powell highlighting the need for higher capital requirements on Wall Street. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
The capital requirements will be very, very skewed to the 8 largest banks, the G-SIBs. There may be some capital increases for the other banks, and there won't. I think none of this should affect banks under $100 billion.
And let's get some additional context on all of that. Former Fed governor and former Wells Fargo chair Betsy Duke, kind enough to join us today. Betsy, great to have you back with us. Let's start with the banking turmoil, which obviously we were all watching earlier this year, which it would appear influenced the direction the Fed went on rates. What has been your assessment of the banking turmoil and subsequently what that has meant about the rate strategy that we've seen from the Fed?
So I think you're exactly right that the fear of what would happen as a result of the turmoil and expectation that it would cause a reduction in bank lending was really driving the decision in the March meeting. I think prior to SVB collapse, you might have seen some projections at that meeting that look a lot like the ones that they produced for this last June meeting. So far, you have not seen the pullback in bank lending that they are expecting. And so some of this pause or skip or waiting
what's Wheels Up? Wheels Up taps restructuring lawyers I don't know if that one's even hitting. Yo, that one's early, I think. Chad, Wheels Up is tapping restructuring lawyers. Hires Kirkland and Ellis for restructuring advice. I don't know if it's halted. That means bankruptcy. But then again, it could squeeze. I don't know how happy people are feeling. Oh, no, it's still trading. Yeah, it's hitting right now. I don't know if it's halted yet. That's 15% in one candle. It didn't halt it, though. It's tripping out. Yeah, ticker's UP. It was on the low ticker when we got it, and then that one came out. We got it like a minute early, but now it's starting to hit Bloomberg, but it hasn't hit Bloomberg is breaking yet. So, but that's a big one right there. UP anyway, that was crazy. And then WBD came down. There was that little rumor. I think it's halted now. Yeah, Sarepta, that was up there. They had an FDA decision on gene therapy. Isn't, what's it called related to Sarepta? What's that other one? Sava? I think Sava does some gene editing stuff. Biden said something, and then TikTok executives leave. There was another headline too. China. Where was it? It said China lodges official protest over Biden's dictator remarks. Again, Wheels Up is halted. SRPT, they're chilling. IHS went up. And then, where's that other one? Movie. That was that buyout one from the other day. It's actually still holding up. And then Wheels Up. Tell me when that one unhalts. Yeah, Wheels Up halted. Again, more TikTok updates about people leaving. I can't believe it's already 10:44. Like, low-key, we've kind of actually, like, ran through the day. Like, yesterday felt a lot slower because we listened to so much more Powell. AbbVie declares 148 dividend. Google's on the high still. Amazon's still killing it. And then even the SPY working its way up. I haven't checked regionals yet. They're still down. That's part of it. Even, again, Powell spoke, but the biggest update was probably talking about the new capital requirements for regionals. Overstock. Yeah. They got the assets from AMC. That's why they did good. They just got the digital assets for $20 million. So that play hit. Again, remember that we played it the first day. We only made like $100 or so, but you would have got like 25% or more. Walgreens, no. Don't they have earnings though? So I believe Walgreens earnings is right around the corner. Is it in like a week? UVXY, I don't think so. Maybe if it stays at a lower price. It keeps trading down here. Halted. Up is still halted. Tell me when it unhalts. That one's going to be an interesting one. Again, they're either going bankrupt, but then everyone's going to either try to buy it, or it's like maybe we actually watch it die. Maybe, I don't know, because again, if everybody still feels bullish, the interesting part, we'll see if there will be an era where companies sell off on the bad news. The debris. I haven't. So you guys were saying that during the PHILO. Some people said it imploded and all that. I haven't got like a final like news story update on it, if that makes sense. Biden, Indian firms to invest more than $2 billion in the United States. Overstock. Yeah, they're killing it. MTN on the high. Hey, yo, MTN, hold on. No, was it MTN? MTN might be related to that one thing. What is IHS? Was it MTN? IHS, MTN, and I don't know if it's the same MTN. No, it's MTN. It's a different MTN. I think this MTN is Vail. They're separate. No. But it's MTN Towers is related to IHS. Again, we're up on that one now. So IHS is actually working. So it's, again, still low volume, but still holding in pretty big spread. Up is still halted. Where's Tessie? Splits for tomorrow. 1 to 5 on Boyle. And 2 for 5 for Vixie. Yeah, MTN, that's the different one. And then Tesla's still climbing up here. You got Google. Up is still halted. So that's interesting. I feel like it's been longer than 5 minutes. Biden live on TV. Yeah, split's not good, buddy. I don't like a split. So it's not good, but it'll trade a little different. Oh, he's going to be with Modi, actually. Oh, wow, it's Modi.
We have taken have
you have to
added
translate it.
a new chapter to our comprehensive and a global strategic partnership. They have given it a new direction and a new energy. Friends, a trade and investment partnership between India and America is important not only for our two countries, but for the global economy as well. Today, America is India's biggest
We'll give him
trade
5 minutes.
partner.
Again, keep an eye on this because literally some of that breaking news, you guys saw, it came up here literally before anywhere.
Pending trade-related issues and make a new beginning. The initiative for critical and emerging technologies, ICET, has emerged as an important framework for our technical cooperation. By increasing our cooperation in fields such as artificial intelligence, semiconductors, space, quantum, and telecom, we are creating a strong and futuristic partnership. The decision taken by American companies such as Micron, Google, and Applied Materials to invest in India symbolizes this futuristic partnership. During this journey, I also had the opportunity to meet some other American CEOs, and in my discussions with them, I could feel their enthusiasm and their positive views about India. We both agree that to make our strategic technology partnership meaningful, it is very important that governments, businesses, and academic institutions come together. In order to implement India and America's shared vision on clean energy transition, we have taken several important initiatives. These cover areas such as green hydrogen, wind energy, battery storage, and carbon capture. We have also decided that in the midst of global uncertainties, India and America will, as trusted partners, create reliable, secure, and resilient global supply chains and value chains as well. The close defense cooperation between India and America symbolizes our mutual trust and shared strategic priorities. Moving away from the old buyer-seller relationship we had earlier, we have transitioned today to a relationship involving transfer of technology, co-development, and co-production. The decision taken by General Electric to manufacture engines in India through transfer of technology is a landmark agreement. This also opens up new job opportunities in both countries. This will give our defense cooperation a new character in the times to come. The defense industries and startups of both countries are important partners in this cooperation. Bringing them together is the key objective of our defense industrial roadmap.
I'll keep them up, but I said I'll give it 5. I think that was like 3.5. It was like 3.5. And no, if you watch today's video, there will not be a tutorial on how to get this news thing. It's just a new addition here on the stream. You'll be able to soak it in and enjoy it. But that's about as far as it will go. I love you, though. I love you. God bless you. We got to make a way to make it pretty. I don't know. Maybe we just get rid of this chart. You see what I'm saying? Hold on. I got this. I got Modi chilling over here. But, like, you know what I'm saying? What if it just came over here? Look at that. See? Now you don't even notice it. If you really think about it. Huh? Doesn't that look a little weird? No? I'm waiting. Do you guys see it yet? Wheels up is resume trading. No, you don't like it? I mean, you kind of see it. Change it blue and red letters. Make it where it comes and goes every 10 minutes. I would, but unfortunately, like, I mean, you got to see it work today a little bit. Like, this is the sad, like, all the time, like, you realize that's the whole point of, like, the news is, like, you have to really be either sitting there. Sometimes it makes it easy if it's, like, big news and comes in as breaking, but a lot of times, like, you just have to see it when it comes out. That's it. Or it's like you'll see it on the high ticker and then you're able to quickly match it up. But I mean, every 10 minutes in and out, I don't know if it would help as much. How do you get the news ticker? Fortunately, the answer will be youtube.com/thestockmarket. So that's that's all. Because I know it's gonna happen. That's it. If I show you it, it's going to get this, unfortunately, it's just going to get sold. So take it as you please. YouTube.com/thestockmarket/live. If this thing works effectively, you should be able to get it there. The stock window skinnier. Yeah, but then we'd have to fill up like the whole thing. So it's weird. At the Epsilon, no, that's Modi. That's the Prime Minister of India. He's actually huge. Again, he was even talking about some companies. I don't know if you guys wanted to listen to it, but we tried for a little bit. Musk entertained buying CNN. That was the New York Post report. WBD came down, but it's weird because, like I'm saying, they usually don't come out with like breaking financial news. So that I don't know if that's like a real article or if it's like opinion based. And Wheels Up, they got murdered, dude. 30% on that. You had a window to trade it. It's actually kind of crazy. So again, we thought it was halted for a little bit, but it was actually there. Modi will save America, creating jobs. Yes. Sound. Yeah, they're still holding up. Again, you guys should all be up on it. We've held Sound for a while, but that's back to green. I think by like 10%. Or no, 5? KRE's crazy. Again, the regionals, I think that was the biggest news from Powell, was just any discussion on the limitations or the more restrictions and capital requirements. 2 p.m. What time is it? About to be 11. Yeah. The Nvidia thing is starting. Where is it? Nvidia. Yeah, Biden. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the Prime Minister, but first a two-part question for you. Your comments at a fundraiser this week appear to be the first time in recent memory that a sitting U.S. president has called a Chinese leader a dictator. Did those comments about President Xi undermine or complicate the progress your administration has made in maintaining a relationship with China? And secondly, on India, as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who say that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and crackdown on dissent in Prime Minister Modi's country?
The answer to your first question is no. When we're talking to our allies and partners around the world.
That's not this music. I got the Nvidia thing queued up.
The idea of my
2 p.m. news dump.
Choosing and avoiding saying what I think is the facts with regard to the relationship with India, with China, is just not something I'm going to change very much. I think I believe that, and I've said this for some time, that the hysteria about the relationship with China is collapsing and moving, et cetera, et cetera. We had an incident that caused some confusion, you might say. But Secretary Blinken had a great trip to China. I expect to be meeting with President Xi sometime in the future, in the near term, and I don't think it's had any real consequence. And what was your second question?
So as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who believe that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and a crackdown on dissent in India?
Well, look, the Prime Minister and I had a good discussion about democratic values, and that's the nature of our relationship. We're straightforward with each other, and we respect each other. One of the fundamental reasons that I believe the U.S.-China relationship is not in the space it is in the U.S.-Indian relationship is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other because we're both democracies. And it's a common democratic character of both our countries and our people, our diversity, our culture, our open, tolerant, robust debate. And I believe that we believe in the dignity of every citizen. And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies. makes us appealing partners and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
I'm actually really surprised that people say so and so. People don't say it. Indeed, India is a democracy. And as President Biden also mentioned, India and America, both countries, democracy is in our DNA. Democracy is our spirit. Democracy runs in our veins. We live democracy, and our ancestors have actually put words to this concept, and that is in the form of our Constitution. Our government has taken the basic principles of democracy, and on that basis, our Constitution is made, and the entire country runs on that. Our Constitution and our government, we have always proved that democracy can deliver. And when I say deliver, this is regardless of caste, creed, religion, gender. There's absolutely no space for discrimination. And when you talk of democracy, if there are no human values and there is no humanity, there are no human rights, then it's not a democracy. And that is why when you say democracy and you accept democracy, and when we live democracy, then there is absolutely no space for discrimination. And that is why India believes in moving ahead with everybody with trust and with everybody's efforts. These are our foundation principles, which are the basis of how we operate, how we live our lives. In India, the benefits that are provided by the government is accessible to all. Whoever deserves those benefits is available to everybody. And that is why in India's democratic values, there is absolutely no discrimination, neither on basis of caste, creed, or age, or any kind of geographic location.
Kumar. Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. Sir, my question is on the issue of climate change. Both countries have spoken strongly about the need to tackle the climate change, but there is a view. Both countries have spoken about the challenge of climate change, but there is a view that ambitious targets are set, but implementation is found often lacking. And there is also a criticism of lack of technological transfer, financial transfer from the developed countries to the developing nations. How do you both leaders see the way ahead on this pressing issue?
Well, first of all, I think it is the existential threat to humanity, climate change. It's the most serious problem we face as human beings. We have to keep it below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We've made enormous progress here in the United States on dealing with this issue by doing three things. Number one, by insisting that we move every one of our industries into a position where they can take advantage of cheaper and more extensive and more available renewable energy, whether it's solar or wind or hydrogen and green hydrogen. There's a whole range of things we've been working on. In addition to that, we find ourselves in a position that what we've done is that we have significantly reduced for example, I made a commitment that we were going to make sure that by 2030, 30% of all our land and sea and oceans were in conservation, could not be developed. We're well on our way to doing that, and that's also absorbing carbon
All right.
from the air as a consequence.
I had to make the trade on E-Trade. It literally, it said I have to place the trade with a broker on TD Ameritrade, so they're playing me. But it worked on E-Trade. This one's risky, and if you guys have any more, call them out. But I went with, this is not a recommendation. You will lose money. It's already up a lot. I went with TRDA as a SRPT sympathy. So they just got FDA approval for patients aged like 4 to 5 on muscular dystrophy, Duchenne. And again, let me see, Entrada. I think that's why they're up, but this would be like the closest sympathy I could find. I believe they work on the same exact thing. Yeah, I tried to buy it on TD, and you heard it, and it said you must place this trade with a broker. I don't. Again, yesterday they were giving me, what do they say, too aggressive? Like, fuck you. So I did it on E-Trade, and it worked. So I'm just going to try to flip that here for a little bit. If once this gets unhalted, we might get a sympathy, but this play's already up 6%. And then if you have any other muscular dystrophy plays, I think those will get. There's like Summit is tied to it, Wave Life Sciences, then Dyne Therapeutics, and then Sarepta. But only Sarepta, Dyne, and TRDA are in the green today.
Which is considerably cheaper.
So this is another one, I believe. They double check, verify everything. This one might be another MS stock. So they might get clapped though, because if they get priced out of it, but it's just the first ever drug of that kind. So it might be good for all of them.
And we're well on our way, I think, to meeting the commitment we made.
Manu is popping.
That we made in Paris.
Do you see anything?
To share all of that with India that has a desire to do the same.
Summit too, yeah. Summit has something tied with muscular dystrophy.
Excellency, you said very rightly that as far as India is concerned, the environment, climate.
Mason Mount. 7 minutes ago, they said they're confident the Mason Mount deal despite Chelsea knockbacks.
In our cultural traditions, for us, the environment
Catalent off of that news?
Is an article
really?
Of faith.
Is Catalent muscular dystrophy?
Something that we need to do for convenience. We believe this. We do not believe in the.
I thought Catalent was
nature.
devices.
In order for all of creation to work.
Oh, they do manufacturing for them.
We can make nature, but we cannot have exploitation of nature. And we have always
No, Catalent does the manufacturing for them.
On the basis of these values, we are not only doing things for ourselves, but are taking some global initiatives as well. You perhaps know that the G20 countries, the promises they made in Paris, of all the G20 countries, India is the only country that has fulfilled all the promises it made at the G20. Not just that, in the area of solar energy in Glasgow, we had set ourselves the target to achieve 500
Be careful though. Last time TRDA, they went up when Sarepta dropped on bad FDA update.
Set ourselves the target
so they could go down, but they're
Indian
linked.
Railways net zero, and you must understand the scale of Indian Railways.
Okay, yeah. So hold on, we'll come back to that. But again, TRDA and Sarepta. So this SRPT thing is big. Again, this is like the first muscular dystrophy drug ever approved. I don't know in general or if it's just for these ages 4 to 5. But Sarepta in April 2013 or 2023, like what, right here when they gapped down, this was bad news on it. And then TRD went up. And then again, Catalent does the production for them. So April 13th, again, Catalent, they also gapped down on all of that news. So that actually could be very, very good for Catalent. Sub-debris found. So keep that in mind, but wait till Sarepta unhalts, and then we'll go from there.
Launched by India, and many countries have joined it and are working with India. The island countries, we have helped them in the area of solar energy so that they have now got a new confidence that we are with them in their efforts to fight climate change, and we will not only fulfill our responsibilities, but we will also help you in the area of climate change. We have seen that due to natural calamities, people talk about the death of people, no doubt, when there are natural disasters, but there is a lot of destruction of infrastructure as well. And therefore, because of climate change, the kind of crisis we are feeling, we need to develop infrastructure that is resilient, and therefore we have created a global organization called CDRI, and you perhaps know that in Glasgow,
I grabbed 100
I
shares of
presented
Catalent too.
Subject to the
Again,
world,
this one's
and,
gonna. All of this is gonna be
recently
risky.
it was
It's either
launched
TRDA is
by
gonna
the
get
UN
killed or
Secretary
go
General
up,
and myself.
and then
That is
Catalent
Mission
will either
Life.
rise
And when
with
I
it or
say
not.
life, I mean lifestyle for the environment. Therefore, every individual must live his life in a pro-environment, pro-development way, and we are working towards this, and I am sure that whatever work India has started in all these areas, not because India has adversely affected the environment of the world. We are doing this
Again, you're
because we have
seeing
a
some here.
concern for
Study
future
to confirm
generations. We do
benefit
not want
ending
to give our
2023.
future
Children aged 4 to
generations
5
a
can take
world that
Sarepta's new
make life
therapy.
difficult,
They approved gene
for
therapy
them.
for
And
Duchenne
therefore,
muscular
as a global
dystrophy.
responsibility, India has not caused any problems to the environment. However, we are playing a leading role in contributing in a positive manner as far as prosperous countries are concerned. There's always been talk about technology transfer, financial support, and there are some countries that need to have technology
the
transfer,
Nvidia
financial support, and we hope
All right, let's get it
that
here.
as
Please hold.
soon
generative AI services. H100HGX trains the models. GH200 deploys the models.
I don't know if you want to see this.
Both are in production.
This already sounded boring.
Nvidia AI is the engine behind the generative large language model breakthrough and the foundation of the modern AI factory. Half of the Fortune 100 companies have installed Nvidia AI supercomputers. The rest use the cloud through one of Nvidia's cloud service provider partners.
This is going to be hard to get
Nvidia
to the
is
video.
in every cloud.
Visa's on the high.
Nvidia AI starts
Biden and them
with
are
an
walking
AI
off anyways.
optimized GPU, but is much more.
It
The most
sounds
advanced networking
like AI,
is
but this is a
essential.
shareholder meeting,
The
so
network is
this
the
should be
nerve,
more financial.
the data highway of the AI factory. NVIDIA Quantum InfiniBand provides unmatched performance for the largest scale AI infrastructures. For Ethernet-based AI clouds, the new NVIDIA Spectrum X is an end-to-end Bluefield to Spectrum switch platform to achieve the most efficient AI processing. Someday, every company will manufacture intelligence, and NVIDIA can be their AI factory. This past year, we introduced a new AI service that helped companies create their own custom generative AI models. NVIDIA AI Foundations give customers the capability to build, refine, and operate custom large language models and generative AI trained with their proprietary data and for their domain-specific tasks. The service includes pre-trained models, data processing frameworks, APIs, and NVIDIA engineering staff support. Once models are ready for deployment, enterprises can run in our cloud or elsewhere. We announced key partnerships for AI Foundations with ServiceNow and Adobe. AI is digitalizing heavy industries. The largest industries, from auto manufacturing to pharmaceuticals, will be reinvented and become some of the most advanced technology industries. Omniverse, our platform for industrial digitalization, made possible by NVIDIA RTX and NVIDIA AI, enables companies to make and operate physical things to first do it digitally. Amazon has over 200 robotics facilities that handle millions of packages each day. Using NVIDIA Omniverse and Isaac Sim robot simulator, Amazon Robotics is building AI-enabled digital twins of its warehouses to better optimize warehouse layout and flow and train more intelligent robotic systems. Lowe's use Omniverse to design, build, and operate digital twins of its stores to optimize operations. BMW Group is using Omniverse to build a fully functioning factory digital twin before building it in the real world. Mercedes-Benz and Jaguar Land Rover are both using Omniverse to generate scenarios to test and validate the next generation of autonomous vehicles. Generative AI and digitalization are reshaping the $3 trillion automotive industry, from design and engineering to manufacturing, autonomous driving, and customer experience. Although the past year was challenging, our team's work through it was all amazing. All of their hard work has positioned Nvidia at the forefront of this new era of computing. Our engagement with the world's industries as they race to reinvent themselves for the era of generative AI is broad and accelerating. Nvidia now has over 26,000 families in 35 countries worldwide. We have stuck to the principles we've shared since our founding to do hard, impactful work that creates a better future. To our incredible employees doing their life's work at Nvidia, I thank you. Your brilliance and craft and the culture we've created are Nvidia's superpower. None of this would be possible without our people. We also thank our partners, customers, and shareholders for believing in and supporting our vision.
Thanks, Jensen. The time is 11:19 a.m., and the polls are now closed. The preliminary report of the Inspector of Elections covering the proposals presented at this meeting is as follows. First, each of the 13 director nominees on the ballot has been elected to serve until our 2024 annual meeting and until his or her successor is elected or appointed. Proposal 2, to approve the fiscal 2023 compensation of our named executive officers, has been approved. Proposal 3, to approve 1 year as the frequency for holding a vote on the compensation of our named executive officers, has been approved. Proposal 4, to ratify PwC as Nvidia's independent registered public accounting firm for fiscal 2024.
Again, this is a shareholder meeting, so they gave a little bit, but
will be published in a Form 8-K.
They may not even say
which
anything.
We expect to file with the SEC within 4 business days.
That could have just been their AI update.
That concludes the formal portion of today's annual meeting. And I now declare the business portion of the meeting adjourned. I'll turn it over to Simona for stockholder questions.
Stockholder question.
And we'll now move to the Q&A portion.
Sarepta
I'll read
unhalted.
aloud each question.
All right, so Catalent's down. TRDA should go up then, but we'll see.
Topics. We group those questions together.
Yeah, SRPT unhalted. That's what we just made those plays on. It's all related to this.
Can you discuss how the company approaches ESG matters, including diversity and inclusion?
I mean, it's at the same price when they had bad FDA news.
Creating shareholder value.
I think there's still one more step, but let's see.
Nvidia is focused on advancing accelerated and AI computing and the people who build it.
I'm going to keep up the biotechs, and I'm going to move Nvidia to the bond chart.
That normal computers can't.
So if anything happens,
our
you'll see
technology is revolutionizing computing and advancing humanity by accelerating progress in areas like healthcare, autonomous vehicles, and climate science, all while being incredibly energy efficient. The historical exponential trend of CPU scaling has ended. Increasing CPU performance, coupled with only moderate power and cost increases, is no more. Data centers are already about 1% to 2% of global electricity consumption and growing, and computing demand around the world is still increasing. This is not sustainable for operating budgets and our planet. Acceleration is the best way to reclaim power and achieve sustainability and net zero. For computing to be sustainable, data centers must accelerate every workload possible. Accelerated workloads can be orders of magnitude more energy efficient.
There you go. Sarepta's popping now.
Nvidia pioneered accelerated computing and has built a large installed base, and a rich ecosystem of developers and applications available everywhere. Accelerated computing is sustainable computing. And regarding our people, our employees are our greatest asset and play a key role in creating long-term value for our stakeholders. Nvidia's top 100 leaders have been with us for 15 years on average. Our top 1,000 leaders have been with Nvidia for over 12 years. Our attrition rate so far this year is exceptional at less than 4%. We created an environment for our people to do their life's work at Nvidia, deliver excellent pay, and take care of our families. We believe diverse teams with individuals representing innovation and excellence are the heart of our core values.
Again, ESG funds
We want Nvidia to attract individuals
are why this
from a
thing's
range
up.
of backgrounds who choose to stay here and build their careers over their lifetime. We seek the best talent and build teams that will continue to advance Nvidia's business.
Thank you. Next, we received a few questions on how NVIDIA is approaching possible artificial intelligence regulation, including how it respects the power of artificial intelligence and how it will be involved in future AI guidelines.
AI is the greatest technology force of our time. Holds great promise to revolutionize industries and improve the human condition, and must be advanced safely.
That's a bold claim, sir.
AI is software technology delivered as a product or service. Like any product and service that affects people in society, we believe AI should be regulated. At NVIDIA, we are committed to developing AI that is trustworthy and aligned to our values and principles and compliant with regulations of the industries we serve. For example, NVIDIA is a world leader in AI computing for autonomous vehicles and robotics. Our AV system is designed with diversity and redundancy to achieve the highest level of safety and able to function properly and safely, even in the event of system malfunction or failures. In generative AI, we partnered with Adobe, Getty, and Shutterstock.
Again, Sarepta's breaking out now.
Generative AI models.
Now it's starting to move. Catalent's not moving. Then TRDA's up a little bit. Loki, you
Another
could just flip
example of
Sarepta a
our
lot
AI
better.
safety focus is a software toolkit we recently made available called Nemo Guardrails.
Nemo.
This helps develop and deploy AI models that are accurate, appropriate, and on topic and secure. Advancing AI capability and safety must go hand in hand. We're dedicating to advancing AI on both fronts. We believe future regulation will instill confidence in the marketplace to adopt AI products and services, which in turn will help expand and grow the industry.
Next, can you talk about how we select the product markets we target, the types of products we sell, and our competitive advantage?
We choose to enable or participate in markets where accelerated and AI computing can lead to breakthroughs and advancements that otherwise would not be possible. Where a deeply challenging technical problem is far from being solved, and where, if solved, we can make a profound impact. Generative AI,
Sarepta's tripping out.
systems and robotics,
TRDA is going up, and then
drug discovery,
Catalent holding.
climate science,
Nvidia's
and
not really
digitalization
moving
of
at
the
all in any of this.
Heavy industries are all examples of deeply challenging problems and impactful opportunities. Each of these challenges require full-stack innovation and data center scale to edge computing expertise to solve, and the support of large ecosystems of partners and application developers that give our platform reach. If successful, we can make a significant market impact while building a strong competitive moat.
Nemo.
Thank you. We also
Omer
received
is
several
near
questions
deal for
regarding our
20%
capital
of firm
allocation,
that
with
holds
some
MSC
stockholders
stake.
asking if we will increase our dividend. We also received questions
That could be
on
related
whether
to
we
Manu.
consider splitting the stock again.
Our company generates a significant amount of cash. Allocation of our capital is a top priority. First and foremost, we invest in organic growth, as we have an excellent innovation engine and tremendous opportunity ahead of us. The vast majority of our investment is organic. We also consider M&A opportunities if it is a good strategic and cultural fit. Our acquisition of Mellanox is an excellent example of this. After investing in our business, a key capital allocation
This is the
priority
Nvidia
is
presentation.
share repurchases. During the last fiscal year, we repurchased
Overstock is
63
still
million
running.
shares for $10 billion. We have about $7 billion remaining in our current authorization through December 2023. We are committed to maintaining our dividend. With respect to the question on splitting our stock, we have split our stock 5 times since inception, most recently in 2021. We review this periodically, and we consider a stock split if it is in the best interest of our shareholders.
And does Nvidia have any acquisition plans for the future?
We've historically invested in the business organically to drive long-term growth.
Okay, market's even break. This is like a greedy long level, low key.
Strategic and cultural
If
fit.
this breaks out,
For example,
43.74.
Mellanox, our largest acquisition to date, has been an unquestionable home run. The business has grown significantly since we acquired them and have been instrumental in our data center computing initiatives. And we expect a lot more growth in the future. We've also done a number of smaller M&A transactions over the last few years. These have helped us with key engineering and technical talent or vertical domain expertise to augment our platforms with key technologies and capabilities. We take a disciplined approach when it comes to M&A, guided by these criteria.
Could you speak to the company's compensation philosophy with respect to cash, equity, and benefits? How did Nvidia determine its equity granting guidelines for employees, executives, and directors? Is the company focused on stock repurchases to offset employee equity issuances?
Nvidia is building a one-of-a-kind company that invents the future.
Okay, you're breaking out a little bit.
And strives to
Couple
achieve
value
the highest
names,
level of
J&J on
craft.
the high, Sprouts.
We achieve this vision. To achieve this vision, we must attract and retain a high-caliber board, executive team,
He sounds
and
like an
employees
AI, but he's not.
while balancing our stockholders' interests. We believe that equity grants align our officers and board interests with stockholders, creating long-term value.
We give them billions of shares so
We
that
aim to be a
the shareholders do
top-paying
good.
company to attract the world's best talent.
4375.
For
All right, you're
executives
one
and
point,
officers
half a point
directors,
away from breaking
we
out.
provide
Roots on the low.
compensation which is competitive with market practices, aligns to stockholder interests, and for our executives and officers includes at-risk equity pay to align compensation with company performance goals. Along with our annual review of compensation practices against our peers, we allow our stockholders to cast non-binding votes on our officers' compensation each year. Our directors and officers are required to meet stock ownership guidelines. We believe these ownership requirements display the confidence our directors and officers have in the company and align their interests with stockholders. More information on equity grants and holdings of our
There it
directors
is.
and
Dow's
officers
even
can be
green
found
right here
in
now,
our
too.
proxy statement. We're focused on repurchasing our stock to offset
Nvidia's not really
dilution
moving
of
on this at all.
equity issuances.
What time is it?
As we discussed
30
earlier,
minutes till
during
power
our
hour.
last fiscal year, we repurchased $10 billion in stock, and we have about $7 billion remaining in our repurchase authorization.
Our next question is, how do you think about board composition and the nomination process?
Our Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee strives to maintain an appropriate balance of tenure, professional experience, and a diversity of backgrounds, skills, and education on the board. Each year, NCGC, our governance committee, and board review each director's individual performance and qualifications, including the director's past contributions, outside experiences and activities, and committee participation, and determine his or her experience and skills continue to add value to NVIDIA and the board, given our current and future business models.
There it is, Chad.
The specific rationale
next level's
for each
4387.
director's nomination to our board
Maybe
is
like
included following their respective
4378 or
biographies
like
in our proxy.
4380, you'll get some resistance. But if you go through here,
The committee and the
this
board
is the range from the
understand
last
the
couple of
importance
days.
of board refreshment. While the board benefits from the experience and institutional knowledge that our longer-serving directors bring, it has also brought in new perspectives and ideas through the appointment of 2 new directors since 2020.
Cost
The
goes
board
on the
has
high?
regularly rotated memberships on and the chairman of its committees. We believe this helps to promote diversity of viewpoints on the board committees. Our longer tenured directors are familiar with our operations and business and help to oversee our activities in a variety of economic and competitive environments. Our newer directors have brought expertise in brand development and cybersecurity and familiarity with technology developments at leading academic institutions that are important to Nvidia as it develops new products and enters new markets. We have 3 women currently on our board and 3 members who are ethnically or racially diverse.
Nice.
The board continues to seek highly qualified women and individuals from underrepresented groups to include an initial pool of potential director nominees. We expect board diversity to increase before our 2024 meeting.
And what is NVIDIA doing to prevent or minimize the possible theft of company ideas, strategies, and intellectual property?
We take intellectual property and data security seriously. We continuously monitor
Why
our
does he
systems
sound like an
and
AI?
endpoints for internal and external threats.
Like low-key a trip.
Our teams are required to operate within industry standard security controls to be resilient to unauthorized attack or access. Like many global companies, we face a constantly evolving and sophisticated threat environment. We partner with external parties to access and update our security measures to meet this challenge. We also file patent protection on our key technologies and regularly review our patent portfolio to strengthen our intellectual property protection.
Thank you, Jensen.
Little
we
red
have now
right
reached
there.
the time limit for the
Nvidia now go
2023
down.
annual meeting, and our program has now concluded. A copy of this webcast will be available online on our website through June 22nd, 2024. We look forward to another great year at NVIDIA. Thank you for attending and for your continued support of NVIDIA. Our 2023 annual meeting is now closed.
Da, 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 da. No. Where is it? Did I close it out? I don't know if it ended or... No, it's somewhere here. Yeah, I don't want it to... That's it. It's over. Honestly, it's going down. I don't know how people... It seemed like I think we missed a little bit of it. They were talking about some AI for a little. They answered shareholder questions, talked about acquisitions and other stuff they were working into, but no real crazy headlines from that, believe it or not. So I don't know. Let's see how analysts take it. You'll get I'm sure Nvidia will probably get some analyst activity following that, or we'll see how people feel. Other than that, kind of nothing. And then the market hit the level. We did hit a new high during that. We're at 20 minutes, 30 minutes shy of power hour. So you just hit a high of the day here. It's kind of near the highs, both breakout resistance point of yesterday. And then the next level is 43.87, but not so bad. Not so bad. The day's almost over, and tomorrow's Friday. Oh, man. I hope you're ready. The Microsoft Activision hearing begins as FTC tries to stop $75 billion deal. I thought that concluded. I'm confused. So many things happening. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. People want to hear stock split. I mean, didn't they just do a split, though? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. Am I tripping? Nvidia AI. Dude, he said something. He said it's like the development of the world hinges on it or something. This is like you need it or you're going to die. Or I don't. That's what I heard. But, yeah. It was crazy. And then Catalent, the Sarepta is staying surprisingly stable. We made 2 plays. The TRDA just went down. The Catalent went up. Market's still working its way back up here, too. I need to put up the bonds. They've been dying all day. So lately, as we've even moved up here, they stopped hitting a low. But still, SRPT, another bigger candle. How did humans survive with that? I don't know, man, but it's important for our development as a society, species being. CBZ. And then, dude, Overstock is insane. 20% on that. That thing's actually going crazy. And then, like we were talking about, the value plays. The rotation from yesterday kind of unwound. The top index on the or industry on the day is discretionaries, healthcare. They went up yesterday. That's still up. Tech was down yesterday. Tech is number 3, up 0.5. Staples went up for a little bit yesterday. They're up 0.5%. And then communications were down yesterday. Now they're in the green. And then materials, industrials, financials, utilities, real estate, energy. Those are all red today, and they were all green yesterday. But I think they're not as red as they were. So pretty much they kind of all stayed at the same spot. And tech is just slightly lower in culmination of these last couple of days. AI bots trying to convince humans to take AI bots. Bro, he sounded like an AI. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, he for real sounded like an AI. I don't know how to describe it. I do. It sounded like an AI. But then that's just like, he also had the conference call, like, voice filter. So, like, he was, like, legitimately calling in from one of those, like, speaker phones. ChatGPT phony legal filing case sees lawyers fined $5,000. There's lawyers that they did a case with ChatGPT or something. Why'd you like clap end phase? I don't know. It's the worst week for solar stocks in a very long time. Or at least I think it's one of the worst weeks of the year for some of the solar plays. So they just did it. They just did it to him, man. Too much liquidity. Up. The wheel's up. If it goes there, I should make good money. Yeah, or you could exercise it. It should open up. I mean, even then, with how much it's dropped, it will eventually trade, but that play should be up a lot if you have it. Yeah, I'm still in the Lucid. I'm kind of clapped on that one. That one's down over 10%. So I'm going to average down on that, but I'm just going to give it some time. We have a patient, you know? Yeah, the citations were fake and didn't support the assertions. Turner used ChatGPT to write an entire motion and submitted it to the court. They're crazy out here, bro. But should I sell it or keep it tomorrow? I mean, what's it up right now? So you'll just get paid, you know, like depending on how much lower it goes from here. But I mean, at that point, the question is, you know, what do you think? Like, what do you think will happen tomorrow? And then what's it up now? Like, what's the risk to reward? How much do you think you'll get? How much would you be leaving on the table? That, my friend, can say a lot. Plans Lucid, I mean, that's just if we continue to rally. So that's the reason why I bought it. That's the reason why I'm holding it. That's kind of like, that's like, I think, stage 2 boosters. So essentially, again, we went crazy at 4,300, go to 4,400. If we could go another month without Powell or data destroying any market or narratives, I mean, the momentum is up. You know, we were talking 4,600. So with also the recent pause, my idea was any of these like lower quality shit plays that haven't ran yet, if we are going to get a pause and the interest rate plays are going to start running on that, and then the market is going to start rallying, I'm going for the small caps and like the shit, essentially. So that's why I played it. And hopefully it makes sense. We were talking about it the other day in the sense that, like, you know, remember, just because we dropped for 2 days in a row, but don't forget, everybody the day before, they were like, this is going to happen. This is going to go. Oh, my gosh. Now, you know, everyone's talking about hedges now, but couple days ago was the momentum, but you could do calls on IWM. Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, the difference, IWM's doing a little better, but like, I think Lucid is at like 52-week lows or all-time lows. It sucks because it's a SPAC and it's Lucid, but I mean, it's like at the bottom, and then it's like even then Tesla had a wicked rebound, get a little bit of that EV type beat, you know? So I don't like the play, but it's just that's just second level. If there's going to be momentum and things are going to go up, I think small caps will squeeze. Everybody was saying, oh, don't you think this is euphoric or manic? And I said no, because if it was going to get euphoric or manic, those types of plays would start running up like crazy. So that's why we have one. Again, and I closed out a lot of other plays recently too. So, but we're down like 10, 12%, I think. The chum. Kind of like the shit coins. Yeah, pretty much. It's like the shit coins of the stock market. If Bitcoin's going to rally, if the market's going to rally. And then also, too, there's an element tied to the rates. Like, just don't get it twisted, too. Is like, if we are really going to attribute a lot of this rally off of, if you really, the economic data shows completely something different. So it's like, if we're going to blame this on Powell and an accommodative Fed, I think it makes a lot of sense because we're coming off of a pivot or a pause. So if that ends up remaining too, and people like that, or just speaking broadly in general, if rates just do not move, and then now the future path is lower rates in the future, these lower quality stocks thrive in that environment. So it's just a swing trade though too, but we'll see. And then it kind of depends on how the momentum plays out from here. There's a lot of money on the sidelines. Yeah, hell yeah. There's people, I mean, banks have money, banks have reserves. There's individuals with money markets waiting. There's a lot of money still out there. Again, even household wealth is up. There's a lot of money in real estate too, but for the most part, there's still a decent amount of money on the sidelines. But as of lately, you know, again, last 2 weeks, that last week and a half, that record we set of going up, there was new shifts with people beginning to buy stocks for the first time in a couple of years, or the first time of inflows into markets rather than cash. Dude, we sold out of overstock. It's the same. It's running on the theory. I took a small gain. I took like 2 to 5% on it. I was like, all right, I'm down. And then, but it's the same news made it go up 20% today. It was all about the Bed Bath & Beyond deal. What do I think? Medium and short term on SoFi? I don't know. I think SoFi is an interesting one. I mean, I don't like that it's a SPAC. I don't like some of the backing. I mean, we're gonna, start to see it a little bit more, but like name wise, brand wise, and I like that. But I just feel like if you want a financial play, I see how you could be going for the upside, but like I would just rather take other financial plays. I don't know. I'd rather buy JP Morgan Bank than SoFi Bank. High growth, high risk. Yes, JPM. It is, but like then again, like I still think you could get like way better growth even in like a JP Morgan, even though it's like a multi-billion-dollar company, but still. SoFi does not have a divvy, no. In stocks, I think anything that we're down on, like this year, I picked up Walgreens, PayPal, a couple of others, MPW. I think the only ones I'm down on is 3M. Walgreens is like break even from where we got it this year. And then, what's the other one? Disney. Disney for growth I like recently. And then I like MO. Honestly, MO I think is a decent price. It just sucks if you miss the ex-dividend. It's dividends high yielder. Still pretty solid. Still, there's upside and there's still a little bit of downside too, but I like that for divvy. And then I like Disney for growth. I like Bank of America too as a bank. I like any legacy big bank I'll take over SoFi. again, I think SoFi is going to be an interesting story. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. So maybe I would grab a little bit of SoFi if you want the growth, but then if you want financial in your portfolio, I wouldn't. SoFi is not going to be my starting position. You know what I'm saying? I'd have SoFi on the bench if you really insist on it, but then I would get a legacy bank overall. Bank of America sucks though. It's more of a value in terms of the legacy. Again, there's a reason why I picked JP Morgan out of all of them. But there's different banks offer different valuations and propositions, and they do engage in different areas. Every big bank kind of has their own niche, whether it's mortgages, trading, deal making, so on and so forth. JP, and they're solid, and I know Jamie Monster don't fail. Jamie eat. Ocean Gate believes Titan sub passengers have been lost. That's very, very sad. MO 94 per share? What do you mean? 9.4? Wheels Up's trading. Oh yeah, did that guy answer that question about like the risk to reward and whether he was up on it or not? I mean, it's down 46%. I think it's its worst day ever. So again, we caught that within a couple of seconds too. That one. I don't know. You guys saw that. That came up on the scanner before anything. So hopefully, you got like 10 cents of value. That's worth it today. I mean, you could have killed it on that actually. Oddly enough, you had time before it was halted. That usually doesn't happen. Yeah, that Ocean Gate stuff is coming across the wire right now. That's a nice divvy. The Ultra is it just paid out, or just paid. I think it did just pay out and have X divvy. But it's kind of good because it dropped a lot after X dividend. So like even if you wanted to buy it now, you don't get the divvy for another 3 months. But it's still like I think it's like 3% or more cheaper since like X dividend prices. Yeah, that news keeps hitting the Ocean Gate, so they're saying they've been lost now. That's sad, bro. Again, crazy concept. Root is still dropping. So I don't know. I think I get it at the price I put my order in yesterday, since they wouldn't let us make an order. Was this no, I don't think it was the first time they went down there. I just think it was this was just a trip gone wrong. That's it, I didn't even know this existed. Like I didn't even know this was like a company or like was a startup. And then market's still holding up again, up. I don't know what's going on with that. If you got that option play or not, it's kind of interesting. Where's Sarepta? TRID. TRDA went down. WCC is flushing. Westco. Yeah, TRDA is dropping. Sarepta's ended up coming down. What about Catalent? Catalent's the only one that stayed up, surprisingly. I think IHS. That thing's chilling. They've been operating for years. Yeah, I didn't know that. It's because I'm not at that level yet. One day you'll be an Egyptian billionaire. Okay, thank you for that. That was like humbling and encouraging. It's like, Josh, you don't know about that shit. You're too poor. But one day you will be that rich. So keep going. What? Okay. Okay, I don't know. Man, I'll never get rich enough to like do some shit I wouldn't do normally. So yeah, I'm not, even if I make $1 billion, you know, God willing, that'd be cool. You think I'm going to go on anything? You know, I'm like, wow, I got all this money now. Fucking strap me to something. No. I was saying, I'm not even going to go. I'm going to do less. I'm going to wrap my car in bubble wrap. That's it, even more. I'm going to start driving. I'm going to convert my G-Wagon to the Pope G-Wagon just out of an abundance of caution, not because I think I'm a holy deity. But even then, does he think he's a holy? Anyway, but yeah. Indoor, I don't know. I don't know about indoor skydiving. I don't know what that. What are you trying to do, bro, with these questions? That's a gray area. So that's like the abortion question of this whole thing. So I don't know. I don't know about indoor skydiving. That I don't know how I feel about that, man. It's a lot. It's very political. I don't want to get involved in it. We'll see. That's it. That's just, it's a different talk for a different day. Is skydiving not the ultimate act of faith? Flee from me, Satan. You don't think that's what Satan said to Jesus in the 40 days and 40 nights? I know skydiving didn't exist back then, but they both knew about it. So I'm sure he probably brought that up. Flee from me. Yeah, he's like, come on, isn't that the ultimate act of faith? That's literally a quote from Satan. In the Bible. That's, rebuke him. Nah, man, I ain't skydiving. No, thank you. Indoor skydiving? No, man. We're not doing, I don't know. You know why? Because not only do I think indoor skydiving is a gray area, I've also watched the movie Final Destination. Get out of here. I'm not doing that. That's it. I'm done. Why? Bro, I'll take a fan and I'll just stand in front of a fan. I'm cool with that. It's just as exhilarating, bro. We didn't have air conditioning for a while. That's what we used to do. We had those like $10 Walmart fans and go, or, you know, you make the noises in them. That's fine with me, dog. That's, whew. Like, this was a blast. Yeah, I'll put VR in a fan, bro. That's, even then, VR, you're extra. You're extra. And then Spy's working its way up. Microsoft on the high. Root is at $12. I don't know. I might like an 11 handle, but we'll see. I don't even drive behind trucks carrying logs. Amen. Amen. Wheels up, jumbo challenge post-COVID turbulence. That's that. You guys see that headline, right? I'm glad you guys could see one of the wires now. Because I hella, like, when I say things, I don't know if you think I'm just saying random stuff sometimes, but, like, I hella, like, laugh at these headlines. Like, what kind of headline? Dude, wheels up, jumbo challenge, post-COVID turbulence update. It's like, oh, my gosh. What? That's so, what's the word? Sensationalist. Post-COVID turbulence. News conference in 6 minutes about the Titan. MYV. Or no, LYV. Trida. TRDA. Sava's on the high. What's the other one? Catalent. The Disney Lagoon project in Palm Springs. Oh, yeah, it's that little village, huh? Yeah, I want to get property out there. But, yeah, I've heard about it. They've been talking about it for a while though. It's not like new. AI job missing Titanic. What we know and could have happened. 9th update. Airbnb is coming back up. Remember, 129, 130 is a breakout point for Airbnb. It couldn't get there yesterday. PayPal. Look at the PayPal. Yeah, again, it's 70 though. It was up there the other day, and then he just gives up every single time. Yeah, debris on ocean floor was assessed to be missing from submersible. So you're getting headlines. These are like the official like things. SPY is on the high ticker. Wow. 4,380, biggest oil decline per barrel since May. 5380. I want to just read you. I want to read you guys the text message I just got from Lending Tips. I look down. I'm looking at this. I'm like, what's going on here? But then I'm just gonna call. I'm just gonna have him tell it to you. Will we get him twice in a day? Honestly, you know what I feel like though right now? Because like LT works. You know that, and God bless all of you working out there. That's why I hope I'm beneficial to you at times. Again, I hope any updates and anything with me in your ear, because like I love you if you're working, and I know it's great because like you know what I feel like right now? I feel like Elf. You know Will Ferrell movie? I feel like Elf, and I'm just calling Lending Tips up every time. I'm like, hey, can I call you? I'm like, hey, what do you think about this? Because I'm just sitting here all day, you know. Again, I'm sitting here, I'm waiting for news. You get a little bit of insight in today that legitimately I will sit here and just go through all. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but now I feel like I'm Buddy the Elf right now. All right, hey, Lending Tips. You guys want to watch the thing? They have the update starting. Missing submersible Coast Guard debriefing.
He will provide a brief statement and provide the opportunity for questions after. Please limit your questions to one per outlet. Following the briefing, the Joint Information Center staff and I will be here to help you with any of your further needs. May I now please introduce Rear Admiral John Mauger.
This morning, an ROV, or remote operated vehicle, from the vessel Horizon Arctic discovered the tail cone of the Titan submersible approximately 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic on the seafloor. The ROV subsequently found additional debris. In consultation with experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber. Upon this determination, we immediately notified the families. On behalf of the United States Coast Guard and the entire Unified Command, I offer my deepest condolences to the families. I can only imagine what this has been like for them, and I hope that this discovery provides some solace during this difficult time. Additionally, we've been in close contact with the British and French consuls general to ensure that they are fully apprised and that their concerns are being addressed. The outpouring of support in this highly complex search operation has been robust and immensely appreciated. We are grateful for the rapid mobilization of experts on the undersea search and rescue, and we thank all of the agencies and personnel for their role in the response. We're also incredibly grateful for the full spectrum of international assistance that's been provided. The ROVs will remain on scene and continue to gather information. Again, our most heartfelt condolences go out to the loved ones of the crew. We'll now take questions.
John, what other debris have you found? John, what other debris have you found?
Can you talk about the delay in reporting the vessel missing and what impact that had on the recovery?
This was a incredibly complex case, and we're still working to develop the details for the timeline involved with this casualty and the response. And so we'll provide that eventually.
James Matthews from Sky News. John, what other debris have you found? And have you found any trace of those who were on it?
So this is an incredibly complex operating environment on the seafloor, over 2 miles beneath the surface. And so the remote operating vehicle has been searching, and it is highly capable. And we've been able to classify parts of the pressure chamber for the Titan submersible. Let me refer to one of my undersea experts here, Mr. Paul Hankin, to talk about the nature of some of the debris.
Thank you, Admiral. So
Yo, Fastly Pop, FSLY.
5 different major pieces of debris that
FSLY
it was the remains of the Titan. The initial thing we found was the nose cone, which
Do they have
was
Investor
outside of
Day?
the pressure hull.
That's a big pop, 2%.
We then found a large debris field.
3%.
Within that large debris field,
3.5%.
We found the front end bell of the pressure hull. That was the first indication that there was a catastrophic event.
4.5%, 5%.
Shortly thereafter, we found.
I don't have any headlines on it. I think they're having Investor Day.
Smaller debris field. Within
that's
that
about
debris
it.
Field, we found the other end of the pressure hull, the aft end bell, which was basically comprised of the totality of that pressure vessel. We continue to map the debris field, and as the Admiral said, we will do the best we can to fully map out what's down there.
Can I ask this? Admiral, can I ask you? Thank you very much. Go ahead. It's a very difficult question to ask, but it will be an important one for the families, of course. What are the prospects of recovering the bodies of the missing crew?
So the questions was related. I'm restating the question from the standpoint of sometimes it's hard to hear the question here. What are the prospects for recovering crew members? And so this is a incredibly unforgiving environment down there on the seafloor, and the debris is consistent with a catastrophic. Continue to work and continue to search the area down there, but I don't have an answer for prospects at this time.
Admiral, it's Tom Costello at NBC News. Is there any suggestion? Sorry, any suggestion at all that the sub itself collided with the wreckage of Titanic, or that instead
Tesla's ripping again too.
Above the wreckage and then rained down nearby?
So the question was, is there any question as to whether or not the sub collided with the Titanic or whether it imploded above and debris field created from that? So the The location of the Titan submersible was in an area that was approximately 1,600 feet from the wreck of the Titanic. I have an expert here that is familiar with that area and can talk about the debris field and what the debris field indicates in terms of where the casualty may have occurred.
Rear Admiral, really quickly, can you tell me when that massive fleet will be called back?
Hang on a second. The expert voice is coming up to answer the question.
Thank
Dude.
you, Admiral. So the question
Vastly.
is, where does the wreck lie in
That's just off Investor
relation
Day
to the
starting?
Titanic? I didn't hear the Admiral's answer. I think 1,600 feet. Was that correct, Admiral?
you got it.
So that's off the bow of Titanic. It's in an area where there is not any debris of Titanic. It is a smooth bottom. There, to my knowledge and anything I've seen, there's no Titanic wreckage in that area. And again, 200 plus meters from the bow, and consistent with the location of last communication for an implosion in the water column. And the size of the debris field is consistent with that implosion in the water column.
Well, if I can ask a question, in terms of the timing here, you say that this was a catastrophic implosion. And I know it's early on, but is it your estimation that this happened right at the moment when they lost contact, an hour and 45 minutes after their descent?
So the question was about the timing of the catastrophic implosion. Right now, it is too early to tell with that. We know that as we've been prosecuting this search over the course of the last 72 hours and beyond, that we've had sonar buoys in the water nearly continuously and have not detected any catastrophic events when those sonar buoys have been in the water. So,
Can you describe what happens from here, sir, in the next days and weeks?
Wait a minute. Airbnb speaks.
The question was, what happens from here? What's the next phase?
What are you doing to my ears, bro?
And so right now, again, our thoughts are with the families and making sure that they have an understanding as best as we can provide of what happened and begin to find some closure. In terms of the large process, we're going to continue to investigate the site of the debris field. And then I know that there's also a lot of questions about how, why, and when did this happen.
It's already been 10 minutes of Power Hour.
And so, you know, those are questions that we will collect as much information as we can on now. While the governments are meeting and discussing, you know, what an investigation of this nature of a casualty might look like. This is something that happened. I'll just remind everybody. This is something that happened in a remote portion of the ocean with people from, you know, several different countries around the world. And so it is a complex case to work through, but I'm confident that those questions will begin to get answered.
From the UK, is there any suggestion that time factors, speed, anything could have prevented this or saved 5 people on board, or is this quite simply a catastrophic accident?
The question was there any suggestion that time factors may have played a role or a consideration in the casualty here? And so the debris field is consistent with a catastrophic implosion of the vessel. Again, while we were prosecuting the search, we had listening devices in the water throughout and did not hear any signs of catastrophic failure from those. And so we're going to continue to investigate, or we're going to continue to document the information there and understand, based on all the information we have, the timeline.
What does it mean for the resources required
So the question was, what are the resources required for the investigation, and which ships will be pulling out and staying in? And so it's too early for me to talk about an investigation. That's a decision that's going to be taken outside of the search and efforts that I was leading. But we do have a number of vessels. We have 9 vessels on the scene right now. We had medical personnel on scene. We had other technicians on scene. And so we will begin to demobilize personnel and vessels from the scene over the course of the next 24 hours. But we're going to continue remote operations on the sea floor. And I don't have a timeline for when we would intend to stop remote operations on the seafloor at this point.
Admiral, as a result of this, do you think there should be changes in the way these are safety rated or inspected so that this won't happen again?
Yeah, the question was essentially about do you think that there should be changes in safety ratings or inspection for these standards? I know that there's a lot of questions about why, how, when this happened, and the members of the Unified Command, have those questions too, as professionals and experts that work in this environment. And this is an incredibly difficult and dangerous environment to work in out there. But those questions about the regulations that apply and the standards, that's going to be, I'm sure, focus of future review. Right now, we're focused on documenting the scene and continuing the subfloor operation.
We don't know the timing here, but there was the banging noises yesterday that redirected and redeployed the ROVs to this area. Is there anything conclusive in those noises, and did that redirection and then finding this debris field today all help?
So throughout the search efforts, we reacted to the information that we had available to us, and while we continued to send it off for deeper analysis. Again, really complex operating environment for us to work in. Let me check with the experts, but there doesn't appear to be any connection between the noises and the location on the seafloor. Again, this was a catastrophic implosion of the vessel, which would have generated a significant broadband sound down there that the sonar buoys would have picked up.
This will be the last question.
Admiral, can I just ask you about your comment regarding the families?
That dropped into the ocean today arrived early this morning. It seems that swiftly was able to find the debris field. And talk about the speed of that, and also were all of the assets involved moved as swiftly as possible to the area. Was any help turned away, as some lawmakers have criticized the government?
This was a incredibly complex operation, and we were able to mobilize an immense amount of gear to the site in just a really remarkable amount of time, given the fact that we started without any sort of vessel response plan for this or any sort of pre-stage resources. And so the equipment that was brought on site this morning that we were using was a pelagic ROV capable of operating at 6,000 meters, cameras, sonar, other articulating arms and resources on it. And it, we had to transport it here through C-17 aircraft. This is 2 aircraft that it took to get this up here. And so we've really had the right gear on site and worked as swiftly as possible to bring all of the capabilities that we had to bear to this search and rescue effort. And it was just a huge international and interagency effort to make this happen. So I'm really grateful for all of the responders that came out to support this and really search for the vessel. It is a difficult day for all of us, and it's especially difficult for the families, and our thoughts are with the families today. But this was an immense support, and we had the right gear on the bottom to find it. So thank you.
Will you attempt to recover the bodies, can we ask you? The victims, will they be recovered?
Thank you so much, everyone, for attending this afternoon. There are no future planned press conferences. Updates will be shared to the USCG Northeast Twitter page.
Where are the
Staff will be
bodies?
available
We
to
are
take
ending.
down any
Thank you.
questions following this.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's it. Nope, it's over. Leave. Don't answer it. They said
I can get that back to you afterwards, just so I can confirm.
Come on, they're trying to end it, bro. The reporters. Man, that's crazy. All of that, bro. That's so I don't know. They're saying it wasn't an explosion or what. I'm still kind of lost on really what really happened down there. Again, they said that I don't think they said they found debris, but I don't think they've recovered all of it entirely. It was an implosion. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's sad. Consistent with loss of pressure chamber. Dang, that's crazy. Well, oh shit, we have this up here? My bad. Oh, I closed the other one? Let's just get rid of that. Nvidia dumping. They didn't move much since the conference. So they're really at the same price there. Sarepta went down. TRDA held up. Catalent, kind of the same price. I haven't really checked any of the other tech stocks. What else? Fastly, we were looking at that one as well, too. Yeah, bro. All of this. Crazy story, though. But they have gave a update on everything. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We still have an hour. No, we have 40 minutes left. PayPal, Google. I really haven't seen, I think Airbnb was moving up. What's his name speaking right now? But other than that, I think it's been the same little trend here, like half unwind of yesterday. So that means tech's a little bit up, values a little bit down. Last 2 days were pretty much at the same spot. 4377 2 days later here. We're towards the lows of where we opened up at Tuesday. I can't believe it. Tomorrow's already Friday, Chad. Tomorrow is already Friday. 40 minutes remaining. Powell did nothing today. If anything, it was Fed, the Vice Chair of Supervision, Michael Barr, discussing the supporting new bank requirements or restrictions on banks, so regionals and the smaller ones. But no, nothing from Powell today. Fastly changed their mind. And then Accenture, they had bad earnings in the morning. Yeah, Fastly, dude, that was crazy. All that happened was the investor day started. I'm sure they said something, but damn. The Qatari wealth fund buys a minority stake in the Wizards. Is buying a passive minority stake in the Washington Wizards. Capitals, Paramount, Monumental Sports and Entertainment, Sportico reports. They're buying 5% of Monumental, which includes the WNBA, Washington Mystics, Capital One Arena, and NBC Sports Washington. It would mark the first time a sovereign fund has invested in a major U.S. team. What? That's crazy. My Middle Eastern brother, they don't even care what team they're buying, bro. They're like, give me the Wizard. I don't care. What will you let me buy? I will be a Bulls fan. I be a Wizard fan. What do you have for sale, Habibi? I am now a Wizard fan. Great Washington Wizard. I don't know. Isn't Washington? That's kind of weird. We let the Saudis buy the Washington Wizards? I don't know. That's it. This is like 2 weeks after the PGA shit. JP Morgan's low-key flushing. Bro, JP Morgan's down too, so maybe even the capital requirements. I think that's hitting them too. Airbnb's AI sweet spot is matching hosts and guests. Yeah, talk that shit, Chesky. Tell us how you made $10 billion off. No? Okay, not yet. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought because Nvidia, I'm just. I see how this. I buy all NBA teams, bro. It's for real, though. They don't even care. Who you betting on? I put my money on Mark Zuckerberg. I already went over this. We could keep going over. He's going to destroy Elon. I like Elon more than Mark Zuckerberg, but Elon's not a fighter, man. He just wants to go to Mars. The guy's a lover. He has like 17,000 children. What do you mean? That's it. How come you never heard a scandal with Mark Zuckerberg? Exactly. You don't hear too much about lizard mating publicly. But still, you get the idea. Just in general, though, Mark Zuckerberg is going to destroy him. That's it. AAP, they came down from yesterday. We sold that. California AG Bonta joins FTC suit challenging Amgen and Horizon. Be careful. We've seen this a couple times, and Horizon kind of holds up. Wheels up, resume trading. Mark Zuckerberg should fight Bezos. Bezos is a different person, though, bro. Bezos is like a high school kid trying to like, nah, you don't mess with him. It's just not fair comparing those two. I want Bezos to fight Leo. That's all. I think it'd be a fair matchup, believe it or not. I think that would be perfect. Pretty boy Leo versus fucking, I'm a billionaire now and now I'm buff after my midlife crisis Bezos, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, please just stop drawing all of these scenarios from my imagination. Then again, though, you haven't got too many headlines, and hopefully you could see a couple of headlines on your screen, if anything. Say sorry, I've been MIA. I still love y'all. I've been mentoring student interns at work. It's hard. Don't worry, baby. The chat is with you. You're still with the chat, baby. Keep it up. You've been doing good, NASA. You've been doing good, baby. You work at NASA. It's okay. We'll accept it. It's okay. Anywhere else, you know what I'm saying? If you were like, Josh, I work at an MLM and I'm mentoring people for VEMA, I'd be disappointed in you if you gave up the chat for that. But, you know, you work at NASA, so that's cool, man. I just picture you mentoring interns and then putting them in one of those, like, 0G tests and just, you know what I'm saying? Where they try to see when you pass out. Have you done that? Actually, is that like a mandatory NASA thing? You haven't heard VEMA in a while, huh? It's cool, man. If you want a BMW, hit me up. I got you. Them 3 Series. I'm not talking lease hacker. I'm talking sign up your friends right now. Just all you do is 4 on your right leg and then your left leg. I got suckered into going into Brad's crib in Carlsbad. Everybody did, bro. At one point, it's okay. Not just that crib. There was a period, like, I don't know, what's like the modern catfish now? I don't know how it developed, but back then with Vima, it was like people were just inviting you to parties. Like somebody, like it would either be like somebody, like one of your homeboys, or like really cute girls, and they'd be like, "You want to go to a party? Like we're having a party. Yeah. It's a party here tonight." And you'd be like, hell yeah, I'm down to go to a party. And then you go to a party, and it was like a MLM presentation. So I don't know. I think that turned into like the Forex things back in 2020. Like there was a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? The whole join the Forex team and all that. But it was different. It was back then. I don't think anything compares to Vima back then. A Rolex. That's what. No, he wasn't rocking a Rolex. And honestly, now when I got to grow up, I got to grow older a little bit. He would wear a Breitling. Oh, you should have known. We should have known back then. He wasn't. Nah, he was flex. I remember when I was 18 or 17, he flexed the Breitling on me. He was like, he's a $50,000 Breitling. And I thought Breitlings were cool back then, too. I was like, whoa. And I was like, nah, motherfucker. That should have been a Rolex. That should have at least been like a Daytona minimum, because that was even like 10 years ago or something. And I was like, nah, bro, hold on. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So, alkaline water, nah. Vima and Forex come and go, bro. Alkaline water's forever. Stop. You don't understand. Watch. I give you 10 seconds. Somebody gonna come in here and say, Josh, what are you saying about alkaline water? I got one. Shut the fuck. You need one? I'll set you up. Change my. Stop it. Why are you against changing your? Stop. Do you want alkaline? Do you know what's in your water right now? So I'm just saying. But watch out. It's okay. I like alkaline. I could get behind it, but I just don't. But I don't have a machine. I get the concept. I'm down with it, but I don't have it like set up through my fucking bathroom toilet water. Like I'm not that serious about it. I don't bathe in alkaline water. Honestly, like I barely figured out how a water softener worked. So, yeah. I feel like Yash used to do MMA after high school. No. I don't know if it's my deep voice or something, but I'm soft. Okay? You know, I could put up like 220 on the bench, and I'm crazier compared to most Western people. So that's my advantage, but nah. That's it. I would just make fun of people, and then I would people would try to beat me up if I just made the wrong joke. So it happens today, like in modern days on YouTube with some of y'all, but the same thing would happen to me back when I was a kid. Most times, if I've ever been challenged to a fight, my first fight was at church, but usually it's because I start clowning on somebody, and then they just get really mad. So, you know, I've learned to develop my defenses because I have quite the talkative self. Melt up Friday. It could be. I mean, it's a short week. Short weeks are usually bullish. We've not gone up at all today. I mean, we'll see if we close green. But other than that, I mean, the trend, we've had a lot. We've had, it was like, what, 7 days of green was the record. But I think it's been like 6 Fridays in a row. But we're going down a little bit now. APT. Oh no, that's not. Wasn't there a REIT with like those tickers that what's his name Kushner was bidding on? Remember we traded that one? It is 330 right now. So Ramp Capital turned into Dump Capital for a little bit. Gold dump. There was a lot of weird moves again. Bonds, dollar. I mean, just don't forget there was that very hawkish news out of the Bank of England again. Dude, banks are selling off. Honestly, it was like 2 parts. You had bad news out of Europe, and I would argue that bank supervision headline and news that had a bigger effect than Powell, and I would say that was the biggest effect of the day. Nvidia dumping. JP Morgan's dumping big too. I mean, the SPY just took a couple of candles right there, but I think JP Morgan stands out 2%. And then again, regionals down 2.8. Nvidia's down only 0.7. It's like $2 lower, $3 lower than where we closed the short yesterday. Surept, the other TR whatever's up. Sarepta's down from the approval. 4 House Democrats, right? Alphabet and YouTube CEOs. JP Morgan's still going down again. What was it? Was it Citi or Morgan Stanley? I think it was Citi earlier. They were dumping one of the banks. Nvidia directors cashed out heavily. That's because we need to acquire the best talent. They answered that, sir. Okay, if you want the best AI with the best money, you know, you need the best talent. So we have to give them the best shares. You know? I knew you'd understand. And then you're coming down a little bit. PNC's on the low. Look at the VIXs, both hitting 52-week highs and lows at the same time. PNC's dropping right now, so that's another bank or financial regional play. Again, JP Morgan is even selling off too. 330 ramp capital. I mean, that was 3 minutes ago. No real big effect off of that. Where's Boeing and SPR? That strike news in the morning. Still down 10. Boeing's even coming back down. Where's the Dow even at? Last 10, we'll see. 10-minute rigged, even the final 5. I mean, we don't really have, I don't even think you have any more earnings. Again, you had like Accenture and a couple of other things the other day. And then tomorrow you have PMIs, manufacturing PMIs, Kansas City Fed. Not too bad. Not even chips, nothing. And then bonds are going lower too. That's the crazy part. Like low key all day. Again, and I think that's because of the Bank of England, but that is totally turning around there right now too. That is even more to the story, my friend. Carnival earnings on Monday. Yeah, we're about to start getting a couple, and then it's like in maybe like 3 weeks. 3 weeks or 4 weeks or less, you're going to start getting the other ones. Meta blocks news on Facebook, Instagram, in Canada over new law. What? What does that mean? So you just can't post news? They're like, you could talk about anything you want, but just don't inform anybody of anything new. Just no new developments. All right? That sound fair? That's how we're going to operate. That's it. So you can share pic. Nah, just don't tell anybody. That's no news, no government news. Nah, we don't want to know. I don't care if you had a new kid or something. Just no new updates. You could tell me tomorrow. That's pretty wild. I mean, that seems like it'd be negative, but the stock does not look like it's reacting. Some of you say it's old, but I'm not too sure. That's the first time I've heard it. No news, bro. Living in the past. Google. I don't know if they benefit off that or not. Well, even then, all the social media names still doing very good. I mean, considering, where's Amazon too? That was a leader. So NASDAQ still did good. Dow Jones was green at one point when we were at the high, but today was all about the tech stocks. Could do acquire X1. Which one's that? All right, we got to set. Dude, the day's almost over. Today was a lot faster than yesterday's. Yesterday you had a lot of Powell. PayPal, if it gets close to 69.70, that's what we're looking for. Oh, let's see. I didn't see this on stream. How does it look? Yeah, bro, that news scanner's dope. It works. You can actually see it. Oh, dude, that's kind of... Yeah, look at y'all tripping. You see what I see. Bro, this is totally chill. Oh, that's good quality, too. Are you kidding me? Why does it look better quality than the damn chart? The fuck? Oh, then look, you can see the bonds perfectly. You can see the bonds. You can see if it's green or red. Yeah, you're good, Chad. You're good. You're out of focus. I don't... Yeah, is that what it does? Is that what happens with that? Because it did look like the charts were really, really blurry. It's fixed. I hope so. I don't know. It looked ghetto to me. I think my resolution's lower. I think it just depends. Some people take their video quality serious. Illumina's on the high. ILMN. T-Mobile. But that's cool though. That's actually like, but you guys could see it. Like it's like super, like it's super clear though. It's not like it's like it's not just like it moves fast, but you know, it's not like it's just like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. You could like, there's some headline, you could read that like word for word. And we have 20 minutes remaining. It's very, I don't know. Well, this is now, that was just me. I was watching my video while streaming, and it looked very meh. And then you're coming back up here, and then there's Illumina. They're running up, but then there's Amazon. Like, I think they've been the craziest all day. AMD, I don't know. But they're all still up, and then Nvidia didn't really get any love even following their presentation. Tesla, I can't believe tomorrow's Friday, Chad. This week went by fast. You went through 2 Powells. We still got a little bit more data. Again, next week gets chiller. And I think next week is PCE. Or the week after that. Oh, yeah, it's not on Twitch. We're going to have to see. I don't know what I'm going to have to do for you guys on that. That will be... Like I said, we might be able to change it up. But I still got a couple things. I'm not even done yet. That's the problem. I'm actually kind of falling behind on some of the stuff we need to do for the... for like all the new stuff. So we'll see how we could integrate it. Bear with me. Either way, you know, maybe you just get exposed to some cool new shit. Worst case, things just kind of stay how they are. But I'm a big fan of that. The whole in and out menu. So good job, and God bless. And then MP Dubs. You guys just saw UWMC on the high. When do you get more at the right moment? I think we're just waiting on the damn artwork, bro. He's there. He's waiting for you. He's waiting for you, bro. You'll see. You'll see. You'll enjoy it. I hope you do. WNBA, yeah. Saudis or the Saudi or the was it Saudi or Qatar Wealth Fund? They bought a stake in the Warriors and the WNBA team. Or they bought a stake in the company that owns those teams. No, I'm still down on the yen play. I was flipping it that night. I'm clapped a little bit. Could be worse, but it is kind of. I think if it goes past 145 here with everything else, I don't even it's about to really get wrecked. So I will stop out if it does get there, but not too crazy. Where is it? But remember we were talking about it. We said once it goes to 142, that's it. It's gone. So it's probably going to go to 145 next, but this should really be the stop out point. If it gets above 145 without Ueda saying anything or changing anything, no, I would average down, let it go crazy. Fuck no, not now. That's it. Just keep getting if you want to play the yen, if you still want to go long, you have to be very careful because remember I've talked about shorting it and we said there will be a pump fake. So if this breaks out one more time, just do not underestimate the weakness of the Japanese yen and what it could do. So if you want to average, I would average till the later points. Otherwise, it has to calm down from here because this is just the again. I remember the first time this all happened, breaking to 140. That was drama in August. So doing it again and then still running up again, we want to see if this has legs to it or not. Uncharted waters. Well, it's been there, just it hasn't been there since several decades ago. But then once it does start to weaken like that and everything else, it just starts going crazy. Bro, the jokes I've seen on it's I don't know, man. It's super sad, and then you see jokes that you I laugh guiltily when when I hear them. I'm like, oh, and then it's just dude, and then everyone's it's billionaires. Who cares if they died? And then they're people died. There's a kid, and then it's just I'm man, and then I'm thinking the PHILO, and I'm bro, they got presented a choice of. I said, what is so I don't know, man. I don't know. No, I don't know if there's earnings. We could check, but I don't have any earnings plays planned. And then we're working our way up. I think optimistic case, we shoot up 10 points here in 15 minutes, 20 points, and get up to the level, but otherwise you're near the high of the morning and then the previous high that we just hit. NASDAQ, tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, no, remember, Friday earnings sucks. CarMax, actually, I think that would be that's before market too. But I think CarMax would be your best bet if you want to play. Swarmio files for CCA protection. I don't know. kind of artwork is Unk needing? I have a couple being made now, but we just need I want Chad to make one of them, but I'm also getting another one made. But that's it, just for the logos. I think one of them is done. We'll see. We'll see. But no earnings again. CarMax. There's an earnings preview for CarMax. Didn't Carvana do good? That's the thing. I need to go to CarMax. I'm about to try to take this supercar to CarMax because I think the computers are tweaking out. Because I got one of those Carfax like automated offers on that car. That's what my girl did. She got it and she was like, look at this. And it's, dude, it was such a high offer. And I even called CarMax. I was like, you guys take cars like this? And he was like, yeah, bring it in. And I was like, all right, man. All right. So I might have to hit them up, but they're doing, it kind of is. Supercar CarMax challenge, low key. Low key. Penny, yes, you can. I'll let you know. I actually have a couple of titles there. We'll get both of them out there. Microsoft, EPA clean fuel, 1 minute till 10-minute rigged. Sound shit, dude. Microsoft's actually going crazy. Actually, I had Microsoft up there, and then I thought that was Amazon. So now they're both kind of doing that. I think Apple a little bit, but yeah, even Apple's up 1.4, and then Tesla came back from being down 3%. AstraZeneca, AZN, oh. Not too crazy, but that's interesting. They're a slow mover. I saw it print on the high ticker. I thought it was going to go crazy. Applied Value Group buys ES Solar. I don't know who that is. Hello, I'm Abdul Mustafi. I would like to sell you my car since you have maximized the vehicles. How much will you give me for this vehicle? Well, okay, AstraZeneca is make a move now. And the Texas Instrumentation. Wow. I could do it. But I want a good offer. I can't like be acting all crazy with them, bro. I think CarMax rigs those appraisal. They'll show you low balls and say CarMax will pay you over. I don't know. Like, dude, I'm telling you, it was like, you know, like it was like a quick auto calculator. So my girl said she like saw this dealership that wanted to buy her car. And then she like did it. It had like a calculator, like one of those like we'll appraise and buy your vehicle, like AI. It's stupid AI. It's AI. Honestly, just all AI shit. And the AI spit out a value way fucking higher than I would have ever expected. And one of the dealerships was like, yeah, we'll give you around that. So even if they lowballed me by like 20 grand, it's still like $20,000 higher than I even thought. Then I was even trying to sell it. Remember I told you, I was like, Chads, I'll sell it to you at this price. If anything above it, you could keep. So I said, hey, if this is a real offer, and then, but that's why I want to take it to CarMax next, because I think the AIs on the car prices are being stupid again. Yeah, Walgreens does. Cardinal Health is popping too. What about like Cigna or anybody else? Seems like a lot of healthcare, like low key. 3.5 billion to the buy side. 10-minute rigged was a little bit of back and forth, but nothing too crazy. What car? I still haven't shared it yet. I mean, so I might have it gone before then. So if I could do that, I'll tell you when I sell it. But Otherwise, because I still drive it a little bit. It's been fun, but it's been chilling. I've been keeping it low key, man. It's good. That's how you know that's how you know you're fucking getting old, bro. I bought a supercar and I didn't even post about it on the internet. So that's it. I think I'm officially a boomer now. Next thing, we'll see what happens with my hair. That's it. It's the Oscar Mayer mobile. Yeah, you know they stole that catalytic converter. Healthcare popping. Google's still popping. Yeah, but healthcare, that one's interesting. Again, even AstraZeneca, that's a slow mover. Vice Media to be acquired out of bankruptcy by Fortress and Soros Fund. Yo, what's the Vice Media ticker? Or don't they still have it, or is that BuzzFeed that went bankrupt? Do you guys remember that? Does Vice, they don't have a stock, do they? That's old. I thought they went there. No, Advisor. Yeah, there's no stock on it. Soros is buying what wasn't there BuzzFeed, BSVD? I feel like they would be related. T-Mobile's on the high, Meta's going. Again, you already had a 10-minute rigged, 1 minute till final 5. Interesting. I think that's coming out now. What do you think of the Wagoner SUV? I think it's a cool car. I think if you could get like the cheapest one, it's nice, but like there's some of like the Wagoneers that are like 120,000. Like, just get a full-blown luxury vehicle at that point. Like, that's exactly how I feel about that. But Chatadonia, final 5, you're getting a nice pop on the pre-candle. Oh no, final 5. Google, a couple of tech names coming in, but it is this about to wrap up. PayPal. I feel knockout. PayPal's still going. TNK, but that's it, Chad. We're going in. Final 5. That was kind of crazy. You had the move before final 5. Like, so half of that candle, or all of that move was literally 1 minute prior. So you just moved 3 points, hit a new high right before you said Apple's going vertical on the high. Costco. So this is near the highs of yesterday. Again, yesterday's high was 4386, then the level was 4387 to like 4388. Waited all day for the pop die. It was a slow grind up. I mean, it was pretty calm. I feel like yesterday we did a lot more nothing. The only problem, yesterday you went down and then you only had like one chance to work up, but then it's just like, this is the same 2-day price. So like yesterday's like weird big candle. Oh, wow. Is that right now? Damn, 5 minute. Final 5 with the victorious 5 points down. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, welcome. That's it, Chad. You got about like 3 minutes left here, but it's time for the earmuffs. So if you got sensitive ears, maybe you got a soft soul. I don't know what it is, man, but either way, I want to look out for you. We care about you here at the Cult. Want to make sure you're safe, and it's time that we bring you home. So we're about to get loud in here. If you want to protect your ears, I suggest that you mute your speakers because we are about to turn up, so you better put on those earmuffs, baby. Earmuffs. It's time. It's time. You know, I think I have time to get a sip of water, too. It's great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we will be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 70 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought the market would actually move, because we are still cucked even if Powell is speaking. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. It's game time. Not really, it's time to end it. And then you wait tomorrow for Friday. But you don't have much time left, Chatadonia. Not much data. You get PMIs tomorrow. I think you only have CarMax for earnings. The market's hitting a high into this, but no higher than yesterday. So, let's see how it plays. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Wrap up your plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. If you got options, futures, shares, it don't matter what it is, but you gotta wrap it up. You gotta bring it home. Finalize it all. You have less than 30 seconds remaining. Again, not much data. You'd get a couple of Fed speakers still, so that's still part of the schedule. We're waiting for what happens overseas. Remember, Bank of England today. That's why the bond yields are going crazy. The inflation yesterday with the ECB. So keep all of this in mind. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it, we made it. If you're here in the chat right now, I need a GG. Right now, post that in the chat. Good game. We did it, we made it. Let's go. Are you creating or are you hating? GG, you made it. Let's go. All the members, all the non-members, it don't matter who you are. I need that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I need that GG. You learned something and you made it to the bell. We need that good sportsmanship. That's what it's all about. It's all good sportsmanship. Come on. It cleanses you of your sin. Haters, lovers, it don't matter. Laggers, lurkers, let's go. GG. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. You made it to the bell. How you play? Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Shout out everybody holding it down. All my positive people. All my people contributing, baby. Everybody reading the news, posting the news, being a part of it. All the donos, all the members, all the subs. Let's go. Everybody watches the watch list. And if you're a watch hole and type GG, you're forgiven because you type GG. Good game. Good game. Good game. My freedom alive. Ha! I need me to rock. You won't see me alive. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh shit, this one?
Hey man.
Oh, this song's crazy.
It's a cult, baby.
Oh, this one.
2020.
Y'all know this is Sam Bankman. This is Sam Bankman Fried. It's crazy. Oh no.
Time I drop head.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Spread the message like Wuhan. Get down the business like Wuhan. I find my there's the group. I'm in the million. Full time. I drop head is too long. I don't try to lose on cause I am that. This morning I flip that flat jack. I got rich. I get back. You bitch that. You piss that. You bitch that. You probably piss when you sit there. And I'm bitch that. My crib where still act like I live that. But don't feel that. I still swing. you really sick. Overnight the analysts criticize the politics like it was your job and shit. Tell me if they hiring, cause people broke your people dead. Used to trying to blame the man like God ain't gave you both your hands. You should work those more than you work in them lips. Save a dime of every dollar that you get. Get some this with that drip. Pass that well to your kids.
We got a lot more work to do.
Just imagine if you had some discipline.
Bro, I'm sick. Okay, anyways. Chattadonia, another wonderful day. God bless all of you. For real, good game in GG. I hope you embrace the moment. I hope you embrace the moment for sportsmanship and realize that you made it another day, and another GG in 7 hours is important. And if you're going to put another 7 hours in here, you better get a long term. So that why every day counts, baby. You better own something. So when we leave this at the end of the day, when we leave the earth, that's a different question. But at the very least, we going to own some of this stuff here. You can't take it with you. But if you're going to put in the time in 7 hours, let's put that in the piggy bank and get the long term, baby. So God bless all of you, Chad. I hope you had a wonderful day, but that's it, baby. Oh, 1.6 thousand likes. Let's go. Hold on, I wasn't slanging the tin for y'all. Oh. We did it. It's okay. We're safe. God bless you. Amen. But God bless y'all, man. For real. Thank you guys for liking the video, and thank you to every single one of you in here. If you clicked on the video, you gave me an opportunity. I am eternally grateful, and especially that's why we shout it out every day, man. For real, if you came in today, contributed, were a part of everything, you added your piece of your personality, you made your contribution, and you were an overall vibe and positive, just aura to be around. I appreciate you, and thank you. And for real, all the people who have supported, whether it's recently or even just over the years, man, it's a day in, day out effort, baby. So it is a blessing. God bless all of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here. I hope I provided some value. I hope you got some things, you know. We're trying some things out. Oh, wow, you have a news scanner and the description. Oh, this looks trippy. So look at that. That's your news scanner. Look, it just turns into the description. So anyways, I love you all. Thank you guys all again for another awesome day. Hopefully we see you tomorrow, and God willing. But in the meantime, check out the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. We have a lot of secret, hidden things and free things on there. You should be an explorer and check it out. Second link for the Watchlist. Again, just a lot of secret, hidden things. If you know, you know. Don't be a watchhole. You should check it out. Third link for the membership badge. Shout out to all the members. Check out the merch. If you're not in a recession, you could go get merch, but we may not have your size, honestly. So God bless you, but you got some new merch on the way, so be on the lookout for that. Check out the channels, Cole Real Estate, Cole Cars, Cole Music, and Cole Real Estate. Thank you for not asking me about real estate today. You guys did good. Tomorrow we'll have a lot of talks about real estate, because yesterday you had a very good call on Cole Real Estate. So there was some technical issues there too. So hopefully you stayed in touch. Again, we sent out an email with all of them, too, if you are just involved with the Cole Real Estate team in general. But either way, stay subscribed there. It is usually 6 p.m. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I am the private account, so don't fall for any what's up scams. And then how we set up our long-term, please get it. How to find 1,000% gainers. This will make you a better options trader. IONQ is going crazy. What is Ionic? Ionic? Oh, they raised booking expectations to 50 million at midpoint. Again, that's coming across the wire. So look at Chad. I got it for you. This thing works. So look at there. It's not even hitting the other ones, I don't think yet, but IONQ just raised their guidance. Moderna files for FDA approval. What the fuck? You mean to tell me this whole time you had... Oh. Again, Ionic... So they raised guidance right there, and then it already passed. That one, you have to be quick on that one. Where was it? Press release. IONQ bookings expectations to 50 million at the midpoint, doubles bookings from prior year. Honestly, that sounds really good. That's they said they're doubling booking up 100%. Let's see. That one's string alerts. Yeah, they increase it. They increase the range there by 50 million. What is IonQ? Is it AI? What do they do? I know he's seen it and they moved up a lot. Yeah, so again, they raised expectations there. It's quantum computing, AI. I bought 500 shares at 10. We'll see. That seems like it's a very rare. It's not earnings related, but you need AI hype back. We'll see if he comes in for Friday. I have watched some of the new Black Mirror, but they're long as shit, bro. I tried to watch one of them, and that shit, like, I felt like I was being tortured. It was so long. I was like, why is this still going on? You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, QBTS. That's great. Again, 50% or 100% guidance raises, like, especially with the AI hype. We'll see how people respond, but it is risky. It's up a lot, and, I mean, just even overall, you look at the daily, that stock was down a lot. We're up on the play already for now, but anyways, Chattadonia, like I was saying, God bless you. Thank you again for being here. That is everything. Check out the tutorials and the prayer request wall, too, if you don't know. Just me and my mom are praying for y'all every day. I know a lot of the Chads feel the same way. You can fill it out or not. I'm still rooting for you. I hope you know that, because if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. So I encourage all of you to show love to all of your other Chads in here and the people that you spend time with, you know. So we're rooting for you. We're praying for you. If you ever want to do anything for me, you shoot me a prayer, all right? You sound good? That's all I could ever ask for. It goes a long way. And thank you guys as always, because, again, prayers are always good, man. And y'all have done a lot for me in the past. So thank you so much. I love all of you. I hope you know the chat is rooting for you, and we're always there, okay, too? At least the spirit. Keep the spirit alive, but that's the day, man. That's the day. That's it. We got nothing else left. That's it. You could go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World. No? All right, well, here, I'll give you one more. What's a good one? I like this song. This is a classic. We need a classic.
Yeah. Got the color, got the put, I can make the money both ways.
Go away, I can buy the whole chain. Go away.
Got a lot of love and throwing on shit. No game, small change, I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring, I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, or West a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I'm Trinidad. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago.
Workers always show.
Hey, man.
That's a good one, too. That's a good one. There it is, Chattadonia. So, Chattadonia, God bless you. I hope you enjoyed the day. I hope you're ready for Friday. We got Thursday Junior in the books, man. Shout out to everybody with the 10% and everybody contemplating 10%, still on the fence, who is about to convert very, very soon. We love you, and God bless you. I hope you're ready for more. We're almost done with June now, which is kind of crazy, but like I said, we got a lot of work to do, man. I hope you all embrace it, the good and bad. You know, there's a lot of things to think about in life, man. You're blessed every day. We have a lot of different things we could talk about. I could leave you with a lot, but Chad, I'm going to just tell you you're blessed. Enjoy the rest of your day. Give it, please, more than 100%. And wake up and drive tomorrow, too, because it's Friday. That's it. You know what I'm saying, mother effer? I want you to go, whatever you do today, for the rest of the day or in the morning. If you were here in the morning, I want mother effers to react how they reacted to me in the morning. I woke up in the morning, hype, dog. He said, "You're drunk, Josh." I said, oh, exactly. You know what I'm saying? That's how annoying I want you to be. I want you to come with the spirit like that. That's where you just showing up. Mother efforts asking you, why are you so happy? What the fuck is you on? Why are you looking like that? Why is you smiling? Why would I never do it? You know what I hope they feel me. But Chad, I love you. That is the day. God bless all of you. You are blessed. Let's enjoy our time tomorrow. And have a good night. I'll see you on the watch list. And I think that's it. Everything else, man. Yeah, you already got the books, everything. Okay. Just don't ever forget why we're here. Why we keep going, baby. Why that faith, love, hope ain't never going out of style. And I keep telling why there's a destiny, baby. And why this is all leading you up to something, baby. Why is there a belief and expectation of more? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! All right, Chattadonia. I love you guys. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I will see you on the watch list, and I will see you at tomorrow. Indeed, 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 and amen. Okay, good. Okay, I'm leaving. Yeah, what about don't forget about me, huh? Yeah, anyway, Jazz Pharmaceuticals sues FDA to overturn the approval of Vladimir. He's a bad man. I know it's AVDL is coming out. Jazz, I love the music. Anyway, Chad, I gotta go. I'll see you on Friday. Is where I'm gonna see you there, okay? All right, I'll see you later. You guys have a wonderful day. I'm leaving.